it's Nikki. Welcome to another character quest video. So today's video is about Raiden. It's another very long video, but we're doing both acts just like we did with Zhongli, and we're talking about everything, and she has a lot of lore. Speaking of lore, I do want to put in a little disclaimer. I have a very opinionated view of Raiden going into the quests because at the time I'd only really encountered her during the Inazuma finale, or the Inazuma quests I should say, and I wasn't really left with that great of an impression of her. So I didn't go into these quests with like a really positive outlook, but I do want to say that I believe that I gave her a very fair assessment at the end, once I learned everything about her past and her lore and all that stuff, because I know a lot of you really like this character, but I just wanted to be honest with you guys and say outright, I don't really start the video liking her very much, but I do learn a lot about her, and I talk a lot about that in the end. So onto the table of contents. So we have the story quests that we'll be watching, or you'll be watching first, and then demos and trailers, lore and voice lines, theories, and then the character log, which is when I talk about my personal opinions of her, and collectively from all the knowledge of the lore we'll learn and all her voice lines and all that stuff. So onto the video. I hope you enjoy.
もし雷の剣について
Thelma!
天領奉行の力を借りることができなければ非常に危険な状況に陥る
Our
可能性もあ
boy.
る。
これは何も我々の本心じゃない。ただ今は人手が本当に足りないんだ。理解してく
Fujo.
れ。
そうですよ。
Wait, is this guy part of the clan that betrayed everybody with the Matsui?
君たちか。ちょうど君たちが稲妻に残した影響について話していたんだ。
Are you mocking me, Thelma?
いや、
I know it's in
以
good
前は
spirit,
柊
even
さ
if
んの
he
手
is.
紙を送り届けてくれてありがとう。
Oh, this is Romeo.
お二方のご友人
Oh,
でしたか。
interesting.
僕は
Okay.
九条家の次男である鎌地様の付き人です。
ああ、これまでの三奉行の仕事は将軍様のために情報を集め、指示された任務を執行することだった。
Used to
だけど近
consist.
頃
Oh boy.
将軍様が西洋を告げられ、誰にも会わないようにしているんだ。
Wait,
Sorry.
wait. Solitude.
More
How is that
original
different from
kawaii ni
before?
物事の
She
判断
was
を
putting
してく
herself
れる人
in
がいな
a
いってわ
solitude
けさ。
before.
将軍様に心の整理をする時間が必要なのはもちろん理解している。だけど、
Hasn't she been
時期を同じ
quietly
くして
gathering her
稲妻
thoughts
外
for
界で
like
雷が
centuries
荒れ狂い
now?
始めたのも事実なんだ。その通り、長きにわたり雷の規模や形態に変化が起きたことは一度もなかった。
それって将軍に今稲妻を滅ぼそうとしている意志があるってことか。そうだぞ。それにオイラたちに
Well, she could
復讐したか
try.
ったら普通の雷でも全然十分だし。ってそれも怖いって。
そこは安心してくれ。俺たちが心配しているのは将軍様なんだ。今まであのお方の意志が揺らいだことなんて見たことなかったからね。
それにリーユへの神が近頃去ったことを思うと、
Oh,
Don't need to
interesting.
see
I
that
like
going
how this is a ripple effect, like Zhongli,
雷が荒れ狂うのは
quote unquote,
将軍様の
dying
体に何か起きたからだと考
is
える人が多
felt
い。
in all corners of Teva. That's
誰
really
にも会
cool.
わないのは悪い影響を拡大させないためだとかなんとか。
だから変な噂が広がる前にお嬢に頼まれて天領奉行と対策を練っていたところなんだ。もし混乱が起きた時に対処できるようにね。
Agreed.
しかしそうは言っても天領奉行の内部は今非常に不安定な状態なんだ。
I
他の
mean,
家紋に対して九条家の制御が
I
効かな
mean
くな
that
っている。
makes a lot of sense. Honestly.
どうしてそんなことになったんだ。
What do you mean? Why is that?
九条家がファデュイと結託し
Yeah.
稲妻を破滅に追い込んでしまった。今は将軍様の裁きを待っている最中だ。ただ将軍様からの命が下されていないだけで天領奉行の人間が交代することは皆が分かりきったこと。
Okay.
簡単に言えば配下はもう命令を聞いてくれないのに仕事は同じようにやらなきゃいけないってことだね。
Can't blame them though, honestly.
高之様の体がまだお元気であれば何か方法もあったのではと思いますが。
あの時真相を見抜けず父を止めることもできなかった。
That's not your
そ
fault.
して父の代わりに当主の仕事をやってる今もなお。
そんなことおっしゃらずに鎌地様、元気を出してください。少なくとも若旦那が戻ってくるまで耐えなければいけません。
ああ、それもそうだな。兄さんも今切羽詰まってる状態だ。迷惑はかけられない。それじゃあトーマ、先ほどのことはまた後日話そう。僕は今から高塚家の当主高。
ああ、わかった。今後のためにも早く天領奉行内部のことを解決しておいてくれ。
A lot of politics going
で
on
は
right
僕も
now.
お供します、鎌地様。
いや、僕一人でいい。
え、そうですか。
でも雷のことも天領奉行のことも元はといえば全部将軍が急に声優を始めたことが原因なんだよな。
Again, I don't understand how this is different than what she was doing before.
ビクビクするだけで
Even if she's thinking about things, she's still not
え、
engaging.
そんなことできるんですか。
わからない。でも試してみる価値はあると思うぞ。
なんとか糸口が見つかったみたいだね。じゃあ君たちにお願いしてもいいかな。
Isn't
みんな
everything?
将軍様のことを心配しているんだ。もしあのお方に会えれば
Wouldn't
いら
people
ぬ
be
噂も自然と消え去
pretty
ることだろ
freaked out if they saw her in
Arigato.
person,
また
considering
君に
all
借りができ
she's
たね。
inflicted
こ
upon
んな状況
Inazuma
で
as of
将軍に
late?
会えるかもしれない
Even
人
if
って
it's by
あい
tacit
つしかいないよ
approval.
な。じゃあ早速鳴神大社に行こう。
Alright. I'm gonna be salty. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be salty until proven otherwise. Like, I have very little sympathy right now for whatever it seems she's dealing with because the people are more important. Righting the wrongs that she's done is more important than whatever she's struggling with. They should be put first because they're the ones that had to bear the brunt of everything. Wrongfully so.
よもや休憩時に神社の貴賓を迎えるとはな。わらわに会いに来てくれたのか。
No. We
い
have
くらなんで
need
も
of
冷た
something.
すぎるのではないか。わらわは汝の命の恩人じゃぞ。まあ、それが汝の魅力の一つでもあるがな。
My frankness is necessary right now.
何を聞きたいんじゃ。
最近将軍が声優を取ってるって聞いたんだ。それで稲妻外界の雷が不安定な状態になってるらしい。噂によると雷は将軍の意志と関係があるからみんな将軍の具合が悪いんじゃないかって思ってるみたいだぞ。
はあ、まあ、汝らになら隠す必要はないじゃろう。将軍様はあの戦いの後、心がこじれて人が変わってしまったんじゃ。
Okay.
将軍様の力は日々衰えておる。汝があの時強く
And it wasn't like it
打ち過ぎ
even
たせい
was
じゃな。
me only. It was all the wishes of the
あやつ
Inazuman
にとって
people
敗北は
combined
何よりも重い
that
一撃
essentially got us through that.
それにこの前わらわが会いに行った時、ああ、わらわの旧友よ。
Poor
甘
thing.
味を食べながら娯楽小説を読むことができず、心が乱れて泣きわめいてしまうとは。しくしく、かわいそうに。
Pretty sure Miko's just straight up lying. I don't think I don't think the Shogun was crying and ranting and raving. Also, poor thing. It's a little biased, which makes sense, I guess, because Miko's her friend. But I have very little
そんなことで
sympathy.
泣きわめく神がいるか。
仕方ないじゃろ。わらわからすれば、汝らの心配は、わらわの嘘と
Oh,
同じように
good to know
無意
that
味な
the
もののよ
well-being
う
of
に
the
聞
people
こ
of
える。
Inazuma is
あれ
meaningless.
は永遠を求める永じゃぞ。凡人の命などあやつからすれば主湯に過ぎぬ。
She's
凡人に
oh.
安否を心配されてどうしろというのじゃ。
This right here is why I don't really like these two.
無事なんだ
this
詳
detachment
しい状況はわらわ
from
も
the
知らぬ
people and the
静養
just
したいと言ってい
no
ったし
care.
わらわもこれといった用がなかったゆえ自分から面倒に巻き込まれに行く必要もなかったしの
No reason to
じゃが
disturb her.
雷の件はわらわも耳にしておるあやつの意志に変化が起きたという点についてはいささかありえないことでもないじゃろうな静養中に会えるのは稲妻でもわらわだけじゃじゃがなぜわらわが何時らの手助けをせねばならぬのじゃ浮世のすべてをとっくに見飽きたわらわの心を一体何で動かそうと
Okay, I'm absolutely doing this for the people of Inazuma, but knowing how Ye just dismissed them entirely, we'll say for A. Because we know that that's what Ye cares about and not really the people.
これは通行
Best way to
証じゃ
manipulate her.
門番の奥詰め集に見せれば
ありがとうミコ
さっきの質問は冗談じゃったがあのように答えたからにはしっかりとや
Wait,
って
in
もらうぞ
jest? So she didn't mean
そう
it?
じゃ通行証も後でわらわに返すんじゃぞ
Okay. I don't know. Maybe I seem harsh, but I don't think I'm being harsh. I mean, especially considering all that we have learned so far and how much attention the people need. And for Miko to be like, well, she only cares about eternity, so her worrying about the people isn't like her biggest priority, which to me is just insane. It's just insane considering she's literally the Archon, and while I know Archons uphold their ideals,
将軍様
it's
は
just like
現
a
在静
complete
養中です
dismissal
誰も会うことはできません
of her job.
オイラたちミコからもらった通行証があるんだ
ご冗談を今まで宮
Oh
司
my
様
god,
が
I'm
他の
not in
方
the
に
mood
通
for
行
this.
証を渡したことはありませんそれがたとえ
I do
あな
not
たたちの
have
ように名高い
time.
旅人であろうとも
I don't have time for this. Move aside or you will be moved.
将軍様はそんな八重宮司様を信頼しているからこそこの通行証
If
に
you
効
would
力
stop
を
lecturing me for a second.
これは本物
Damn, I feel cranky.
わかりました
I feel so cranky right now.
あなた失礼しました
Like, why is the shogunate always disrespecting us to the max? These soldiers are always
くれぐれも失礼のないよう
always showing the disrespect, bro. Is she pacing? Is this the puppet or A?
なんかうろうろ歩いてるぞ落ち着かない様子だな
Like a caged animal. With the pass.
無断でこの地に入る者は直ちに排除します。
待ってオイラたちだなんでまた敵を見るかのような
We are enemies, Paimon.
もう
We're only being civil on the people's behalf.
ここに入ったのも正当な手段を
This might be the puppet. I don't know.
いけません。武力行使は禁則事項でした。
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
と
this
に
is
か
the
くお帰
puppet.
りを。私の静養を邪魔しないでください。知る必要はありません。これが私の静養時の状態です。
Recuperation state.
おいなんかちょっと変じゃないか
この身に休息は必要ありません。しかし、私はあくまでも内なる者の協力者。静養が彼女の意志であるなら、その願いに従うまでです。
Okay.
ってことは 声優は中の A が干渉してるんだな。
I mean, we already knew this, though.
でもなんでだろう。たとえ将軍が外で活動してても一心浄土には影響しないはずだろう。あんなに大きな庭園もあるんだし、西洋にぴったり
Well,
な
let's hope
環境
she's
じゃ
not
ないか。
resting or
彼女の願
relaxing.
いです。それ以外言うことはありません。今の私が外へ行っても何もやることはありません。事務を処理しないのもそれをすることができないからです。
Okay.
どういうことだ？
すべて禁則事項です。もう私に話しかけないでください。
どうしよう。全く会話が進まない。
あなたたちでしたか。お久しぶりです。
There we go. Finally talking to the person in charge.
都合が悪いので、私に会いたければ直接中へ来てください。
All right.
急にオイラたちを中に引き入れるなよ。びっくりしたぞ。
あら、何を慌てているのですか？
外の将軍は壊れちゃったのか？修理しないとダメなんじゃないか？
その心配は必要ありません。あれは私の意思です。将軍のほとんどの機能は
Okay.
私が一時的に停止しました。今の将軍は事務も処理できず、私として振る舞うこともできません。ですので、いっそのこと静養を皆に告げたのです。言ったはずです。稲妻の永遠についてもう一度よく考える必要
Can
があ
that
ると。
eternity include the people,
それには
please?
時間が必要に
They're
な
the
りま
ones
す。
that need your help and
そして
attention right now.
私が考えを終えるまでの間、元となる規則にのっとって動く将軍が間違いを起こしては
Well,
な
at
りません。
least you've thought of this. At least
将
that.
軍にスイッチみたいなものはないのか？
ありません。想像した時は停止することを考慮していませんでしたので。それに当時の私は未来の私が将軍の運行規則を変える可能性があると考えた上に、そのようなことは永遠にふさわしくないと思った
Well,
ので
that's
す。
because your idea of eternity is
そのため
flawed.
予期せぬ事態に対する保険として、将軍は規則修正に対して非常に完璧な防御機能を備えています。私にとって人形の規則を直接変えるよりも、永遠の形についての考えが終わるまでいくつかの機能を一時的に停止する方が効率的なんです。
そういうことか。じゃあ稲妻外界の雷が荒れ狂ってるのは将軍の機能がいくつか停止したからなんだな。
雷が荒れ狂う？それは初耳ですね。
Well, you'd know if you deigned to grace the mortal plane with your presence once in a
なる
while.
ほど。外界の雷がそのようなことに。
厄介な状況なのか？
操作の手違いでそういうこともあるんです。後で私が将軍を調整すれば問題ありません。
So yeah, a little
そんな目
arbitrary.
で見ないでください。こういった操作は今までにやったことがないんです。将軍の構造は複雑なもので、調整をするだけでも
Stop
問題が出て
acting
く
like a
るものなん
child.
です。
Stop giving me
これは言い訳ではあり
excuses.
ませんよ。
They are excuses.
事実を言っているだけです。
Do better.
大丈夫。
You're literally an Archon.
解決。
いいえ、進むべき方向は見つけたのですが、未だに矛盾が存在しています。しかし、それほど急ぐ必要は
There
あり
is
ません。
urgency. What are you talking
慎
about?
重さを欠いて結論をせいてしまっては本末転倒ですので。え？
みんな将軍の元気な姿を見れば外で噂されてる憶測とかもなくなると思うぞ。それに 場所を変えて気分転換すれば新しい考えが思いつく
Let's
かも
hope
し
her
れない。
presence doesn't strike fear into the
こ
common
の一
people.
心浄土を離れろと
Considering what the soldiers
私
and
にとっ
stuff
て
have been
必要
doing in
な
her
ことではあり
name.
ません。しかしあなたの誘いであればわかりました。外に行ってみましょう。気分転換に行くのですから、私のことはエイと呼んでくれて構いませんよ。堅苦しい呼び方はあまり好きではないので。
でもオイラたちの目の前にいるのは A の意
She
識だろ。
probably can possess the puppet or
もちろん
something.
方法はあります。
She's done that before.
自分で自分を監禁するような真似はしません。
おお、じゃあもう心配はいらないな。これからはオイラたちがお前のガイドだ。
ガイド？何ですかそれは。
今の稲妻で何が美味しくて何が面白いか。
The fact that she needs a tour guide for her own freaking country is ridiculous.
じゃあ出発。
How can you be a good leader if you don't know who you're leading? You know what I mean? I mean, to compare this with Zhongli, who always walked amongst his people, even when he was still ruling as the Archon on high, right? He still regularly walked amongst his people because that's the only way to keep in touch with them and to understand them and where they're at. Venti is regularly amongst his people, and even though his whole thing is freedom and he doesn't want to involve himself in how they run things on purpose, he still was intimately tied to his people. But the Shogun is like the only one who isn't like that, and it shows.
ここが今の市場ですか？記憶にあったものとはだいぶかけ離れていますね。
Obviously, it's different.
町の店も商売をしている人もあの当時とは全く違います。将軍様、
どうして将軍様がここに？
将軍様は病気じゃ。どうして急に？
どうやらここの人たちを驚かせてしまったようです。
I wonder
将
why.
軍様が急に現れたら驚くのも無理はないな。
Shall we guilt trip her?
町の見回りは天領奉行の仕事となります。将軍が処理すべき情報や下すべき指示はとても多いため、
Well, maybe
自ら出
you
向く
should
時
be
間が
making
ない
time
の
for
です。
her to do that,
それに将軍は
considering
休息
the
がいりませ
situation.
んので、暇つぶしや気分転換をする必要もありません。
なあ、どうする？一旦ここを離れて騒ぎが収まった頃にこっそり戻ってくるか？
どうしてですか？私は何も面倒を起こしに来たわけではありません。
Relax.
気にする必要はありません
Of
よ。
all the things that urgently need your
心配してる
attention,
の
you
は
want to
こ
just
こにい
chill.
る一般の人たちの方なんだけど。まあいいか。そういうのもお前らしいもんな。
I'm sorry, but I'm gonna be salty until she gives me a reason not to be.
交渉にモラを使っているんですよね。
Yeah.
おお、これは今も昔と同じだ。って待てよ。まさかエイもモラがないってことはないよな。
もちろん持っていませんよ。一心浄土では需要がありませんので、何か品物が必要な場合は奉行衆に送ってもらえばいいのですから。しかしどうして私もなんでしょう。
Well, Zhongli didn't have any either, and honestly, neither did Venti.
皆さん規律正しく過ごしているようで、あなたの言った賑やかが全く感じられません。おや、ここの屋台は何を売っているのでしょうか。
将
The
軍
subtitles
様
are
の前
delayed.
で賑やかになれないよな。
見たことのないものですね。
将軍様、これは失礼いたしました。
いいえ、そうかしこまらず。本日は気分転換に来ましたので、少し見るだけです。あなたの売っているものを私に教えていただけますか？
もちろんです。僕がここで売っているのは食べ物です。たこ焼き、団子、それと牛乳とか。
その中に牛乳が混じって
Way
る
to be
なんて
rude, Paimon.
なんか変だな。
あなたの感じ取った変は僕がわざとつけた特色なんです。城には悠久の歴史を持つ老舗がたくさんあって、僕が何を売ろうとそれらにはかないません。ですので僕は目新しい組み合わせを作り、お客さんに新鮮な体験をしてもらおうと決めたんです。例えば僕が最近開発した団子牛乳。団子を練りつぶして牛乳によく溶け込ませたものです。味もさることながら全く新しい奇妙な食感も楽しめますよ。
団子に牛乳、聞いたことがありませんね。どうしてこのようなものを考えたのですか？
申し訳ございません将軍様。決して永遠に意見があるわけではありません。
かしこまらないでと言ったはずです。そんなに恐れおののく必要はないんですよ。私の追い求める永遠が団子と牛乳によって揺るがされるものではないでしょ。
あれ、なんだか噂に聞いた将軍様と少し違うような。実は僕も思いついたのは偶然でした。ある日友達がお客さんのおもてなしをする際、団子を作りすぎてしまったらしく、食べきれないからと僕にくれたんです。しかし僕にとってもその量は多くで、ちょうどその時僕の店でも牛乳が売れ残っていることに気づきました。そしてそこで試しに2つのものを混ぜてみたところ、ちょうどいい塩梅で混ぜることで意外にも美味しいことが分かりまして。
偶然からなるもの。面白いですね。私にも一杯いただけますか？
将軍様にご興味を持っていただけるなんて。はい、もちろんです。あなた方も一杯どうぞ。
甘くて美味しいです。それともっちりとした食感も不思議な飲み心地ですね。
そうだな。飲み物は飲んでるのになんか食べてる感じだ。
おかゆみたいな。全く同じとは言えませんが、どうであれ好みの味です。
ありがとうございます。
こんなに美味しい団子牛乳、さぞ売れ行きもいいのでしょう？
いえ、実は売り上げは全然。
良くないんですか？どうして？
実際に飲んでくれた人の評価は結構いいんですが、ほとんどの人がこの組み合わせをおかしいと思っているようで、口にすらしてくれないのです。別に将軍様の感覚がおかしいということではないです。お気を悪くしないでください。
そうでしたか。それなら簡単です。シャブ業の人に何百杯か購入してもらい、一人一人に配ってもらえばいいでしょう。
いえ将軍様、それはいくらなんでもやりすぎかと。
やりすぎですか？皆さんにも試してもらいたいと思っただけですが。団子牛乳を飲んだことがないというのは非常にもったいないことかと。
それは。
至極当然なことです。人間は皆甘いものが好きだと聞きました。私が甘味を食べることもおかしなことではないでしょ。ミコもそう言っていました。はあ、 やはり甘味は気分を良くしてくれますね。一人で考え込んでいた時よりだいぶ気分が良くなりました。そういえば以前ミコが言っていたのですが、八重堂を立ち上げて娯楽小説を売っているとかなんとか。それでいつも私に自慢していたのですが、私にはそれがどんなものなのかすらわかりません。いいぞ、
いろんなものを見てみよう。
I'm sorry if I'm being so quiet. I know it's out of character, but I'm genuinely just so dumbfounded. Like, there's so many urgent things that need our attention, and while I do understand it's important for her to refamiliarize herself with her, at least her main city, I mean, there are so many wrongs that need to be righted. And I'm just dumbfounded that we're spending time doing these things.
将軍様？将軍様直々に八重堂にいらっしゃるなんて、何か重大な伝達事項でも？
いえ、そんなにかしこまらず、ただ見に来ただけです。
申し訳ございません。何のことかさっぱり。管理方面のことでしょうか。
Fire safety measures,
それと
yeah.
も出版規範、もしくは消防問題など？
将軍はただ単に本が読みたいだけなんだ。
将軍様が娯楽小説を？
ええ、何かおすすめの本はありますか？
八重堂の小説は主に一般向けで、内容も奇て烈なものが多く、将軍様の趣味に合うかどうか。
あくまでも試みですので、同じものばかりでは意味がありません。安心してください。文字で書かれた物語である限り、理解できないということはありませんよ。
それはそうですが。
大丈夫だ。理解できなくてもオイラたちが将軍に説明してやるぞ。
わかりました。では最近の話題作が置かれているあちらの本棚までどうぞ。中にはこの小説はすごいの受賞作品もあります。つい最近その作品をまとめて売り始めたんですよ。まあそこまで深く考えず楽しんでいってください。
わかりました。では行きましょう。どういうことでしょう。私が甘く見ていたのでしょうか。本に書かれた文字や単語はわかるのに、つなげて読むと意味が理解できません。例えばこの天聖ヒルチャール、夕暮れの実を食べ続けたら最強になった件について、名前が長いですね。ヒルチャールは本当に夕暮れの実を食べて強くなれるのでしょうか。少なくともお肉を食べる必要があるはず。
これはこの本の設定だぞ。
設定とは？設定は何に使われるのですか？事実を書いた物語に信憑性はあるのでしょうか？それにヒルチャールは物語を書く能力がないはず。作者がヒルチャールの生活を記録しているのでしょうか？
なんで黒田があんなことを前もって言ったのか分かったような気がする。こうしよう。オイラたち2人が
We're gonna spend.
分かりやすい
Oh my
小説を
god.
選んでお前に
Just give her one of
聞かせてや
them
るよ。
and she can read it on her own time.
わかりました。
And Miko, I'm sure, would be
私は
happy to
い
freaking
ろいろ
explain
な
it to
本を読ん
her.
できたつもりでしたが、このような物語を読むと、ですが期待はしています。ミコらしさが伝わってくる、きっと面白いものだと思いますから。
じゃあオイラたちに任せろ。ちょっと待っててく
While
れ
I
よな。
understand it's necessary that we're like holding her by the hand and showing her what her own country is like. I can understand how this is necessary for her to, I guess, reevaluate what eternity should mean, is where I'm assuming this is going. Life made me a fighter and I just want to be a writer. Different gangs. Okay. Okay, so the first one or something? Is that what we should pick? This is so involved for no reason. The chaotic epic tale. Okay. 7 beautiful women? What? This is probably going to be offensive or something. I understand maybe like taking her around the city but like why are we picking these books? Why isn't someone like Miko with a much deeper relationship with A? Why isn't she doing this with her? Wouldn't that be more profound? Why are we sifting through books when there are much more urgent matters? Am I crazy for thinking that?
その顔からしていい物語に出会えたみたいですね。今のリーゆえに暮らす者の心はこんなにも複雑なのですか。
Humans in general are pretty complex, in case you haven't noticed.
主人公は自らの才能を直視したくないようですが、稀に見る正義感の持ち主でもありますね。今はどこにいるのでしょう。稲妻へ来るつもりはありますでしょうか。ぜひ奉行衆に彼を招いてもらい、彼と一勝負してみたいものです。
これは架空の人物だから現実には存在しないぞ。それよりも注目すべきなのは悪役の方だろ。ああいう悪どいやり方をしたやつらに対して何も思わないのか。
悪役？愚かな人たちのことですね。悪者であれば最後に裁きを受けるのも自業自得でしょう。
Behaving foolishly, huh? Behaving foolishly, huh?
どうやらエイは脇役に全然興味ないみたいだな。エイは八重堂の娯楽小説に対して何か感想はあるか？オイラたちの選んだ物語はどうだった？
具体的な内容よりも物語から感じ取れたのは時間が稲妻に残した痕跡です。私が一心浄土に長く居座ると決めた頃はまだ八重堂というものはありませんでした。将軍は私の意志に従い永遠の国を作ろうと最善を尽くしました。
That's so
この
flawed.
ですが今食べ物も物語も
You're getting there.
だいぶ違ったものになっています。
You're getting there.
その考えには同意できません。もし私たちがまだ一心浄土にいればきっとそう答えていたでしょう。しかし事実が目の前にある今、
Well, good
そ
to
の
hear.
現状に異を唱えるわけにはいきません。
お前に新しい考えを持ってもらおうって考えたからこそ外に誘った
A
んだ。
reality check, more
記
like.
憶とは違うものみたいだけどみんな今の生活を楽しんでる。これはきっと間違いじゃないはずだろ？
ええ、その通りですね。私は変化の一切に慎重な態度でいま
Well,
した
I'm
が、
relieved to hear that.
永遠を追い求めたいと思ったのは決して人類の進歩を止めようとしたからではありません。あなたたちの誘いを受けて本当に良かったです。こうし、それはあなたがこういうことに慣れているからですよ。たくさんのことを拝見したくさんのことを考えられました。いくら褒めたたえてもいくら振り返っても足りないほどです。
A photo.
エイが楽しめたのなら記念となるものを残した方がいいもんな。
撮影？一体どうしてそう私が聞いたことのない言葉ばかりが現れるのでしょう。
大丈夫だ。オイラたちについてきてくれ。景色のいい場所に行けばオイラたちが何をしたいのかきっ
Are we really just about to take a photo? After this, can we like address the problems in your city, please? There's so many people who need your
今から何
attention.
をするのですか？
お前のために写真を残すんだ。具体的な操作はオイラたちに任せろ。お前はそこに立ってポーズを取るだけでいいぞ。簡単に言うと写真は今この瞬間のお前を記録することができるんだ。
ポーズを取るとはどういうことでしょう？なるほど。つまりあなたたちに向かって見栄えのある格好を取ればいいのですね。よく考えるとなんだか恥ずかしいですね。どうすればいいのでしょうか？何か私に案をください。見栄えするものがいいですが大げさすぎるのは避けていただけると。でないと恥ずかしくて仕方ありません。気楽ならこうでしょうか。肩肘を張りすぎない楽な姿勢です。はい、ではお願いします。
いい角度を決めてエイを
Like, I might be projecting my own personal anxieties. Like, if I was A and I'd messed up as badly as she did, and I couldn't rest until I'd fixed my mistakes. Like, I couldn't rest. I wouldn't be able to do anything. I wouldn't be able to relax or hang out or whatever. I'd be desperate to do whatever I needed to do in order to fix my mistakes, or at least address the current problems at hand to the best of my abilities. So maybe that's why I'm so agitated, is because I just keep thinking, well, if this was me, I don't think I couldn't like I couldn't stand to just do nothing or relax.
お前もサボることがあるんだな。
All right. Anyways. Okay, you're kidding me. The whole view of the city is to the left. But she's in this corner? What do you mean? It is on her face. I cannot believe that we took a picture in this corner when that corner with the sunset in the background and the city and everything is just like right there.
不思議ですね。砲術の一種でしょうか。この中に、しかし動かないみたいですね。先ほどまで体がこわばっていてあまりよく撮れていないと思っていましたが、今見てみると想像よりもだいぶ自然な感じで撮れているように思えてきました。全く同じ姿勢で、そして背後の風景も一体どういう仕組みなのでしょう。
それがこいつのすごいところなんだ。
少々お待ちを。まだ原理を理解することができていません。つまりこの中にいるのは私ではない。私ではないのなら、どうして私と全く同じ姿なのでしょう。そしてもし私であるなら、今の私とは一体何なのでしょうか。
これはおいらの回答能力を超える質問だ。そうだぞ、お前は将軍を自分のことだと思ってるのか。
もちろんです。今まで稲妻の管理を他の人に任せようと思ったことはありません。じ
ゃあ今のお前は何なんだ。
それを言うなら、私は私です。私の存在、なんだか分かってきたような気がします。私は私であり、一人しかいませんが、無数の形で存在することができるのですね。どのような形で存在するのかはあまり重要なことではないようです。例えば将軍は私の存在する形の一種であり、彼女が私であるかどうかという問題は決して彼女の体にある部品によって決まることではありません。
そういうことならこの写真もお前の存在する形の一種だな。
ええ、永遠を追い求める私でさえも存在の形が変わり続けていたのですね。そうであれば一体どうして稲妻に、そして稲妻で生きる一人一人の方に普遍を要求できるというのでしょう。今回あなたたちとの旅で見たものは全て私の認識外にあるものでした。
Clearly.
お恥ずかしい一面を見られてしまいましたね。あなたたちにはわからないと思いますが、
If it hadn't challenged your understanding, then we would have
今
had a
回見聞
problem.
きしたもので定義するのなら、今の稲妻は私の印象とは大きくかけ離れたものになっています。ですが、決してそのような理由で今の稲妻が稲妻ではないと否定してはなりません。メガリレー、千手百目心臓、これらはすべて永遠に追い求めるために生まれたもの。もし私自身が永遠に近づいていたら、このようなことは起きなかったでしょう。私はすべてをきつく縛り付けすぎていたのでしょうか。
どうやら分かったみたいだな。今回のオイラのガイド、すごく価値のあるものになったみたいだ。
鎌地様、鎌地様。
お、なんか下が騒がしいな。一平みたいだ。どうしたんだろう。
天領奉行の人ですか。
そうみたいだ。 何があったか聞きに行ってみよう。
And there's the issue that I knew would need our urgent attention. We've now lost our window to be proactive about the issue. Now we're only able to react instead of, you know, take things one step at a time in order to do our best to remedy the problem. But hopefully this goes well.
一平、何かあったのか？
あなたたちでしたか。僕は将軍様。九条鎌地坊ちゃんに会いにいらしたのでしょうか。申し訳ございません。鎌地様はまだお帰りになっていません。もしよければ私めが代わりにことづかりましょうか。
そうかしこまらず。ここへ来たのは用件があったからではなく。
はい、実は鎌地様が交渉に行ったきり帰ってこず、
That is
何
not
かあったの
good.
ではないかと心配しているんです。鎌地様は普段外でブラブラしたまま帰ってこないことがしばしばありますので、ですがなぜか今日に限って。
We should go look
九条
then.
鎌地。聞いた感じでは九条家の子息のようですね。
はい、申し訳ございません。当主は病を抱え、若旦那は長年不在。現在九条家は九条鎌地が
天領奉行が混乱に陥っていることは私も噂に聞きました。そのことが九条鎌地と関係があるのですか？
申し訳ございません、将軍様。それも九条家の失態です。九条家の名誉が大きく傷つき、勢力が衰退し、将軍様は天領奉行の今後の取り決めを将軍様も決めていませんでしたので、ですので鎌地様は高塚家にこの状況を仕切ってもらおうと交渉に行ったのです。
だったら奉行所で交渉してるはずだ。どうしてこんなところで探してるんだ？
いえ、今回の会合場所は特別なところでして、僕も戸惑っていたところなんです。場所は鳴上大社近くにある山の上で、そこに高塚家が所有する特別な
高塚家、聞き覚えのある名です。長きにわたり九条家の補佐を務めていたはずですが。
はい、そうなんです。だからこそ鎌地様は交渉に行きました。しかしいくら話す内容があるにしても城内をくまなく探したんですが、まだ帰ってきてないとなると。そうですね、僕もその可能性を考えました。ですが僕の身分では僕の考えすぎの可能性もあります。もし交渉の邪魔になってしまったら、それこそどう許しを請えば。
That won't happen if
僕
we
は
go.
鎌地様の付き人ですが、幼い頃から一緒に成長してきた仲でもあるんです。僕はあの方のように賢くはないので手助けはほとんどできません。しかし自分の失態で鎌地様を危険にさらしたくはないんです。
将軍様は
Yeah, are you going to be taking initiative on this or do I have to?
直接出向いてみましょう。
Okay.
私の身分であれば交渉の邪魔をしてもあなたに影響はないはずです。それに元はといえば、私が早急な決断を出せなかったのが原因。このことは私が解決すべきです。
These responses are ridiculous.
ありがとうござい
But
ます。
I'm glad she has
将軍様
realized that
直々に
and
出向
she's
いていた
taking
だけるなんて。
responsibility.
ではその会合場所を記しておきますね。
That's what I like to see. All right, let's go figure out what's going on with Romeo. See if we can help him. All right. To hear mortal hearts.
こんな見つかりにくい場所にあったのか。
一般的には山奥にこのような建物を建てる理由はないはずですが、
Evade
この地
detection
に
for
属さな
sure.
い気配を感じました。危険な気配です。
Okay.
用心して進みましょう。あの九条家の子息、すでに危険な目に遭っているかもしれません。
Alrighty then. Okay, we get to test her. Oh, a spear user. Okay. I think I already knew that, but seeing her use one is different. So So she's a mobile unit. Okay. Well, she seems strong, but that makes sense since her whole thing was her being a warrior, right?
でもここは天領奉行の敷地のはずだ。
何か妙です。道を阻む者は全て切り捨てましょう。
Ronin being here is not a good sign.
ここより弱滅の時。
Okay, so she's using a sword now. And then she switches back to the spear. Okay. Kind of like Child with his different stances, but just a little more limited. But it hits really hard. Looks like we got a situation. Uh-oh. Alright, let's insert ourselves into this. Okay. Okay, this is the guy he was coming to meet.
今の状況を私に話してください。高塚家の跡取り。
私たちはただ近頃天領奉行で起きたことについて話し合いをしていただけです。将軍様がお気になさる必要はございません。
そのためだけにこのような人里離れた場所で浪人とカイラギを見張りに置いていたのですか？
それは近頃の混乱のせいで安全面の問題を考慮し。
黙りなさい。九条家の子息、説明を。
はい。もともと交渉が目的で来たのですが、彼らが欲したのは九条家が罪を認めることを記した書面でした。
罪を認める？
はい。九条家がメガリレーで犯した諸々の罪や近頃起きた様々な失態など事実を述べているだけで決して捏造ではありません。確かに捏造ではないでしょう。しかしその中には高塚家の功績が多々記されてありました。高塚家は危機に陥っても混乱することなく必死に形勢を変えようとしたと。しかしそれらは全て身も蓋もないことです。
Yeah, it's a power grab.
何を言う。貴様急に態度を変えよって話が違う。事実を述べたまで。判断は将軍様が下してくれるでしょう。高塚家は自らの印象を良くしようと操作し九条家に取って代わろうとしているだけに過ぎません。そうでなければどうして先の書面にありもしない功績を強調して書いたのでしょう。そしてこのように軟禁する形で僕に署名を強制させるのでしょう。何を言ってる。誰が貴様なんかを軟禁しているというんだ。これは交渉だ。
状況はおおむね理解しました。
この赤蔵のざれ言に耳を傾けないでください。将軍様も知っての通り九条家は以前大きな過ちを犯しました。
あなたたちの論争に興味はありません。しかし高塚家の跡取り、あなたは天領奉行の地位を得たいと思っている。
それははい、将軍様のために全てを捧げる。これは天領奉行衆にいる全ての者が永遠に追い求めることです。
そうであればわざわざこんなことをする必要はありません。天領奉行を任命するのは私です。決闘で私に勝った者に新たな天領奉行の座を与えましょう。
将軍様と決闘。
初代天領奉行は己が手に握った刀を用いて彼の意志を私に証明しました。それがあったからこそ 今の九条家まで受け継がれてきたのです。私に新たな名を認めさせようとするならば、当然それ相応の試練を受ける必要があります。
そんな。
まさか剣術の心得がないとでも？それとも年を取って自信をなくしているのですか？
To be fair though, not that I'm
私
trying to
のため
defend
と口にしておきながら、
the asshole here,
私
but
の刀と相対するのが怖い。
skill with a blade isn't always equal to a good leader.
そうですか。
You know?
ではあなたたちは高司でも何でも私に勝てれば新たな天領奉行と認めましょう。私の前に立つ勇気のある者は一人もいないのですか？
僕に挑戦させてください、将軍様。
九条家の子息。残念ながらあなたが私に勝っても九条家の犯した過ちが帳消しになることはありません。
いえ、勝算があるとは思っていません。それに当主があんな過ちを犯してしまったんです。九条家が天領奉行を受け継いでいくのも終わって当然だと僕は思います。メガリレーを執行していた時、僕は父の考え方に疑問を抱いていました。自分のしていることが間違っていることも自覚していたんです。しかしどんなに疑いや反省を繰り返しても、たとえ全てを理解していても行動には移せませんでした。
You know what's crazy to me is that he's having all these dilemmas and he's shouldering all this burden and guilt when he isn't really even the problem.
何もしなかったんです。
少々残酷ですが、
And for her to say something like this, because
どちらにしても何もで
okay,
きま
hold
せんでした。
on. Okay, I'm trying not to get heated.
はい。僕の力は微々たるものです。
She has no right to be lecturing or judging
父は
anybody
話を
right
聞いてく
now.
れず、兄も僕を手伝え
This man was a
一
product
定に
of
叱
the
られることもしば
situation,
しばありました。
trapped in something he had little agency in. While Raiden Shogun, who's judging him right now, was in charge of everything and messed up the most.
父と同じ責務を果たします。
Like, this is insane to me that she's having him confess when he wasn't even the one who instigated the problem, and it was because of her weakness as a leader that it happened in the first place.
この九条鎌地にも同じ形で終わらせてください。これが僕に残された何かできる最後の機会なんです。
明らかに意味のないことです。
His humility should have meaning.
受け入れましょう。かかってきなさい。
Maybe her accepting this is her way of meeting his humility with her own. I'm not sure. But she better not hurt him. He doesn't deserve it. It was his father who fucked up. And his father was only led astray by the Fatui because A couldn't lead, was absent. And now she's what, expecting her people to also bear the burden of her inability to lead? I don't know. I'm confused. Like, in my opinion, this guy has way more honor than A at the moment. He recognizes his burdens and understands his responsibilities in a way that A didn't. I know he's trying to earn back his honor. I understand that's what's happening. But I feel like A also needs to earn back her own honor.
の中にある変数ですか。しかしその誇りまだその血に残っていたようですね。九条鎌地は傷を負いました。高司の跡取り、面倒を見てやってください。挑戦する勇気がなくともこのような雑務はこなせるでしょう。
はあ、返す言葉もございません。誠に申し訳ございません。
今の九条家では対局に耐えることはできないでしょう。このことは以前から聞いていました。もともと天領奉行の後継者を探すのは確かに急を要すること。しかしこの決闘を経て九条家への処置はしばらく保留することにしました。これから高司家は以前と同じように九条家に助力していってください。
将軍様の仰せのままに忠誠を誓います。
もしあなたたちがまだファディのやり方に従い誤った情報で私に間違った判断をさせようと考えていたら、私は今日と同じように再び出向くでしょう。その時は私の刀に容赦はないことを肝に銘じておきなさい。
So let me get this straight. This guy who actually fucked up isn't getting punished.
もう結構です。
But
その他の
the
調査は
honorable son
奥詰め衆
of
に
the
任せます。
of the corrupted
あなたたち
father,
は
he got
私と共に
punished.
来てください。
And A
静かな場所へ行き
was the one doing the
話したいことがあります。
punishing, even though she has no right to punish anybody for this situation because she created it by being absent and not leading and letting the Fatui mess around with her clans. Am I just like am I being overly sensitive about this or like misinterpreting? Because this is really irking me. I mean, I'm hoping that this is solved in terms of like her coming to understand her faults in everything that happened, because she messed up, and this whole situation is the direct result. Oh, a chest is a direct result of her mistakes. And yet she's the one standing on high punishing people. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. She should be taking all of this on her shoulders. This is her burden to bear. All that's happening with the clans, all this nonsense, this is on her.
映画物事を処理するとき、やっぱり将軍って感じがして威厳たっぷりだったな。
そうですか。自分では結構融通が利くようになったと思いますが。
Is this something she's proud of? Because this isn't conductive of good leadership. He would have just been decapitated for being honorable? Okay, sure.
あの目を見ればわかります。
Okay.
九条家には栄光から衰退へと確かに想像を絶するほど大きな変化が起きました。九条鎌地は優秀な後継者ではありませんでしたが、
Hardly a great heir. Well, it's not like the clan has a lot of prestige. I mean, the clan, as you just said, is declined. I would think that the honorable son was a good start to a better future.
街の散歩
I mean,
あな
obviously,
たたちがくれた写
I
真
don't think the clan should probably be in
それらを
charge,
見た
but
からこそこのことに気づけた
why
の
is
で
she
す。
shitting on the son? That doesn't make sense to me.
どうなるんだ？
Especially
まだ天
coming
皇
from
奉行を
her.
引き続き
At
や
least
れ
he
るのか？
faced his problems and his responsibilities and his burdens. She
あの
didn't.
後継者に光るも
Not
の
yet,
が
at
あるとはい
least.
え、しかしもう少し時間を与えましょう。
Oh, perfect.
何せ過ちを
Okay.
犯したの
Then
は
I'll take back some of my
彼らだけではない
saltiness,
の
as
です
she's saying right now. Not the only ones who made
将軍
mistakes.
は
Okay,
間違
okay,
いを犯さない。犯してはいけないもの。
okay. All right.
しか
Okay.
しエイとして
I accept this. I accept
彼らには
this. This is
お詫びの
progress.
気持ちを伝えたいと思います。
This is
こ
development.
れからの日
I'm
々
not mad at this.
考えるべきことがたくさんあるでしょう。 しかし少なくとも今は進むべき道を見つけられたような気がします。
This is what I wanted to hear in the
それ
room
はや
just
は
now.
り将軍に任せるでしょう。最も永遠を脅かすのは時間がもた
What?
らす
You're gonna leave it to the
魔法ですから。
shogun? No, that's
将軍に
backtracking.
は自己保護の機能があると言いましたよね。それは
But she needs to be
私が時
changed
間
and
ととも
altered.
に変化してしまうことを予測したからな
And
の
if you
です。
change enough, isn't that gonna be a
ま
problem?
とまった考えについてはどんなに困難でもやり遂げようと思います。
All right. Well, at least I can respect the resolve to take accountability. I mean, at least there's
確
that.
かにこの一時は記念しておく価値のあるものですね。
そうだな。天領奉行のことも解決したし、城内の人も健康な
I still
将
don't
軍の
understand
姿
why
が
she
見れ
doesn't
た。
want to rule directly. I'm
も
still
し
confused
外を
about
回る
that.
のが気に入ったのなら、
I mean, I
ま
guess
たお
she's.
前を誘いに来る
She
よ。
said she brought up erosion like Zhongli
いいえ
did.
結構です。これは私の生活の一部ではありませんので。
So maybe she doesn't want to rule directly for the same reason he stepped down entirely. I don't know. But they're such different
私は帰る
archons.
準備をします。静養はまだしばらく続きますが、あまり長くはならないでしょう。あまり重要でないことは、あな
Minor
たたち
issues.
人間に任せるとします。
What is your definition of minor issues?
じゃあまた今度な。いろいろ予想外のこともたくさん起きたけど、最後は結構順調にいったな。あとは通行証をミコに返すだけだ。
I think the biggest difference between Zhongli stepping down and Raiden not being like actively ruling is that Zhongli primed Li Wei to take care of itself. The shogun didn't. Well, she neglected it. For whatever the reasons are, whether they be for grief or whatever the situation is, it doesn't change the fact that she just neglected Inazuma and put it in the hands of a puppet that wasn't capable of critical thinking, that upheld almost impossible standards for its people, and allowed an outside party to fuck with her clans.
ミコ、帰ったぞ。
ほう、ならば汝らの物語をしかとわらわに話してもらおうか。実に面白い。堂々たる将軍様が田舎から来た素朴な娘のように城内で買い物をするとは。
Well, I'm glad you find it endearing
この目で
because
見
it
られな
was
かったのが
just
誠に
frustrating for
惜し
me.
まれる。いいんじゃ。あやつはそのようなこと気にせぬ。決してな。
Well, then maybe you should have
だ
done
が
it.
汝らの話によれば、あやつは永遠のあり方について少しだけ触れることができたようじゃな。それが一番重要な収穫じゃ。実を言うと、汝らに通行証を渡したときは、ここまでの進展があるとは思わなかった。
おお、もうすべてが止まることを強制することはないみたいだぞ。
At least we have this, you know?
よく言えば神の独りよがりな思い、悪く言えば属性の七失勢でさえより強大な存在を前にしたとき、なすすべのないこともあるということじゃ。
There's the heavenly principles thing again.
自分で考えろ。とにかく話を聞くと今回の旅は愉快なものであったみたいじゃな。今度またあやつに会いたいときはわらわに通行証を借りに来るといい。口では言わぬが実は結構な寂
Well,
しがり
I'm
屋なん
only
じゃ
going to be coming to visit her if there's another
で
problem.
も、付き添いはいらないって。
At
あや
least
つは神じゃ。
for me.
神に付
I
き
don't know
添いが
what
必要
they're
な
going to
わけ
write
で
for
はな
Lumine in the
く、
future, but
付き添いが贅沢すぎるんじゃ。じゃが汝はこの世界に属さぬもの。
oh. Well, no, she's going to have to do without it. Oh, I'm glad we made progress, but
どうした？何か話したいことでもあるのか？
oh, okay, let's see. Extra dialogue.
あやつはきっとその飲み物を大層気に入ったんじゃろうな。きっと 早くこの屋台を一心浄土でも開店してください。どうした？何か話したいことでもあるのか？あの人形のことじゃな。人形の規則を修正することは非常に手を焼くことであると、わらわも聞いたことがあるぞ。それはきっとあやつにとって前代未聞と言えるほど大変なことなのじゃろう。無双の人たちでさえも解決できぬことじゃ。どうした？何か話したいことでもあるのか？転生してライデン将軍になる。面白い考えではないか？じゃがあやつにとってなんというか、今度は転生して八重宮司になる。どうした？何か話したいことでもあるのか？
I'm glad we made some progress on A's personal journey, but not all is well yet. We still have some ways to go.
実はつい先日、冒険者協会にある特殊な依頼が届きました。慎重に検討いたしましたところ、いや、
旅人が最も適した人選だろ？
Did she just interrupt her?
はい、いつもと同じですね。では早速ではありますが、この依頼を引き受けてはいただけませんでしょうか？はい、では簡単に説明いたしますね。本件はシャブ業からの依頼になります。どうやら11ハウンドの群れが養蜂山一帯で神王の根を攻撃しているようなのです。
Why didn't they just come to us directly?
そいつ
Or
らが
Ayaka
鳴
at
神島に
least.
現れたのか？
はい、そうです。それら魔物が一体どこからやってきたのかわかりません。
Maybe they didn't want to
神王が稲妻
presume
にと
that
って
we would
とて
take
も
care of
大
it
切
for
な
them.
存在であることをあなたたちもご存知ですよね。よかったです。ですので、この件は至急対処しなければなりません。
Riptown
この
suck.
こと天領奉行の人は
I
知っ
hate
てる
those
のか？
bastards.
はい、彼らもすでに行動しています。ただ、神王の根はとても複雑なもの。11ハウンドも神出鬼没で数が多く、そのため彼らは住民を守ることを最優先事項としています。魔物を殲滅するために様々な勢力へと積極的に協力を求めているようです。また本件に対し冒険者協会も力を入れてサポートを行っております。しかし現状、各勢力による11ハウンドの討伐はまだあまり楽観のできない状況です。ありがとうございます。心強いお返事を聞けてとても安心しました。
Catherine's like, yeah, this is a really big problem, and like everyone's freaking out. And Lumine's over here being like, yeah,
す
I'll
ぐ終わらせて帰ってくる
send
ぜ。
those pooches packing. All right, transient dreams. This should be interesting considering Raiden's last quest went a little differently than I expected.
神王を攻撃してるぞ。早くあいつらをやっつけよう。
Oh, die! There we go. Oh, of course. Oh no, big one. Oh wait, but it's a gold instead of purple? What does that mean? There we go.
こんなに数が多いなんて。
More?
通り天領奉行の人たちが助けを求めるわけだ。頑張れ、ファイトだ。
I'm good. We're okay so far. We might need to start pulling out food though here in a second. Okay, we didn't end up needing to pull out food. We're good. Oh. Oh.
将軍。いや、もしかしたらエイって可能性も。
あなたたちでしたか？
Raiden Shogun question mark?
そういえば天領奉行内部の混乱を解決し
I
て以
guess it
来、
identified her
随
for
分と
us.
長く会っていませんでしたね。
The Shogun and A have slightly different tones of voice, so I usually can tell who it
一撃でやっ
is.
つけるなんて強い。
Yeah, what are you doing here?
とある用事のため、その最初の準備をしていたのです。以
Okay.
前あなたと一緒に稲妻を散策した時、 今の人々の状況を目の当たりにしました。そのおかげで昔は分からなかった道理をある程度理解することができました。
Okay, progress.
考え事に行き詰まると心ともなく外に出てみたくなるようになったのです。
Progress.
そうだよな。ずっと同じところにいたら息が詰まっちゃうし。
念のため言っておきますが、これは決して娯楽目的ではあり
You
ません。
shouldn't be. You should be
ここ最
working.
近私は一心浄土のうちより外界で起きている変化を見てきました。とりわけ最も深刻なのが獣域ハウンドが神王に対して攻撃を行っていることです。これについて私は十分に注意を払うべき一件だと考えました。そこで魔物を追ってここまで来たところ、
I disagree with
こうしてあ
Lumine
なたたち
here.
と会ったのです。
Catherine made it sound like that the
も
commissions
し
couldn't deal
こ
with
のこ
it.
とに気づいたのが将軍であって私でなかったら放っていたかもしれません。
どうしてだ？人形だったら助けてくれなかったのか？
She's not capable of critical thinking.
私が人形に定めた規則ではこういった事件は三奉行に対処させるようになっています。しかし獣域ハウンドによる神王への攻撃は私にとって過去に起きたあの災いの記憶を蘇らせるもの。
過去に起きた災い？
Why is this a hello
So,
500 years ago?
500
Exactly.
年前稲妻で起きた大きな最悪のことです。大地は漆黒の霧に包まれ、辺りには魔物がはびこりました。この最悪のせいで無数の命が奪われ、人々が苦労して建てた家々もそのほとんどが瓦礫へと変わり果ててしまった。
You know what
魔物
that
は
tree root
稲妻の
reminds
地
me
で
of?
数々の猛威を振るいました。そしてこの獣域ハウンドこそがその魔物たちの先見部隊だったのです。
When we go in the domains,
この魔物の石
those
務
trees have like
は鋭利な
bluish.
牙と爪で
Don't
空間を
those
切り
don't
裂
those
い
trees
て
have
道
bluish
を
roots
作り、
too? Or am I
より
crazy?
強大な猛獣を呼び寄せること。
I hope to God we get some
どうやら
answers here.
あなたも聞いたことがあるようですね。
Yeah, we've heard of it.
あれは
It's been the center
私
of
が
our.
永遠に思い出したくない記憶でもあります。あなたたちからすればこれら生物に対する私の行動は過剰だと思うかもしれませんが、
No, not excessive. Please more.
やりすぎるくらいでなければいけないことなのです。
Agreed. Please tell us all you know.
わかるような、よくわからないような。
Venti's revealed nothing.
同じ事情で
Zhongli
来たのです
refused
から、
to tell us
一緒に
things
行動しましょ
because
う。
of a contract, so you gotta
付近にあ
cough
った
up some
痕跡から見て
information.
まだこの辺りには魔物が数多くいるようです。その
エイと一緒に行動できるのはなんだ
Well,
かすごく安
I
心感があ
don't.
るな。これが俗に言う強者が一緒にいるときに味わ
Not
える優
invincible
越感
at
ってや
all.
つか。
I'm not taking anything for granted
魔
here.
物を片付けたらカンルイヤのことについて聞いてみようぜ。
She's right in front of us. Why don't we just ask her
この
now?
色、神王が傷ついた時の色に似てるぞ。こっちの方向だ。早く行ってみよう。
All right. First clue. Some purple blue smudge. Oh, it's just pointing us in the direction. We gotta use our Witcher senses to follow the trail. Ooh.
幸い被害はそれほど大きなものではありませんでした。傷ついた神王の手当てはシャブ業に任せればいいでしょう。
Oh, so they can be brought
あ
back to
の
help?
流れてるのって神王の樹液か？なんか光ってるけど。
What the heck?
これってまさかこの人もう亡くなってるんじゃないか？でもなんでこんなところに？
二人とも辺りを確認してみましょう。
キタムラ。
俺はここで倒れるわけには。仲間たちのためにも俺は。
おい、何があったんだ。
お前たち何者
Oh,
だ。
they can. He can hear
どう
us
し
and
て
see
ここ
us.
に。早く逃げろ。猛獣がまた来るぞ。奴らに目をつけられたらもう逃げられない。俺たちは稲妻を守り最後まで戦い抜かねば。何？知らないのか。稲妻はもう暗き闇に覆われてしまったんだ。辺りには
Okay, so this is 500 years ago.
それだけじゃない。もっと凶悪な魔物もいるようだ。
Like Rift Hound type kind of monsters? Is that
ただ全てを飲み込もうとしている。
what he means?
俺たち人間が存在した証もおそらく奴らに食らい尽くされてしまうだろう。
でも周りには何もないぞ。
まだその時じゃないってだけだ。奴らは必ず戻ってくる。だから早く逃げろ。もう今は将軍様も狐西宮様もいらっしゃらない。頼れるのは自分たちだけだ。
Kitsune Saigu.
俺たちがあとどれぐらい持ちこたえられるか俺にもわからない。だがもし希望までも捨ててしまえばそれこそ本当に何も残らないだろう。
慌てることはありません。私はここにいますよ。
将軍様、お帰りになられてたんですね。お願いします。どうか我々を助けてください。どうか稲妻をお救いください。あなた様の無情なる来光がなければこの暗闇を払いのけることはできません。このままでは稲妻全部が猛獣の餌食となってしまいます。
落ち着いてください。もうあの戦争は終わっています。
終わった？一体何をおっしゃって？
辺りをよく見ればわかります。草木は生い茂り、風も至極穏やかです。あなたの記憶にある平和な稲妻と何ら変わりないはずですよ。魔物もおらず、命を脅かすものもありません。
確かに。しかし一体どうして奴らはさっきまで近くにいたのに。つい先ほど私はこの目で見たんです。戦友たちの体が髪のように引き裂かれる姿を。
おい、落ち着けって。
What are we? Why are we trying to convince him of this when we should be asking him questions?
そうか、将軍様が稲妻を救ってくださったのですね。将軍様を信じることはやはり最も正しい選択でした。将軍様がいる限り稲妻は永遠に安泰でしょう。ありがとうございます、将軍様。本当にありがとうございま
Oh,
す。
do they have to be at peace to disappear or something? Is that
どうしたんだよ、一体。
はい、もう消えてしまいました。
おいら、何が起きたのかよくわからなかったけど、でもなんだかすごく悲しくて絶望的な状況だったみたいだ。
私の考えが正しければ、先ほどの一幕はとある武士がこの地に残した記憶でしょう。
from the root,
神
right?
王は地脈から汚れを吸い取って浄化することができます。ハウンドに襲われた樹幹の傷から汚れが漏れ出し、凝集して実体になったのでしょう。もし集まったのが凄まじい汚れであれば、形成された個体は強い攻撃性を持ちます。そしてその汚れが浄化された時、記憶となってそこに現れるのです。
We should keep that in
浄化さ
mind.
れた汚れはすぐに散逸し、再び地脈へと溶けていきます。言い換えれば、彼らは長く存在することができません。
Even all the way back then, that's what that
過
was.
去に亡くなった人たちの記憶が今ここに現れたってことか？
その通り。あの兵士も数多くの犠牲者の一人であり、彼が言っていたことこそ500年前に稲妻で起きた災いなのです。はい。
Both of
当
them
時
were
稲妻
absent.
は数々の危機に直面していました。それは本土に関することもあれば、すでに滅びた王国カーン・ルイヤに関することもありました。
Okay. We're broaching this again. more. We finally need to know more.
稲妻の災いは私にとって決して看過できるものではありませんでした。すぐにでも私が介入しなければ、その災いはテイワット全土へと広がってしまう可能性さえあったのです。ただ私の友人である狐西宮は私にこう言いました。周りにある力のすべてをもって稲妻を守る責務を担い、
It sounds like she
私
gave
の
her
不安
life.
を取り除くと。誰も口にはしませんでしたが、私も彼女も分かっていました。その先にあるのが茨の道であることを。
Okay. Why was the responsibility on the kitsune to protect? Like, were those, like, did A go somewhere? Okay, maybe she'll just explain more in a
それ
second.
でカーン・ルイヤに災いが起こった時、稲妻も襲われてたって
Okay,
こ
wait,
と
so there was
か？
two fronts.
はい。無数の魔物が突如稲妻に現れたのです。狐西宮は人々を守るため。
So one was Conria, but there's another party involved here?
私は彼女の最後を見届けることはできませんでした。けれど彼女は命果てるその瞬間まで私との約束を果たしてくれていた。しかしそれでも稲妻の惨状は想像を絶するものでした。あの悲劇はこの大地に、そして私の心に大きな傷を残しました。
Not to sound insensitive, but we're well aware of how they affected your heart. I mean, considering all the story quests in Inazuma, there's a lot of suffering that you inflicted on people from that grief, so we are aware of that. But now I'm curious, there's two parties now involved. There's Conria, and now there's another entity or party, I don't know, or monsters attacked Inazuma, and she said that there was forces from Conria. Is that am I understanding that wrong, or is there like now two? Because this is new information, I think. At least I haven't come across any word of both. I mean, of two parties.
はい。失ったものがもたらす苦痛を私は直視することができませんでした。
At least she's honest about that.
たとえたたり神を断ち切り魔獣を殲滅できる強大な武力を持っていたとしても、結局時間には抗えません。しかし人間の願いを目にしてからは私もいろいろと考えました。いつまでも過去にとらわれてばかりいるわけにはいきません。
Okay, let's clarify this.
以前あなたと一緒に稲妻を散策した時、数百年にもわたる稲妻の進歩を、そして人々の可能性を見届けました。その全てが私の想像をはるかに上回るものでした。前進することは損失をもたらしますが、それはまた出会いも生み出します。先ほどの兵士も数々の失ったものを見届けながら、それでも前進して戦うことを選びました。あの時代の犠牲者が命を賭してでも追い求めた未来、彼らの心の中に存在したその風景は 私の望んだ永遠とは違っていたのかもしれません。
This is exactly what I wanted to hear from her.
稲妻の神として今こそ彼らの期待に応える時です。
It is.
かつてそ
I'm
の血
glad
を
that
流
we
して
have
きた兵
arrived
士
at
たち、
this point.
その輝かしい魂はこの大地に眠っています。あなたたちの努力を忘れることはありません。
This is I respect this about her now, because
私たちはまだ被害を受けている信用を調査しなければなりません。
my original grief with her, like the reason why I had such an issue with her, like during the Inazuma finale, was her dismissal of people, of her people. Not just vision bearers, but there was no real care for what everyone was having to go through and like what the Fatui were doing and how they were fucking up everything with the clans. Like there was no care really. And not because she is evil, but because she, like she had said, she was like, grieving and stuff, which isn't an excuse. So that's, but at least we're now at a point where she's actually understanding that things are bigger than what she went through. Not trying to diminish her pain, but you know what I mean. Oh.
私に任せてください。
But we're now at a place finally where
逃げ道はありません。無我の境地。
she has this very deep respect for her people and understanding that they have sacrificed alongside with her and have suffered as she has, and that deserves her respect and her care as an Archon, So I'm glad we've arrived at this at this place. I still don't love her, but I can respect this direction in which she's starting to think and take things. For sure.
どうしてそのようなことを聞くのでしょう。
普段ならもっと手際よく刀を抜いてシャキーンって一瞬で切り伏せるだろう。
心配はいりません。私はただ力を温存しておきたいだけです。
Okay.
事前にある程度の情報を得てはいますが、いつ不測の事態が起こってもおかしくはありません。ですから最善の準備をしておかなければならないのです。もしより強大な魔獣があたりに潜んでいたら、それに対応できるだけの力が必要になりますから。
Alright.
さすが百戦錬磨の大将軍。
She could be lying, but I don't know her well enough to determine that.
このことをシャブ業の人に伝えないと。あれ、また光り出したぞ。
Oh.
あなたは古山。
Oh, she knows him. Tea Master.
将軍様、遠方の戦場へとお出向きになられたのでは。どうして
In a
また
distant
お帰り
land.
に。
Conria, is that what he's talking about?
遠方の戦場？これも500年前の出来事なのか。
I would like to have this confirmed. Shit. I'm pretty sure it is Conria. I'm pretty sure. Like
私から紹
99%
介しましょ
sure.
う。この者は古山。かねてより
Oh,
私に付き
like
従
her
ってい
court?
た茶人です。古山は目が見えませんが、常人をはるかに超える神秘を備えています。彼が入れたお茶は稲妻でも一二を争うものなんですよ。
Okay.
そんな恐れ多い。これはただ将軍様にずっと付き従って得得した特技に過ぎませんよ。ところでお客人をお連れのようですが、こ このような状況ではおそらく皆さんにまともなお茶をお出しすることはできません。それでもよろしければこちらに座って何せ外はもう大混乱ですので。
なあ、おいらたちどうしたらいいんだろう。
any opportunity to get some answers. Okay, Paimon, you don't have to play it up. Let's just go along with what he
そうです
says.
か。もうここまで攻めてきたのですね。付近の住民はもうほとんど逃げました。彼らはこの老骨も連れて行こうとしましたが、私は意味がないと思い、ここに残ったのです。将軍様がいらっしゃるのですから、私が逃げる理由などはありません。それに、もしこれが将軍様ですらどうしようもないことだったとしたら、一体どこに逃げればいいというのでしょう。
Panicking. Pretty sure he just answered that, Lumine.
逃げるのは生き延びるため、生きたいと思うのはまだやり遂げていないことがあるため。しかし私にはあいにくそのような考えがありません。将軍様がお茶をたしなむとき、いつも無双のことを私に話してくださいました。
Now my question is he talking about A or her
た
sister?
とえ長いこと光を失っていた私でも、稲妻の最も美しい山々や海を旅しているような気分になれたのです。
A dreamer, romantic at heart. I don't know if that's
私は
A.
将軍様のロマンと夢のある考えを理解するようになりました。いつも言っていましたよ。美しきものは時の流れとともに変化し消えてゆく。だからこそ人生におい
I don't think
て
that was A. I
悔い
think
の
that
ない
was
よう
her
楽しま
her
なけ
sister,
れば
right?
ならない
That
と。
doesn't sound like A.
それって
Yep.
私はすでに無数の美しき物事を見てきました。たとえ最悪の今であっても何の不満もありません。
それも間違ってはいません。
あと少しすれば私も将軍様にお別れを告げる時が来るでしょう。この災難の後、将軍様の再建した稲妻を見れないのは本当に残念で仕方ありません。しかしそれでもいいのです。皆稲妻が闇に包まれたと言っていますが、私の目には稲妻はずっと真っ暗だったんですから。災難が過ぎれば神聖が来たるもの。たとえ私がその時まで生きながらえたとしても、ただの風情のわからぬ盲目の老人。やはりこれ以上はやめておきましょう。おや、これはいけない。自分の話ばかりしてお茶を出してもいませんでした。将軍様がいらっしゃったというのにお茶すら用意できていないとは、なんと失敬なことを。少々お待ちを。今すぐ。おや、茶道具はどこに？もしや他の者がここを離れようとしたとき。
確かに茶道具はどこにもなさそうだな。
やはりありませんか。いつもはすぐそばに置いてあるはずなんですが。
We do?
いえ、客人に取りに行かせるなんてあまりにも礼儀を欠いてしまっております。
問題ありません。あなたはここで休んでいてください。
将軍様は直々に行かれるのですか？なりません。そんな恐れ多いこと。それに外の戦況も。
この場所は複雑で あなたの記憶にある茶屋とは大きく異なります。私たちに任せてください。
わかりました。まさか将軍様に茶道具を用意してもらう日が訪れるとは。最後の後悔と言いますか、最後の幸運と言いますか。
So, a question I have
どこに行けば
is,
茶道具が見つかるんだろうな。お茶は飲めなくてもいいけど、あの優しいおじいちゃんが500年前にいろんな悲しい目にあったと思うと胸が痛いな。
私も彼の入れたお茶が恋しくなってきました。
そうだ、上里屋敷に行こう。あそこならきっと茶道具を借りれるはずだ。
so these interactions that we're having with the ley line ghosts, right? Does that have effect on, like, I guess not time, but does our interaction have more effect than just simply interacting with them in the moment? Like, is there a rippling effect to us interacting with them?
将軍様、将軍様、直々にいらっしゃるとはどういったご用件でしょうか。
シャブ業にある茶道具を貸していただけますか？
はい、今すぐ準備してまいります。将軍様は中庭でお休みになられていてください。将軍様がいらっしゃったことをすぐに当主様にお伝えしてまいります。
いえ、彼に会いに来たわけではありません。休むよりもこの時間を使って旅人さんと話をするつもりです。お手数。
はい、将軍様直々にいらっしゃったのです。最善を尽くさせていただきます。今すぐ手配してまいりますのでお待ちください。
The Kamisatos are never home.
私に聞きたいことが山ほどあるのではないですか？
そうそう、オイラもそれが聞きたかったんだ。
Pretty sure it was her sister.
あの人の言ってた将軍様ってなんだか A と全然違う気がするぞ。
私がお茶を飲む機会はあまりなく、空いた時間はいつも武道の鍛錬に費やしていました。ですのでほとんどの時間、彼は前任の雷神、つまり私の姉であるライデン誠のためにお茶を入れていたのです。
Okay.
もしかすると彼は二人の将軍に気づいていたかもしれませんが、ただずっと何も知らないかのように振る舞っていました。
Alright.
先ほど彼が言った理念も誠がずっと抱いていた現実に対する見方です。
誠とエイの考え方ってすごく違うんだな。
Vastly different. Lumine's face.
はい。それこそが私たちの間にある一番大きな違いでした。彼女が属世で最も重きを置いていた考えは無双、すなわちより良い未来への承継だったのです。
Wow. And
似た点もありますが少し違います。
by tacit approval
あなたが一心浄土に入
did
って
the
きた時、
opposite of what her sister wanted,
願いを
which
象
was
徴する
forcibly
無
take
数の星
people's
々が
visions,
彼方の空で光
i.e.
り
their
輝きました。
ambition, away from them.
それを見て私の心は動揺してしまったのです。
Well, I'm glad. You needed to be
今思
shaken.
えば彼女が正しくて私が間違っていたの
Okay,
で
at
しょ
least there's acknowledgement here.
そんな
Okay,
ことがあった
you
の
know,
か。
I can respect that.
う。誠は私よりも遠くを見据えていました。彼女にとっての無双とは願いよりも実体のない抽象的な状態のことだったのでしょう。願い
Interesting.
が指し示すことのほとんどは特定の物質や結果です。それはそこで終わることもあれば、新たな願いにとって変わることもあります。誠が気にかけていたのは、人間に新しい願いを生じさせる原動力。その原動力は本能によるものであり、
Well, would you look at
言い換
that?
えればそれも一種の永遠なのです。
Would you look at that?
何を言ってるのかわからなくなってきた。
わかりやすく言うと、誠は結果を気にしなかったのです。あの時の私にはどうしても理解できませんでした。すべてが前へと流れているにもかかわらず、一体どうして永遠を保っていると言えるのでしょう。
A very naive and practical view of eternity versus
それが彼
Makoto,
女
who
の
had
永遠に対する解釈でした。
a deeper understanding of what that means. Yeah, Lumine's faces have been more expressive. She's definitely, she's got a very determined look on her face. A little frown. Her little eyebrows all scrunched up. I really think that she has a lot of
以前
emotion
の
about
私は彼
this
女が何か
conversation,
底知れ
obviously,
ない
because
英
it's
知
like
を
at the
手にし
root
た
of
からだ
a
と
lot
考
of
えていました。けれ
things.
ど、ようやく分かったのです。誠のその考えは一見単純ですが、より成熟していて、先を見据えた慎重な選択であったのだと。
今のエイなら誠を理解できるのか？
私の過去の永遠に対する考えは、今の私
Oh,
はも
we
う
did.
失ったものに固執することはありません。
将軍様、茶
Well,
道
that's
具を
good
見つ
to
けてまいり
hear.
ました。この一式が最も将軍様にお似合いかと。
ええ、とても趣のある良い品ですね。ありがとうございます。
そんな将軍様からお
All right, all right, let's go.
将軍様は実は話の通じるお方なんだぜ。
二人とも戻りましょう。あまり古山を待たせてはいけませんから。
Like, I definitely think, I mean, Lumine definitely was more in line with Makoto, right? In terms of her way of thinking, which is why probably with Yemiko's help, we were able to shake A, right, out of her frozen, like, mental state. But Lumine definitely feels a lot of things. I wish she spoke more. Paimon speaks for us too much. I'd love insight onto what Lumine's thinking about all this.
あれ、あのおじいちゃんはまさか自分で茶道具を探しに行ったのかな？
He might have just
私たちが以
disappeared.
前見た記憶と同じように、
Yeah.
地脈の力をもってしても、そう長くは存在できないのかもしれません。
じゃあ、あの人が入れたお茶を
I
飲
don't
め
even
な
know
い
if he'd
の
be able to
か？
drink it as a
それ
ghost.
に、さようならも言えてないぞ。
地脈の中にある情報はあまりにも複雑で無秩序。このように再び彼に会えたこと自体がすでに貴重な縁とも言えます。
Fate, huh?
でも、
せっかく茶道具もありますし、私がお茶を入れてみましょう。
Okay.
私は幾度となく古山がお茶を入れる姿を見てきました。できました。飲んでみてください。お茶を入れているとき、なんだかとても複雑な気持ちになりました。どう言い表せばいいのかわからないのですが、あなたの言う通りですね。今日は私の記憶を呼び覚ますものをたくさん見ることができました。そしてたくさんの人々のことを思い出しました。狐西宮、
Other
誠、
friends who I watched
そ
pass.
れから私の目の前で去っていった友人たち。
Hmm.
先ほどシャブ業でお二人に話したのはどれも比較的軽い話でしたが、
Ooh, more information?
今度は
Hopefully it
少
involves
し重い話を
my
したい
brother,
と思い
maybe
ま
the
す。
abyss?
500年前のあの最悪は、私から狐西宮という友を奪っただけではなく、誠とも英別させたのです。
彼女もその災難で亡くなった
I
の
figured.
か？
はい。彼女は私に黙って一人でカーン・ルイヤに向かいました。
So were the Archons, the seven specifically, were they called to
私とは異
Conria?
なり、誠は武芸に秀でてはいません。ですので、何か危機が訪れた時はいつも私が代わりに出向いていました。
Okay. So she
しかし、
went.
あの時はどうしても私を置いていかなければならなかったようで。いえ、私を背後に隠したと言った方が正しいでしょう。私が気づいた頃にはもう。そうです。時すでに遅し、ただ次第に息が細くなっていく彼女を見ていることしかできませんでした。
Why did her sister go?
彼女はすでに意識を失っており、私は彼女の意識空間に入ること以外何もできなかったのです。あなたたちにとってはあの一心浄土のような場所がそれにあたります。そこで私たちは最後の別れをしました。同国する私は彼女の考えを理解することも叶いませんでした。
I wonder if it was like a contract kind of a thing that Makoto was like bound to go, or for some reason she like
どうして
knew it was a suicide
先
run
にカーン
and
ル
did
イヤ
it
にたどり着
anyway.
いたのが私じゃなく彼女だったのか、どうして私に言わなかったのか、まさかかばうためだったとでも言うのか。
Okay,
私は
so
そ
A
こ
doesn't
で
know either.
永遠を追求すると決心したのです。その決意を示すため、私は彼女の崩壊しそうな意識空間をとどまらせ、稲妻へと持ち帰りました。
Oh.
そうだったのか。
So that's the
驚
point
くこ
of
とに稲妻へ戻ると、溶合山の頂上に巨大な桜の木が現れていました。そう、あなたたちも知る神王のことです。
Oh wait, what?
あなたと同じく当時すべての人が当たり前のように神王は昔からあったと言っていました。なぜ私が驚いているのか全く理解できないような顔をしていたのを覚えています。誰も疑う者はいませんでした。神王の存在は私の記憶と明らかに食い違いがあるのに、私だけがそれに気づけていたようなのです。
Okay,
結
that's
局私は
weird. That's
そ
like
れがあの
really
意識空間によって
strange.
引き起こされた不思議な事象だと思うことにしました。
Her consciousness.
神王の力を借り、私は稲妻で起きていた魔物の災いを鎮めることができました。
All right, we're messing with time now. This is getting tricky.
だか
If this is where if this is going where I think it's going,
話を超えててちんぷんかんぷんだぞ。
ええ、
everyone's memories
彼女のこの大
were
地と
changed
人々
along
に
with
対す
it.
る情愛に比べれば、私もまだまだです。もとも
How was
と
everyone's
この
memories
過去は
changed?
もう二度と口にはしないと決めていました。決別を直視するのはとても苦しいことですから。
Okay, not to sound insensitive, but like we have also faced a lot, and you have too.
ですが、
But we gotta face
苦味の
our
ある
pain
お
in
茶を
order
喉に
to
通
do
せば
what's right.
甘い後味がついてきます。そろそろ全てを直視すべき時が来たのだと、そう思ったのです。
Ooh.
そうだ、エイはあの戦いを経験したんだろ。だったら
She's not gonna know she wasn't at she didn't go to Conria.
そうですね。
She only
あなた
arrived
が
once
家
her
族を
sister
探
was
しているこ
dead,
とは聞いていまし
apparently.
たが、
I don't think she participated in
まさか
whatever battle
その
took
彼も
place.
カーン・ルイヤの災いと関係が。
If he was in Conria during
オイ
that.
ラたちが知る限りではどうやら関係してるみたいなんだ。
すみません。
Yeah.
私もその全てを
Damn
直
it.
接見たわけではありません。あそこに着いた時、凄惨な戦いはすでに終わりを迎えていました。 それにあの時、私の心は完全に稲妻と親しい者たちの不幸によって。
Yeah, so even if there was hints, there's no chance she would have been looking at them because she was, again, like her sister wasn't her sister dying in her arms. She wouldn't have noticed anything aside from that. Damn it. My God, we still don't have answers. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I can't say I'm surprised, but, you know, still disappointing. This is the third Archon we have come across that's not been able to give us really any information. I'm not blaming A, obviously. I mean, but damn. God, Lumine looks so defeated. I feel so bad for her. She just went through all this to, like, essentially fix Inazuma and save Inazuma and still has no answers. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm just processing. Like, there's so many things to process.
ええ、事前の調査によれば次の魔物が最後の群れとなります。
A cup of tea has been left. How much did he actually perceive and how much did he let on? I think for me, I'm still at the point where I'm respecting that A has come to certain conclusions and, like, I understand what she's been through. But a part of me is still so, I guess, bitter that she, I don't know. I guess it's, I don't know. I can see how this is, like, different for everybody because everyone has, like, different tolerances, and usually I'm a pretty sympathetic person, but I don't know, something about A still just makes me, like, remembering those people, but the visions that she's inadvertently hurt. And while I can see that she's taken steps to remedy that and to be better in the future, which again, I can respect that. And I'm glad that we've gotten to this point, and it seems like she's made a lot of she's come to a lot of insightful conclusions about her sister and her sister's ideals and trying to implement those. And not just about visions or ambition or dreams, but just her own people in general. I'm just so, like, I don't know, I can't, it's hard for me to let go of what happened in the Inazuma finale, you know? I don't know why. Oh, what the heck? What's going on? Is she losing her power? Oh my god, it happened again.
裁きの雷ここより弱滅の時
Her body was it freezing? Is that what was happening?
ここはオイラたちに任せろ。
私はすみません。
大丈夫だ。エイは後ろで休んどけ。
Well, no, we have enemies. If you can't handle it, we will.
やっつける。あれ、またあの光だ。
ここは一体。それに君たちは将軍様。将軍様、まさか怪我をされているのですか。
平気です。ただ体が思うように動かないだけで。
我ら幕府武士、必ずや将軍様を最後まで守り抜いてみせましょう。
Oh wait, they have visions. I think I spotted one. One had, was it an Anemo vision?
いけません。危険すぎます。
On the bottom right. That's a Nemo!
これこそ我々の使命
Oh,
で
we
す。
got Electro on the
危険を
left.
恐れていては鼻から武器
Does the
な
guy on
ど
the right
握っては
have
おりませ
one?
ん。
将軍様、ご安心を。このような苦境に立たされた時こそ、神によって与えられた我々の力が意味を持つのです。
Okay, yeah, the visions. They mentioned them. Okay, interesting.
それって神の目？
そうです。神は全能であり、人間に
Omnipotent.
力を与えます。つまり、我々に深い期待を寄せているというこ
Oh,
とで
that's
す。
an interesting perspective. We've heard a lot of perspectives about why we get
そして、
visions, but this is
将軍様
interesting.
が苦境に立たされている今、我々はその誓いを果たさねばなりません。
Okay.
当時戦ってた人たちってこんな風に神の目のことを見てたんだな。
I would say they have a hopeful
みんな絶望の淵に立たされて
outlook
おり
on
ました。
things.
しかし今、将軍様はここにいる。将軍様が再び皆の前に姿を見せれば、我々の心にある希望も再び燃え上がることでしょう。この希望こそ、暗闇を駆け抜ける光の道しるべとなるのです。
さあ、皆の者、共に戦おう。
オイラたちも戦うぞ。
おっと、そうか。わかった。安全には気をつけろよ。
I like how the wolves waited for us to have that conversation. Okay, sorry. I'm ruining the moment, I know. I wonder how oh wow, there's a ghost guarding her over there. At least one. The rest are fighting? Oh wow, interesting. I wonder how A is gonna respond to all this, because their unwavering devotion to her is something that previously she absolutely didn't care about, like during the Inazuma quests, story quests. She didn't care about what happened to, like, what was going on, really. Not just to the vision holders, but just her people in general. There was no, like, effort or attention she was willing to give. And I know these samurai dudes are from the past. A lot of her people, especially like when we went to the Kamisato's house, the guard was like very it was very clear that those sentiments still exist today. And I'm curious if that has affected her in any way.
どうやら
ら奴らの進行が止まったようだな。
こんなにも激しい戦いを経験したのは初めてだ。
ありがとうございます。
俺、もう平気なのか？まだ休んでてもいいんだぞ。
問題ありません。少し良くなりました。
見事な手際、感服いたしました。あれら魔物は必ずまたやってくるでしょう。その時はおそらく獣域ハウンドのような小物だけではないはず。ここはすぐにでも将軍様に稲妻城へとお戻りいただき、大将の率いる軍隊と合流してもらうのが得策。
それに将軍様の騎乗を目にすれば、きっと皆の士気も上がることでしょう。
じゃあお前らはどうするんだ？
我々はここに残って魔物どもの足止めをします。これ以上奴らを先に進ませるわけにもいきませんので、仲間たちと協力し合えば敵の数が
Okay,
どんなに
do they
多かろう
both
と
have
問題は
anemo
あり
visions
ま
or
せ
is
ん。
one of them cryo? Sorry, I'm still stuck on that. I saw two bluish ones. I know one's an emo, so maybe is a cryo one? Yeah.
お任せください。戦うことこそ俺たちが最も得意とすることですから。
Alright.
将軍様は特別な存在。将軍様だけがこの絶望的な現状を覆し、我々を未来へと導くことができる。稲妻がいかなる脅威にさらされようとも、我々には将軍様を永遠に信じ続けるだけの理由があるのです。
That faith previously was undeserved. Yeah, I think she knows that.
あなたたちに誓いましょう。稲妻に明るい未来をもたらすことを。その約束が果たされるのは少々遅れてしまいましたが、少なくともこの瞬間からそれが守られることを保証します。
将軍様のそのお言葉だけで我々はどんな困難にも立ち向かっていきます。きっとあなた様と共に稲妻が失ったものを全て取り戻してみせましょう。
浄土開口せしは永遠なる鳴る神なり。浄土開口せしは永遠なる鳴る神なり。
消えちゃったぞ。
It seems that she definitely feels that weight of responsibility
私に対
that
して
she'd previously neglected.
人々の犠牲は私に計り知れないほどの苦痛をもたらしました。私は彼らが自身の一切を燃やし尽くす姿と光り輝く姿を無視していたのです。その結果、何百年もの間彼らの意志をないがしろにしてしまいました。
Okay. That's exactly what I wanted
彼
to
ら
hear
に
from her.
何を言っても意味はなく、彼らは地脈の中に漂う記憶に過ぎない。たとえそうだとしても、私は彼らに今まで私を信じて疑わなかった人々に答えなければなりません。
おいら思うんだけどさ、思いに応えてくれたのがたとえ何百年後だったとしても、それでも報われたんじゃないかな。
慰めてくれるのですね。ありがとうございます。しかしこれはもとより稲妻の神がやるべきことです。先ほどの武士が言ったように、私は戦士の担うべきことを全て引き受けていればいいとだけ思っていました。ですが稲妻に必要なのは誠のような人物です。たとえ私と誠が全く異なっていて、永遠に彼女のようにはなれないとしても、私のやるべきことは彼女と同じであるべきなのです。
This is really profound coming from Lumine. Wow. Humans are worthy of your trust. That's pretty intense. That's a pretty intense thing for Lumine, of all people, to say, considering how many people she's encountered thus far. And how she knows this will affect A's mindset pretty significantly if she's the one that says this to her.
強くてたくましい誇るべき存在です。人々に崇められるライデン将軍が 彼らの足を引っ張ってはいけませんね。
どうやら考えがまとまったみたいだな。
稲妻には新たな変化と可能性があります。しかしそれと同時に時間も必要なんです。どれほど時間を費やすことになろうとも私はやり遂げてみせます。獣域ハウンドを一掃した今、この件も解決へと向かうことでしょう。今のところ奴らがこれ以上の脅威をもたらす気配はありません。原因の究明や傷ついた神王の手当てなどについては天領奉行か社奉行の者に対応させます。
じゃあ行こうぜ。すごく落ち着いてるように見えるけど、内心はざわついてるんじゃないかな。
Well, it's a good thing that she's allowing herself to feel those emotions rather than before when she was ignoring them.
どうしたんだ早く行こうぜ。
Yeah, is this the body freezing thing gonna come into play? What does this mean?
どうしたんだよ。また具合が悪くなったのか。
体が動きません。どうやら事態は私の思っていた以上に深刻なようです。
Is it
いえ、彼女が私を呼んでいます。今が絶好の機会でしょう。
the puppet? Is that what this is? Is that what's happening? Are her ideals? I think it's because. Okay, this is my theory that her ideals are now so different from the puppets. Wait, below the shrine.
中に何かあるのか。
そここそが過去を断ち切り未来へと進むための戦場です。
Okay, what? A battleground. Oh, this thing. Okay. I was looking for this. I found this barrier, you guys, and I literally was like looking around for genuinely like 30 minutes. Okay, that's an exaggeration, but it took me so long to find this thing and it was just above it. I feel so stupid. Okay, cool.
着きました。入り口はここです。
Oh, whoa. Oh, a Torii gate. That's cool.
また悪化したような気がします。でも大丈夫です。ここはかつて私が直々に封じた
Oh,
ライデン誠
her
の意識
sister's
空間への入り口。
consciousness.
どうやら彼女はもう私にこの体を好き勝手
Wait, so is she talking about her sister? I thought it was the Shogun.
どういうことだ。彼女って誰だよ。誠のことか。
Like the puppet, I mean.
ついてきてください。
Oh, okay.
ついていくってどこにって。うわ
Okay. This should be interesting. I have no idea what to expect in here. Like nothing. Are we fighting? I don't know.
頭がクラクラするぞ。どこかに引き込まれたみたいだけど。この場所って。
Oh, so it's like similar to
おい、あっち見ろ。
A's thing.
もう一人 A がいるぞ。
That's probably the puppet? Yeah, okay, yeah. The Shogun, I knew it.
この身は内なる者の協力者であり、規則の守護者。
Guardian of the rules. Okay, this is what I thought. Okay, this is what I thought. That
内なる者が規則から逸脱しようもの
straight,
なら
yep.
この身は修羅と化しましょう。
That A's ideals have changed so much that it no longer is in line with the rules she implanted in the puppet originally.
あなたは私の体で属性をめぐり、永遠の身体を掴んだようですね。
Oh, true essence of eternity.
今の自分の方が過去の自分よりも決意が固く、考えが正しい。そう思っているのでしょうか。それは新たな考えを得たから、それとも抗うことのできない摩耗を受けたからですか。それをあなたに答えるため
They
に
can't tell the
私は来
difference.
たのです。
That's fascinating. What an interesting take on
今この
that.
場における対話は刀を交えることのみ。
Like instead of seeing it as growth, they consider it, or the shogun at least considers it possible erosion.
もう大丈夫なのか。
先ほどの不調は私に体を使わせまいと将軍が抵抗していたからです。彼女が言ったように、私が変化する考えを持った時点で、彼女は私を敵とみなします。ただ、意識空間に入れば、私は彼女から独立した存在となり、干渉を受けることがなくなるのです。将軍は人形ですが、自我を持っています。必要な時にここに現れて、私と対決するのです。
Whoa. Has this happened before?
エイはどんな困難があってもやり遂げるって言ってたけど、まさか自分と戦うことになるなんて
A is an extreme person.
誰も想像してなかったぞ。
She created the shogun to be this way, so she's kind of fighting her past
私が
self
将軍に
in a
定め
way.
た規則。いえ、将軍こ
Okay, yeah,
そ
exactly.
かつての私の理想。永遠の礎であり、揺るぎない存在。必要がなければ、私は彼女を変えることなどしません。
もう他に方法はないのか。手を出さなくても丸く収まるみたいな。でも二人とも稲妻のためを思ってやってるんだ。
I don't think the shogun does. She doesn't have critical thinking. She's just here to uphold what she was programmed to uphold.
ライデン将軍の一切を凝集したもの。当然
Okay.
のことながら、エイが前進する中、絶え間なく失われていく苦しみと永遠を目指す決心も受け継いでいます。これもすべて摩耗に対抗するため。決心、勇猛、愛母、憎悪、そのすべてが時間という長い川の中で歪み変わっていくのです。規則のみが永遠を保つことができる。
Rules were meant to be broken, baby.
それがあなたを作った時の私の考えでした。同時に私が越えなければならない高き壁にもなったようです。あなたは私の敵になるというのですか。私はあなたの過去であり、永久不変の規則であり、
You guard
永遠の
nothing
守護者。
but empty ideals formed out of things,
市民に夢を
formed out
与え
of
し
great emotion.
ライデン
And emotion is not rational. All right. Well, guess we're about to get a battle. Oh, we're gonna do it. Okay. Oni Maiden.
たとえ血と汚れが洗い流されたとしても、あなたの刀が
Never
以前
shall
の
it
輝
shine
きを
as
取り戻すこと
brightly.
は永遠にないでしょう。
What?
遅い。
Matt. Okay. That's a long name up there
ミ愚か。
for the boss. Okay. We're not doing too well.
稲光、すなわち永遠なり。
Whoa.
そこ。よっ。
Oh, a shield? Is that... Okay. Well, what am I supposed to do about that?
裁きの雷。
Ooh, the music!
無我の境地。空には狐。
Kitsune's sakura blossoms.
やがて漆黒の雨へ変わる。
Pitch black
脈
rain.
が流れ続ける限り。
Relentless erosion of time will never stop. Oh, great. I didn't even notice that. Her health recovered because I was reading. Okay.
ここより雷鳴弱滅の時。
Woo, the music! So, how are we supposed to break the shield? Is that when she recovers? Oh! Never for the rest of time. What am I supposed to do about the shield? Hello? Oh my god. Oh wow. That ult does a lot of damage. Oh. Okay. I guess she was just recovering for like story purposes. But this isn't, this is a realm. Yeah, I was gonna say.
彼女は魔物に対抗するために生まれました。意志に関しては彼女は生きとし生けるものの頂点に立つでしょう。
じゃあこの戦いって終わりがないってことか？
よもやそれもありえなくはないでしょう。ですが私は今の私の意志が決して魔物による産物でないことを彼女に証明しなければなりません。私の切り開く未来はきっと魔物にも耐えうるほど偉大なものであると。これを乗り越えなければ将軍の規則を変えることはできません。稲妻も前進することはないでしょう。
Okay, but
これは私の責任です。たとえこの
centuries?
何ヶ月
Girl, you have a country to rule. I know she's trying to save her country by fighting, but is there no other way? This is a lose-lose situation. Yeah, what's gonna happen to Inazuma?
500年前、人間は戦うことで自らの力を証明しま
Oh
し
my
た。
gosh, once again we are secluding ourselves. This is
彼らは願いを頼りに新たな道へ歩もうとしています。まるで古き桜が新しい枝を伸ばすかのように。そろそろ私も彼らを信じることを学ばなくてはなりません。
how is it that we've made progress but are also at square one again?
ですがもし誠の言った無双こそが正真正銘の永遠
Okay, a short moment, you literally said centuries. That's not short. Not to humans in any regard. Centuries is very
稲妻の
long.
果てしない未来のためならばどんなに長い戦いも永遠の中の一瞬に過ぎないのです。
Okay, but we're losing sight of our progress. A drop in the ocean of eternity maybe, but humans, lots can happen in just a decade. Centuries of time is insane.
私のいない間、すべてを巫女たちに任せ
Oh
ます。
my goodness. She's probably gonna hate that. Miko.
私の言葉を伝えてください。
Oh god. This is... Oh my gosh. Oh. Okay. Okay.
オイラたち追い出されたのか。
I'm not frustrated. I'm not. It's fine. I'm fine.
どうするんだよ。本当に
This is the same... It's just the same thing, but a different font.
ああすることですか。将軍の規則は変えられないって言ってたけど。
There's no way. This is a lose-lose situation. She did kind of fuck herself over there. She has to...
あそこで壁にぶつかったらそのまま足を止め続けることになっちゃうかもしれない。それに勝負にこだわりすぎて最初の
She's already kind of... That's already happening. She's forgetting why she's even fighting.
エイがこの 試練を乗り越えられるよう前みたいにあいつを手伝おう。
She kicked us
映画
out.
の中にいる時間を短縮する方法か、それか直接勝つ方法ってないか。何が何でも A をあのまま中に残しちゃダメだ。
I'm just concerned about Inazuma being left leaderless for centuries.
まず中に入らないと。
How easily the Fatui were able to worm their way into her government. And that was when she was isolating herself. And now this is going to happen again. And her country is even weaker because while the Fatui are gone, the clans are in complete disarray. Right? There's no trust. No one's listening to certain commissions because of the Fatui infiltration. Everything's a complete mess. So they're even they're in an even weaker state than they were when A originally locked herself away. This is a complete disaster. All right. Once again, let's see if Miko has something to say. Well, it involves someone you claim to care about, so... Well, this is about A, so you can give me as much attitude as you want. I don't care. But if you care anything about her, let's see if we can get her to care about the people of Inazuma, even if A's what she really only cares about.
A は稲妻を人間に託し、自ら一人でいつ終わるかもわからぬ戦いをしていると。
Essentially.
頑固で極端、自身の意志だけで行動し、わずかにでも力が足りなければ目的を達成できぬ。確かにあやつのやり方じゃ。
Yeah, you painted a precise picture. Now, can we do anything about that before Inazuma takes any more hits? Yes, we know this, that she is naive. Well, if you don't care, then we'll figure something else out.
ほう、随分と賢くなったではないか。じゃが残念ながら今回のは本音じゃよ。ライデン誠の意識空間についてわらわはほとんど知らぬ。わらわが知っておるのはあれが信用の根本であり、A の一心浄土とは少々異なるということだけじゃ。
それってライデン誠がいなくなったからか？
完全にそういうわけでもない。空間そのものの性質にも違いがある。じゃが、わらわの机上の空論よりも直接訪れた汝らの方がともかくこれらはすべて説明するのも面倒な些細な点じゃ。まずはその空間の入り口に向かうぞ。
Okay, so Ye was hiding the fact that she doesn't know much about the situation. She was kind of I feel like she was kind of giving us attitude because it was her way of covering up the fact that she like doesn't know and that maybe she's worried. I don't know. Yeah, Miko's very difficult to read. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's on purpose, but
方法はあるにはある。少し姑息ではあるがの。意識空間は何も知らぬ者にとっては非常に抽象的なものじゃ。じゃがわらわはちょうどAの眷属。多かれ少なかれ、あやつの居所を感知できる。言い換えれば、その場所が空間のどの位置にあるか具体的にはわからぬが、何条 A の元に送ることはできるということじゃ。
抽象的位置？何言ってるんだよ。
She's tethered to A.
もっと簡単に言うと、今のあやつの周りにあるすべてのものは乱流のように無秩序。無理に入れば荒波に飲まれ、時間と空間の中に迷い込んでしまう。
Space time.
だからこそ、一心浄土に入るときは、意識を物体へと宿す方法が一番安全なんじゃ。
じゃあ、おいらはやめとくよ。お前た 行ってきてくれ。
Let's guilt trip
行かな
her.
くてもよいじゃろう。最悪 A を失うだけじゃろうしな。
That would be pretty bad for Inazuma. But at least it served to guilt trip Paimon.
では、何時らを送るとしよう。これはいや、なんでもない。この乱れた感じ、わらわの考えを裏付けておると思っただけじゃ。そうじゃ、空間に入るときは、汝の願いを心の中で繰り返すんじゃぞ。
Like wishes, ambition, vision wishes? Swallowed by the giant waves of abstract space?
意識を強く保ってこそ、わらわは汝を最も適した位置へと送れるんじゃ。扉が開いたぞ。入るがよい。
Whoa, wait. Okay,
わらわは
so
外で待機しておる。汝の最後の保険としてな。わらわの神、汝に託したぞ。わらわのため、そして稲妻のた
all
め、
right, for Inazuma's
全
too.
力を
Okay.
尽くしてきてくれ。
She cares. She cares, folks.
ミコを信頼していいんだよな。
Well, we can't fail, or else apparently we're gonna get spat out in some random space-time location, according to Miko. Whoa. What the hell?
は汝の願いを心の中で繰り返すんじゃぞ。意識を強く保ってこそわらわは汝を最も適した位置へと送れるんじゃ。
What was that? What did we just travel through? That didn't happen the first time. We saw like time was warping and stuff.
どうしてあなたたち一体どうやって再びここへ？それにどうして姿が昔と同じままなのですか？
What? Years. Oh my gosh.
この戦い実に懐かしい。
So time is different
今のあなたの意志は
in
ま
wherever
るで
we
永
are.
遠に関する規則を定めた時と同じように固いのですね。無数の戦いの中、あなたは一度も負けることなく一片の迷いもありませんでした。たとえ私が永遠における全ての敵を目の前に示してもあなたは動じなかったでしょう。それほどまでに規則に従おうとする意志、称賛に値します。あなたこそまさに永遠の守護者の名にふさわしい。
Oh, so the problem solved?
彼女たちがこの空間に戻ってきた時、まるで運命に導かれた必然のように感じました。ではこの決戦をもって私たちの500年以上にわたる宿命に終止符を打ちましょう。
What? Wait, has it been 500 years, or is she just talking about A's overall, like, beginning journey of creating the shogun because of what happened with her sister in the war and everything?
旅人さん、下がっていてください。私にとっては次の始まりとなります。
Okay.
雌雄を決するに必要
We're
な
fighting her
時は
again.
王国の繁栄と滅亡を見届けられる。
Bring up to the rise of the oceans and turn day into night. Whoa! Wait, I'm just looking up at her form here. Penetrate minds of crushed dreams. Ah! What's all this? Wait, she's like got. Yeah, you've endured. What is all this? Her arms? I will endure forever. Oh my god! Whoa! What are these hands? What the heck is this? Oh! What? Ah! What's it? Okay, we're good. Okay, okay. Oh! Oh! Oh my gosh! Look at her hair and her outfit. Oh my gosh! Whoa! She wasn't like this the first time. Holy shit! What was all of that? It ended so fast. Transcending the past. Understand your spirit.
あなたの魂を軽視していました。永遠に摩耗することのない意志は結局のところ未来を抱けないのですね。あなたは未来の心配をする必要も一人で前に進む必要もありません。あなたの強さは私が一番よく知っています。私一人の力ではこの決闘の敗者は私だったでしょう。しかし武芸の形と限界は刀を振るう理由によって決まります。私が背負いし者は天候へと向けられた。
She's fighting for her people now. That's good.
それを思うたびこの無双の一心が震えるのを感じるのです。
Oh, her sister's. Is that her sister's sword? Okay, yeah. Interesting. I figured it was originally Makoto's because Makoto was like the actual Archon.
先の戦いの中、それは確かに新しい力を放っていたこと。
Oh.
その力は私の認識をも超えたものです。これは誠の刀です。もしかしたら私が彼女を心から理解した時にのみ、この刀は全力で応えてくれるのかもしれません。
That makes sense.
無双の一心を強く握りしめると、彼女と一緒に戦っている感覚になります。馴染みがあるのに、それを知らない感覚。一度も刀を振るったことのない彼女がずっと私のそばにいるかのように。
By becoming a better Archon, she's now able to also have closure and feel close to her sister.
あなたのその新たな意志は摩耗によって生まれたものではない。もうあなたの規則を修正する行為を妨げるつもりはありません。これからもこの身はあなたの協力者です。
Okay.
もう変えることのできない規則を作りはしません。
Oh, wow, okay.
あなたはこれまで私の過去を表す存在でした。しかし今日からはあなたが私です。誠はただ一度たりとも私を武器とみなしたことなどありませんでした。私も決してあなたを道具とは見なしません。本当に変わったようですね。これが人間のよく言う成長というものでしょうか。わかりました。私があなたの影となりましょう。かつてあなたが誠の影であったように。
Okay.
私の行うべき責務に変わりはありません。しかし武者として今後もこのような戦いの機会があることを期待しています。
This is like a cycle. That cycle theme is coming back into play again as an overall motif in the story.
いいえ、ただ今までに感じたことのない新しい感覚だったからです。あれはもう一度味わうのに値するものでした。も
う戦いは終わったのか？これで本当に全部終わったんだよな。
Oh. Is this gonna be her sister?
こんにちは。エイ。それからこれを見届けている者たち。私はライデンのこと。かつて責務を全うすることができぬまま散り。
Zhongli said to witness.
残してしまった前代の雷神。誠。私は今とても嬉しいわ。あなたならきっとここまでたどり着けると信じてた。私は無双の一心へとかすかに意志を残しておいたの。あなたがその力を全て発揮した瞬間、私が現れるようにね。どうしてこんな回りくどいやり方をしたのか。それはあの時のあなたが自分の考えを信じて疑わず何も聞き入れようとしなかったからよ。ただ私にはあなたの考えが変わるまで待つ時間がなかった。だからこのような形であなたを待つことにしたの。どうか許して。しかしそんなこと私には一度も。全てが急すぎたのよ。本当にごめんなさい。いきなり稲妻をあなたに託さなければならなくなり、ずっとあなたに悪いことをしたと思っていたわ。あなたが無双に固執しないためにも、もともとこれらの道理は私が順を追って教えていくはずだったのに。あの時カーン・ルイヤで起こることが分かっていたのですか？ええ、多少ね。どの属性の失勢にとってもあそこは無視できない存在だから。
What? Afford to ignore.
今の私にはもう時間を感知することができない。この再会がどのくらいの時を経たものなのか、そしてその間に稲妻で何が起きたのかわからないけど、それでも私は知っているわ。あなたはきっと幾度となく涙をこぼしそうになりながら、幾度となど私を見くびらないでください。ほら、認めてるじゃない。そういった可能性も考えてあなたに贈り物を残しておいたわ。稲妻の苦痛を和らげるためにね。これを受け取って。私の最後の意識が消失する前に。でも最も重要な一歩はあなた自身の手でね。
光が種になった？
民を守る奇跡の木。今は誰も見たことのない未知の存在。いつ現れるのか、どこで発芽するのか、全てはそれを生みし者の心と夢次第。命を授けてあげて、エイ。まさかこれは。永遠は時間を無限に引き伸ばし、夢は一つ一つの節目を輝かせる。この二つが出会うことで神王は天理の金庫から解放され、漆黒の中から咲くの。そして悪夢は消え去り、現実は良き方へ。私たちの望む光景も依然と先に。残念だけど私は稲妻の未来を見届けることも、あなたと一緒に行くこともできないわ。知ってる？レイ。私今とても嬉しいの。最後の願いも叶ったから。あなたのなぎなたは無数の災厄を払ってくれた。ずっとあなたには申し訳ないと思っていたの。些細なお返しだけど、あなたが目覚め新たな出会いを迎えるまで、神王があなたのために時間を稼いでくれるわ。どう？きっともう役に立っているでしょ。 今度こそ本当にさようならね。ヘイ。さようなら、誠。
Whoa. Whoa. Wait, okay, hold on. Hold on. There the oh. Sorry, excuse me. Why did it put that there? After leaving the okay.
現在の A が自らの意識空間に信用を植え、それが過去の稲妻で発芽した。
Okay, yes, this tie here is very peculiar. That we planted it in this chaotic realm and it somehow mirrored real life, or I guess this world, but in the past. So when A planted it in this in the chaotic domain, it was planted in the past.
これらはすべて
How does that work?
誠の力です。永遠に関して彼女の理解
Oh,
は
her
私
understanding
よ
of
り深いもので
eternity
した。
maybe enhanced
永遠は
time?
時間と密接に結びついた概念です。永遠に触れれば時間の概念
Oh
が曖昧になります。
shit. Maybe that's how Makoto knew we were there to witness. Like she said what Zhongli said.
時間そのものに意味
But
が
how
なく
would she know that we
条
were
理によって
gonna
解
be
釈
with
することも
A?
不可能。なるほど。これこそがわらわの感じた乱流じゃったわけか。もしかすると、ナンジラがあの時間に無事戻れたのは、それが原因だったのやもしれぬな。じゃが、あの乱れた感覚はもう消えておる。
The chaos is gone?
まだ私も完全には理解できていません。ただ、すべての根源があの種であると
Yeah, like what was
私の
that
直感が伝え
seed?
ています。
ふむ。わらわが思うに、誠の
Not
力だ
just
けでは。
Makoto's power. Okay.
あなたが何を考えているのかはわかります。
It okay.
確か
It's
に
it's
より
the
高
raw
度な力が関与していたかもしれません。ですが、何がどうあ
higher
れ、
power.
彼女のこの方法は最後の最後で私た
Wait,
ちすべてのものを守ったのです。
hold on. I haven't ever heard that word that name before.
稲妻は何百年も前に災いと汚れによって飲み込まれていたかもしれません。
Okay.
ナンジが信
I'm
用
sorry,
に
there's a
奇
lot
妙
I'm
な感
processing
覚を
right
抱い
now.
ておるのは知っておる。じゃがわらわから言わせれば、信用はずっと存在していたんじゃ。昔ナンジは、この信用が誠の意識空間とつながっていることをわらわに証明しようとしたが、残念ながらうまくいかなかった。
ええ。ですが今わかりました。あの時はまだ信用が植えられていなかったのです。
Oh boy. Wow. Okay.
でもあの木、今の姿とは全然違うと思うぞ。
信用はわらわの縄張りに植えられたものじゃ。当然わらわの好みに合わせて選定しておるに決まっておろう。
Naturally. Oh my god.
おい、そんな勝手にやっていいのか？
冗談じゃよ。発芽してから今までこの木は数多くのことを経験してきた。狐が精魂を込めて世話してきたおかげで今の形
There
と
were
なったの
kitsune
じ
that
ゃ。
appeared in the chaotic
わら
realm
わ
in
と
the
完全に無
cutscene.
関係というわけでもないぞ。ナンジラが空間を離れてから再び入るまでの間、時間は少ししか経っておらんかった。なのに内部の戦いはすでに何百年も続いておった。
Oh.
わらわが思うに、旅人、ナンジはわらわの言いつけ通り、自身の願いを
Alright,
心の
wishes
中
can
で
be
念じておった
synonymous
の
with
ではないか。
ambition, with dreams, with visions so far. So, and it's also how we reached A, shook A's
あ
mind
の時わらわ
originally.
は
So,
Aの居所を感知しておったが、同時に内部
anomalies
の
in
時
the
間の
flow
異常
of
にも気づいておった。
within that space. Okay.
もし時間もわらわたちの追い求める要素の一つであるならば、位置のみを知っているだけでは不十分。じゃが幸い、汝らの強い意志によって、その乱流はすべての願いが収束する時間の
Oh shit, so not only did we find the domain itself, but the point in time we needed to arrive at within that
乱
domain.
流の方向は誠の影響も受けていたかもしれぬが、A を助けられたのは皆の努力があったから
Everyone's
じゃ。
efforts.
今回は汝らに礼を言わねばならぬ。
So she's saying that we like channeled
もしかして
Inazuma again
オイラ
by
たちがあの
by
決戦
remembering
に立
everyone's
ち会えたのは
wishes
偶然じゃなくて
to reach
必
A.
然だったのか。
There's that again. We were meant to
空
witness.
間の外と内で時間の流れが一致していると思っていました。ですので旅人さんが再び現れた
Oh, so
時
she didn't even know about
とても驚いたの
the
です。
difference in time.
あの瞬間私が真っ先に思ったのは、もしや稲妻に大きな災いが起きたのではないかというものでした。 し
Oh
かし
boy.
あなたが来たのは私を助けるためだった。
Well, I came for
あなたが
Inazuma.
来たことで私は最良の結末を迎え
You
ら
are
れま
tied
した。
to Inazuma. So
お二人ともありがとうございます。私のためにしてくださった数々のこと、しかと心に刻んでおきます。
we are a vessel of the people's
大
wishes.
丈夫じゃったか？
体はすでに回復しています。将軍の意志ももう私と抗うことはありません。
体ももちろん重要じゃが、それよりもわらわは気持ちが落ち着いたかどうかが知りたいんじゃ。誠の意識にあったのじゃろ。
ただ彼女の声を聞いただけで会ってはいません。大丈夫です。少し懐かしいと思っただけなので、私はもう前へ進むと決めています。しかし今回のことで確信しました。誠は本当にすごいですね。彼女はあの時すでに
Hmm.
稲妻の未来に起こる数々のことを予想していました。何より私の未熟さも全て彼女の計算に入っていました。稲妻が今日を迎えられるのも彼女のおかげです。
She was brilliant.
私はただ種を一つ植えただけです。
そうだぞ。エイは自分の力で誠の前に戻ったんだから、それだけですごいぜ。
ありがとうございます。
今日ようやく汝と稲妻は何百年も続く影から完全に抜け出せたようじゃな。誠と汝は稲妻にとって不可欠な過去と未来。
あなたからそのような慰めの言葉を聞けるとは珍しいこともあるのですね。
I mean, honestly, this quest has established that past and future aren't as
これも全部昔の汝が聞く耳を持たなかったからじゃろ。
like in terms of the order. The past
同じ
is
こと言ってる
first
な。
and the future is second.
ほう。なら将軍の位に
Considering
わら
how
わが二日ほど
Makoto
座っても
and
良い
her
のでは
understanding of
ないか。
eternity and apparently help from something else swirled that around.
いや、そんな面倒なこと、やはりごめんじゃな。
冗談はここまでにしましょう。私はこれから数多くのことをやらなければなりません。将軍と共に現在の稲妻をよく観察し、現状を整理し、未来について考えます。
Okay.
そして鎖国を解除します。
Perfect.
本当か？それって
Fantastic
大変なことなん
news.
じゃないか？
私はもう静止するだけの永遠を追い求めることはしません。で、きっとこれから稲妻には多くの壁が立ちはだかることになります。それについて 私もとても期待しています。
Okay. Ooh. Ooh boy. We have so much to discuss. We have so much to talk about. Wow. There was so many things and concepts that are firing in my brain. Dream Sakura. Ooh. Okay, let's talk to them first and get all the dialogue. Oh boy, okay. Okay, let's just go through all of these one by one.
必然的に様々なものに影響します。利益のみで害がないとは言い切れません。例えば、すでに予測できるものが他国による稲妻の商業への影響です。
A は本当に真面目じゃのう。わらわが今考えておるのは、鳴神大社で入場券を販売するか否かだというのに。
Okay. Naturally.
あなたという人はこの先稲妻には数多くの試練が待ち構えているでしょう。
Gaze of the gods.
誠の眼差しは常に稲妻の民にありました。それが彼女の責任であると昔の私はそう考えていたのです。しかし今になってやっとその眼差しに称賛と期待が込められていたのが分かりました。
過去の人々は眼差しを向けるに値した。それは現在と未来の人々においても同じことです。
私はもう彼らの情熱と夢を無視することはありません。
Good to hear.
この先稲妻には数多くの試練が正直言ってあれは終わりの見えない苦痛でした。果てしない戦いを前にした時常に精神を研ぎ澄ませる必要があります。今までの経験と見聞がなかったら、そして刀に力がこもっていなかったら、これについてはあなたのおかげでもありますね。この先稲妻には数多くの試練が待ち構えているでしょう。安心してください。もちろん忘れてはいませんよ。ただ魔物の脅威以外にも信用から他のものが漏れ出ないから心配です。
What else might escape?
それはまだはっきりとは言えぬ。記憶以外にも地脈には多くのものが入っておるからの。
This opens up a whole world of possibility for plot. The ley lines. Oh, this is gonna be a personal question.
何時よ、当人の前でふざけたデマを言うでない。
Alright.
この世にはそう軽々しく何度も口にしてはならぬ言葉がある。わらわを裏切ることがどんな代価を払うことになるのか、そんなもの知りたくはないじゃろ。
Don't like being vulnerable.
なんでもない。油揚げが食べたくなっただけじゃ。
この先稲妻には数多くの試練が待ち構えているでしょう。
Okay. I don't even know what to say. Like, we got a lot of lore that's like my brain, all the cogs are turning and getting stuck and then turning and getting stuck. Like, there's so many things that we learned. And I think a lot of information that I'm gonna have to keep in mind moving forward, because genuinely, like, some of the information about like time and space and implications with the wishes, trying to like reach all these cycles happening, like this motif of cycle is really strong. And not just with A and her puppet and how it's mirroring her and her sister, but like the past and future also have this like cycle like motif, that they're not like, the past isn't always first and the future is second, according to A and Makoto's understanding of eternity, and apparently help from this higher power called Istaroth or something, I think it said. helped her essentially ignore the rules of the past and future and just kind of, I don't know, mix that around and have, you know, the future is the past, but also the future, like this cycle. I don't know. There's so much that there's so many questions that I have. All right, let's go ahead and watch some demos and let's read up on all the lore we can find, because my goodness, there's a lot.
In the land of the Narukami, centuries pass without change. Deep in the heart of the city stands the lofty abode of the Raiden Shogun. She looks down upon her realm at mortal joys and woes, and sees a world mired in impermanence. By mighty lightning, she rules over the transients. Trivial yearning and petty passion, they vanish like a mist, but the Shogun pursues, unfettered and unperturbed eternity.
Pretty sure the petty passion thing is bullshit, because the whole reason why she did all of this is because she grieved. And grief is a different font of passion.
Lightning is eternal. The world is but shadow. Fantasy can only survive with an underlying reality. Reality is the stillness buried deep beneath the illusion. This is eternity. Torn to oblivion! Waking world, you seem woven from the stuff of dreams. All shall fade away.
Interesting.
In the eyes of Inazumans, the Raiden Shogun is not only an archon, but also a symbol. She is their superior leader who embodies eternal thunder and radiance. Her Excellency, the almighty Narukami Ogosho, a 1,000-year-old protector of Inazuma. Little do they know that the current ruler of Inazuma, the Raiden Shogun, residing high up in Tenshukaku, is no longer the same Archon who emerged victorious from the Archon War.
The campaign begins.
The Raiden Shogun is a martial artist in pursuit of perfection, with a sole goal of achieving eternity. No matter who stands in her way to eternal euthymia, they have no chance against the divine punishment that shines down with her bidding. It was the Raiden Shogun who originated the Inazuman art of sword and polearm, as well as a variety of blade forging techniques. When ascending swords and polearms, the amount of mora spent by the Raiden Shogun will be decreased.
Oh, that's
the Raiden
handy.
Shogun's normal attack can combo up to 5 strikes with her polearm, dealing physical damage. Holding the attack button consumes a set amount of stamina to perform an upward slash, dealing physical damage. Despite claiming to be detached from the mortal world, perhaps the Raiden Shogun still remembers her role as an Archon. She accrues the aspirations of all living creatures for her chakra desiderata. When party members other than her use their elemental bursts, the Raiden Shogun will build up resolve stacks for chakra desiderata based on the energy cost of the bursts used. Then, use up all the resolve accrued to empower her next elemental burst. The resolve accrued by Chakra Desiderata will dissipate once the Shogun is out of combat for a set time. The exalted Archon devoted to eternity. What caused her to stop?
Not them showing the people she she ruined the lives of.
After unlocking the talent Wishes Unnumbered, the elemental orbs and
the people that we spoke to during the
Inazuma
quest,
resolve for Chakra Desiderata once per set time period.
Who lost their visions and had total personal collapse within their lives because their ambition was ripped from them.
Skill, the Raiden Shogun unveils a shard of her Raiden, dealing electro damage to nearby opponents and granting nearby party members the Eye of Stormy Judgment. When characters carrying it attack and deal damage to opponents, the Eye of Stormy Judgment will unleash a coordinated attack, dealing AoE electro damage.
Alright. It's probably useful.
The characters who gained the Eye of Stormy Judgment will have their elemental burst damage increased, based on the energy cost of the elemental bursts unleashed.
Oh.
Thanks to the Eye of Stormy Judgment, the Raiden Shogun can aid her teammates without being on the battlefield, boosting their offensive capabilities.
Now you shall perish!
Gathering truths unnumbered and the resolve of wishes uncounted, the Raiden Shogun unleashes the Musou no Hitotachi, dealing AoE electro damage, using Musou Ishin in combat for a certain duration afterward. The damage dealt by Musou no Hitotachi and Musou Ishin's attacks is based on the number of Chakra Desiderata's resolve stacks consumed when this skill is used. While using Musou Ishin in combat, the Shogun's normal, charged, and plunging attacks will be regarded as elemental burst damage and will be infused with electro damage which cannot be overridden. When such attacks hit opponents, she will regenerate energy for all nearby party members. While in this state, the Raiden Shogun's resistance to interruption is increased, and she is immune to electrocharge damage.
Oh, cool.
After unlocking
Makes
the talent
sense.
Enlightened One,
Seeing as
if
she's the
Shogun's
Electro
energy
Archon.
recharge surpasses a certain value, the surplus energy recharge grants her a percentage-based electro damage bonus, and more energy restoration while in Musou Ishin. The Raiden Shogun can accelerate the elemental burst rotation of her party while making the elemental bursts of her teammates more powerful. Such a seasoned leader like her remains fearless in the face of any encounter. In combat, the Raiden Shogun can use the Eye of Stormy Judgment to help teammates in difficult fights. When her teammates unleash elemental bursts or collect elemental orbs or particles, the Shogun gains more resolve for Chakra Desiderata. Wait for an opportune moment to unleash Musou no Hitotachi to deal lethal damage to your enemies. And enter Musou Ishin to clean up the battlefield while regenerating energy for the whole party. To enable a round of elemental bursts that will strike foes down as fast as lightning. Neighboring the Dark Sea, Inazuma has witnessed many a war.
The Dark Sea.
For the pursuit of eternity and the prosperity of Inazuma, the Raiden Shogun stuck stubbornly to her path. But what let some bloom made others wither. There is no gain without the pain of loss. When facing their fears, Archons and mortals are all the same. Yet Archons are born arrogant. By attempting to grasp the heavenly principles, she brought a disaster upon
The
mortals.
heavenly principles, there's that word
Perhaps
again.
Some may say that I'm
Words.
overstating what happened, but I'm just speaking from experience.
Not Dane with the shade. I'm assuming those people we just saw were the friends she mentioned in the quest. Hmm.
Toma, Paimon! What is this place?
Mondstadt is the city of freedom, and Liyue is the city of contracts. As for Inazuma, it's known as the Nation of Eternity.
Who is talking?
The almighty Shogun, focused exclusively on her single goal of implementing eternity.
I know of a way to introduce you to the Raiden Shogun. But before that, there is one other place I was hoping you both would accompany me to. When a person's ambition reaches a certain strength,
Toma?
the gods look upon them with favor. In other words, a person's
Sorry,
vision represents
I don't know the English voice, the voice actors. I'm assuming that's Toma.
It must be a possession, right? I see. That reminds me. It seems that his vision was recently confiscated.
Okay, so this was a precursor
Just like
to
that feeling of emptiness, the feeling that something is
the
missing.
Inazuma quests.
For to be stripped of one's vision is to be stripped of one's ambition. As one who is thrown into the sea, though he fights back desperately against his predicament, it does nothing to prevent his descent into the depths.
Just hammering home that the people who did lose their visions were truly stripped of something they couldn't get back.
So, my intuition was correct. The wind that blows from afar carries fresh life to these shores.
Perhaps in the eyes of a deity such as the almighty Shogun, the lives of those who inhabit the world are inconsequential. At present in Inazuma, in the name of the Vision Hunt Decree, the people's aspirations are being senselessly trampled underfoot. Thus, we cannot remain indifferent to this situation without also remaining indifferent to our own fate. Now, it is time for me to honor my word. I await your instruction. My apologies.
Ayaka was in the timeline video when they were showing characters from each of the nations. So I bet people were really excited about her release.
And look for a fireworks shop run by the Naganohara family. There, you will find someone who can help you. Allow me to
Mia.
Mr. Freeze! I'm Yui Mia. Great to meet ya. Fire hazard! Sayu, Shuma Tsubari at your disposal. And away I go! Genjutsu! In addition to us, there is also the resistance on Watatsumi Island. Many who have lost or fear losing their visions have rallied together under Sango no Miya on Watatsumi Island to form a resistance group.
Remove all threats to eternity by order of the almighty Shogun.
This was insane that this was all done in her name.
Daughter of the Kuju clan of the Terrio Commission. She's also a general in the Shogun's army.
The resistance never betrays its own.
A ceremony, you say? Why would such a
I still
task
wish
be
that
left to
the
Terrio Commission?
resistance got a little more story time.
You will be inlaid upon this statue.
Repeat after me. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3.
You know, the earliest shrine on Watatsumi
This place
Island
is
was
still
not
so
located
breathtaking.
in Sango no Miya. But after she struck down our protector deity, the shrine was abandoned.
Recently, some of our soldiers started showing symptoms of accelerated aging.
If that's the case, then the peace talks are likely a trap.
The way people charge in here as they please. So uncivilized.
Oh, here she is.
Behind all this? Ugh, not her again.
The Fatui are behind everything.
The way you follow me around like a dark shadow.
Your last shadow.
Not even ashes will remain.
But I guess we weren't the ones to actually kill her, huh?
Protect Madame Cujo.
I will
Much
do
to my
everything within my
chagrin.
power to defend my family's honor.
Strike!
Storm the front!
You Cujo scum! Colluding with the Fatui isn't low enough for you already. You just want to take everything away from us.
To survive hardship, you must prepare for hardship.
Coco.
Rest and rebuild! Covenant of the Deep!
Some ambitions have the power to heal wounds, to bring victory.
That was still an epic moment.
What is the reason that I find you standing here before me once again?
Shine down! Now you shall perish!
Surely you don't think your ambition alone is enough to shake A's will.
Wow, all
do
this
you?
was in the trailer?
That's it. Just like that. Eternity stretches things out over a long time. But each
This
moment within it
motherfucker.
becomes all the more fragile.
I wonder when we'll learn more about him, honestly. Okay, so the Raiden Shogun is unique as she is comprised of two beings in one body. A, the current Electro Archon of Inazuma, and the Shogun, the puppet created by A to act as the ruler of Inazuma in her stead, which also serves as her vessel. Okay, let's go ahead and click on A, just so we have all the facts. Raiden A, also known by her goetic name Beelzebub, is the god of eternity and the current Electro Archon who presides over Inazuma. She's a member of the Seven. She currently functions as the Raiden Shogun of Inazuma. A's older twin sister Makoto, or Ball, died 500 years ago in the Cataclysm. Since then, A has assumed the shogunate and continued to rule under the name Ball. Let's go ahead and look at her sister. All right, Raiden Makoto, also known by her goetic name Ball, was the original Electro Archon of Inazuma and predecessor to her younger twin sister A. Makoto's divine ideal was also eternity, but rather than A's pursuit of solemn stillness, Makoto cherished each moment within time and space. Makoto was one of the casualties in the Cataclysm 500 years ago. Since then, A has assumed the shogunate. Makoto and A were two twin gods who lived during the time of the Archon War. While A was far more formidable warrior than the peaceful Makoto, A believed Makoto to be a better ruler for humanity. After prevailing and slaying all their rivals, A willingly sacrificed her body so Makoto could ascend to Celestia and become one of the Seven. After becoming the first Electro Archon, Makoto recreated A's body and made A her Kagemusha, or Shadow Warrior in Japanese, or body double. As far as the world was aware, there were not two, but one. They complemented each other, and they ruled Inazuma jointly. Therefore, there was no need for the public to know the truth. The name Ball and the title of Raiden Shogun were understood to refer to both of them. Personality. According to Yae Miko, while she was not close to Makoto, based on her first encounter with her, she found her to be a kind and gentle god who disliked violence. She was interested in human life, perhaps inspired by their aspirations, yet stated that all good things would have to come to an end. A believed that Makoto had some sort of power to predict the future. The Muso Ishin, you know what? Let's look at that really quick. Alright, the Muso Ishin, or Wholehearted Dream in Japanese, is a legendary sword that was originally created from Makoto's divine might. While it was in Makoto's possession, the blade was kept unsharpened and unused, and was used as a symbol of true peace. After her death during the Cataclysm 500 years ago, she left a faint fragment of her will in it, and passed it on to her sister A, who began to use it as a weapon in battle. After creating the shogun, A transferred her consciousness into the Muso Ishin and created the plane of euthymia, while the sword itself is kept within the shogun and summoned through her chest. Ever since the Muso Ishin was passed down, A and the shogun have performed the Muso no Hitotachi. With this blade, after A had a change of heart and released the full power of the Muso Ishin, Makoto's will was released from it. You know what, let's look at the Hitotachi. The Muso no Hitotachi, 1 slash of no conception, 1 slash of dreams in Japanese, is an extremely powerful and legendary sword technique performed by the Electro Archon, Raiden Shogun, specifically A. Alright. Overview. The profoundest of the profound is the Muso no Hitotachi, a sword art without parallel in all the world. Raiden Shogun's feelings about ascension. When A uses the Muso no Hitotachi, she slices through a point in space with her tachi, and time is briefly frozen. 9 lightning bolts will surround the target, and time is unfrozen. Those lightning bolts then all simultaneously slash the target, which often results in the target's immediate death. When A used Muso no Hitotachi on Urabashi and Akuo, during the Watatsumi Island insurrection, the resulting slash split Yashiori Island in half and created the Muso-jin Gorge. The shogun also used this technique to punish those who lose a duel before the throne, with 2 known victims being Kazuha's friend and Senora. The people of Inazuma revere the Muso no Hitotachi almost as much as the Raiden Shogun herself, as they believe no one can defend against it. As a result, it's become a symbol of the Raiden Shogun's power to protect Inazuma from all threats. Kujo Takayuki's hubris in his dealings with the Fatui stemmed from his overconfidence in the Muso no Hitotachi's power. The traveler managed to escape death from Muso no Hitotachi twice. The first attempt was interrupted by Toma, who distracted the shogun by throwing a spear at her, while Kazuha managed to block the shogun's second attempt with the power of both his Anemo Vision and his deceased friend's reawakened Electro Vision. Known practitioners, A and the shogun. Trivia: after inheriting the Muso Ishin from Makoto, the previous Electro Archon, A and the shogun used it to perform Muso no Hitotachi. Muso Ishin's Muso Dream is a different Muso from the one in Muso no Hitotachi, which uses blank mind, a state where one is free from all thoughts and desires. In Secret Art, Muso Shinsetsu's effect description, Muso no Hitotachi's Muso is written a different way than in the Japanese version. While this wordplay is alluded to in the talent's flavor text, the distinction is lost in the English description. While powerful enough to strike down even gods, it should be noted that the Muso no Hitotachi does not appear to be powered by A's gnosis. The strike that slew Senora, who had been granted godlike executive power by the Tsarista, was dealt 500 years ago after her gnosis was handed off to Yemiko. Similarly, the strike that slew Ouroborashi occurred prior to the Cataclysm, when A was still the shadow warrior of the previous Electro Archon, Makoto. Okay. Raiden Shogun's elemental burst, Secret Art Muso Shinsetsu, changes her stance from wielding a polearm to wielding the Muso Ishin. Okay, trivia. While romanticized the same way, the Muso here, Dream, is different from the Muso in Muso no Hitotachi, Blank Mind, a state where one is free from all thoughts and desires. Okay, I think we already read this bit. In the Chinese and Japanese descriptions for Secret Art Muso Shinsetsu, Muso no Hitotachi is written using the characters for Dream rather than ones for Blank Mind. The descriptions points this out, saying that the Raiden Shogun has abandoned the void-like Muso, and now she shoulders a new Muso, the dreams and ambitions of all. Okay, cool little tidbit. All right, now let's backtrack. Okay, the Muso Ishin, the sword that now belongs to A, was originally Makoto's, and when Makoto owned it, it was never sharpened, being simply a symbol of true peace. She enjoyed spending time with A and was known to be very relaxed and calm. Alongside her sister A, the two prevailed during the Archon War and ruled Inazuma justly, with all those living under their domain doing so in peace. Makoto agreed to let A serve as her Kagemusha and met with the original 7 from time to time in Liyue. When governing Inazuma, Makoto presumably handled general affairs while A would handle those that require force. The two would live in relative peace until the cataclysm 500 years prior to the start of the game, when monsters began appearing across Inazuma and leaving mass trails of destruction in their wake. Makoto headed to Conria alone without informing A, as she was compelled to do so. Interesting, compelled. By the time A found Makoto in Conria, she had already fallen unconscious in the ensuing battle and was dying. However, A was able to save part of her consciousness and moved it to a torii gate underneath the Grand Narukami Shrine. Before her physical death, Makoto had also imbued part of the Musou Ishin with her consciousness that would only awaken when A had used its full power, and also spawned the sacred Sakura tree on top of Mount Yugo. A would use the sacred Sakura to destroy the monsters terrorizing Inazuma. After defeating the Shogun in a grueling duel, Makoto's consciousness spawned from the sword due to A using its full power. She apologized to A for leaving her so suddenly, having intended to slowly convince her of her views over time, but could not, as she could not ignore Conria. Before the last of her consciousness faded away, she handed A a seed of the Sakura tree and lamented that she could not see what Inazuma looked like in the present day. A believed that Makoto had Istaroth. Wait. This is the name of the higher power that was mentioned in the quest. Okay, let's look at this. Istaroth is a god with control over time and wind, and is likely one of the 4 shining shades of the primordial one. What? She is known by a plethora of titles, including the God of Moments, the God of Time, Kairos, the Thousand Winds of Time, the Undying Wind, and Tokoyo-Okami. She has been worshipped in Mondstadt and Enkanomiya. Okay, you know what? Actually, I'm seeing... I'm seeing Enkanomiya. I think I'm going to back out because I haven't covered that yet, so I don't want any spoilers. So this might be revealed when we get there. So I'm going to back out. All right, trivia. In the demonology grimoire, the Lesser Key of Solomon, Baal, also spelled B-A-E-L, is the first king of hell, also listed in the... Oh boy, I'm not saying that. Wait, no, I will try. Pseudo-monarchia. Daemonum. Baal has the power to make men invisible and holds estates in the east. In ancient Mesopotamian religions, there was a storm and rain god that was sometimes referred to as Baal Zephon, often simplified to Baal. A title used in the Northwest Semitic languages of antiquity to refer to an owner or lord. The name Beelzebub is derived from the Hebrew word Baal-zebub, okay, from the second book of Kings. In the Hebrew Bible, the term Baal appears around 90 times in reference to various gods. In the Japanese version, her personal name, Makoto, is written using traditional character forms rather than its new form. Oh, okay, cool. So we will skip over Raiden's because we're going to be listening to that in a second. So we'll listen to the Traveler's lines that involve Makoto, I guess.
Paimon wonders what the previous Shogun was like.
It appears that she was a person who understood the fleeting nature of things and accepted the inevitable fate of departing this world one day.
After all, realizing the fragility of things in front of you makes you treasure them even more.
This way of thinking must have influenced Inazuma's aesthetics. This world is transient. People come and go. The fun times we shared, our companionship, and the delicious foods we got to savor. Those emotions and experiences are real things that existed at some point in time, not just empty concepts.
Even though every banquet must eventually come to an end, it'd be nice to enjoy those happy moments for a little longer.
Shifting seasons and elusive dreams, the ephemeral and fleeting, with thine companionship, all are eternal.
it?
I'm saying that I'm having a lot of fun traveling with you, Paimon. It'd be nice if we could just go on like this forever.
Paimon will take your word for it then.
Okay. Interesting. We're gonna go back to Raiden's page, A, and pick up where we left off. A's older twin sister Makoto, or Ball, died 500 years ago in the Cataclysm. Since then, A has assumed the shogunate and continued to rule under the name Ball. Since A cloistered herself to meditate in the plane of euthymia. Okay, let's look at this. Okay. Quest domain. Okay, we know this. Abilities. No, this is the fight. Okay, lore. Here we go. In the plane of euthymia, the Raiden Shogun A spends most of her time meditating while having a puppet execute daily affairs in Inazuma. The plane of euthymia consists of her consciousness. After seeing all the ambitions in the statue of the omnipresent gods in closed visions, she repeals the vision hunt. Okay, we know this. She's unaware of changes Inazuma has underwent. Realizes that even though Inazuma has changed drastically, it is still Inazuma. Okay. Trivia, we don't... Okay, that's not really much there. Anything else? No? Okay, let's go back to A. All right. Cloistered herself to meditate in the plane of euthymia. Her puppet has been in charge of Inazuman civil affairs. Since the events of Act 2, she has decided to relinquish her original idiosyncrasies and work with the puppet, which has its own consciousness, to further Inazuma with a more forward-thinking governance. Okay, let's go ahead and skip all the way down to story. History. Little is known about the history of the twin gods Makoto and A. The two gods won the Archon War together. Before deciding to split, Makoto would serve as the actual ruler of Inazuma, while A served as her Kagemusha, or body double. They governed Inazuma together. A was close friends with Sasayuri, Mikoshi Chiyo, Kitsune Saigu, and Yemiko. All right, let's go ahead and check these friends out one by one and read all their lore, because Lord knows we're gonna need that. So let's go ahead and check out Sasayuri first. Okay, Sasayuri, Great Tengu of Yogo. Sasayuri was a cherished Tengu general from Inazuma who served the Raiden Shogun and was known as the Great Tengu of Yogo. Sasayuri was killed during a civil war between the Shogun and the people of the Great Serpent Oroborashi from Watatsumi Island. Sasayuri is depicted alongside the Raiden Shogun, Mikoshi Chiyo, and the Kitsune Saigu in the character teaser trailer, which we saw. Of them, Sasayuri is the first to disappear from the picnic ground after Raiden recollects the battle against Oroborashi. Story. The exact circumstances of Sasayuri's death are unknown. Before the invasion of Yashohori Island, Akuo, the champion of Watatsumi Island, made a bet with Muon that he would duel Sasayuri over Tenshukaku. While the duel over Tenshukaku never occurred, they indeed battled on Yashiori Island during which Sasayuri's Tengu mask shattered. After Sasayuri's death, the great position of Great Tengu of Yogo eventually changed hands to Raizenbo, although it is unknown whether the title changed hands between them. Let's go ahead and look at Raizenbo, actually. Okay. Raizenbo was the great Tengu of the Yogo Tengu 500 years ago, the mentor of the Yogo 3, and the mother of Teruo. Oh my goodness, this is so much lore. She was close with the Kitsune Saigu and became the Kitsune's bodyguard after being beaten in a race. Following her failure to protect the Kitsune Saigu during the Cataclysm, Raizenbo went on a self-imposed exile. Raizenbo was the original wielder of Thundering Pulse before she gave it to Takamine, the Mist Splitter, as a result of their bet. The empty boat of 1,000 Gates was her final abode. Okay. Wow, there's a lot about her. Raizenbo was rather rambunctious and enjoyed fighting. Story. At an unknown point after the great Tengu Sasayuri died, Raizenbo became the chieftain of the Yogo Tengu. She was presumably close with Makoto and A, as she was bestowed with the bow Thundering Pulse. At some point in time, Raizenbu and the Kitsune Saigu had a race. While the Kitsune Saigu won, she suspected that Raizenbu had allowed her to win. Following the Kitsune Saigu's victory, Raizenbu became her bodyguard. According to the Otogi Kongo Lion King, the wielder of the red-horned stone thresher, that's okay, Raizenbu was also familiar with him. Well, let's look at who this is, because I don't know who this is. The Otogi King is here, Demons Beware, Redhorn, Stone Thresher lore. The Otogi Kongo Lion King, also referred to as the Otogi King, was a wandering eccentric of Inazuma who lived around 500 years ago. Personality. The Otogi King was a rapacious, boisterous, and liked to tell tales about his alleged fights with monsters. Bake Kitsune, Bake Danuki, evil demons, and Raizenbu being a few cited examples. He is apparently good with children. Okay. He kicked down lavender melon trees when he saw they were unable to reach the fruit, and took some of them to crash an official autumn leaf watching concert. What? Okay, cool, I guess. This is really random. Story. At some point in time before Mikoshi Chiyo was swallowed by a beast, the Otogi King challenged her to a wrestling match. She easily defeated him, hurling him into the sky. Afterwards, he promised he would cut off the horns of those monsters and bring them back for her, claiming that it would show her the might of the Otogi Kongo Lion King, and that the creatures from beyond the ocean were easy pickings. At another unknown point in time, he helped Iroi deal with the 4 Oni of Ogata. Together, the Otogi King and Iroi threw them into paper and sealed them. Okay. Trivia. Despite his claims of being able to vanquish powerful monsters, he was never given the right to wear the Shogun's colors. He is the wielder of the weapon Redhorn Stone Thresher. Huh. Okay, I'm a little confused, but let's backtrack. I might have more information if we keep reading on here. Before the Cataclysm, Raizenbu served as a mentor for the Yogo 3, a group consisting of Asase Hibiki, Kamuna Harunosuke, or Harunosuke, and Mikoshi Nagamasa, who traveled to Mount Yogu to learn the Tengu arts. Among the techniques she taught them was true magic. During their tutelage with Raizenbu, Asase and Kamuna also became familiar with the Kitsune Saigu and the Grand Narukami Shrine. Around the same time, Takamine the Mistsplitter became her servant in exchange for possession of Thundering Pulse as a result of their bet coming to a draw. She taught him Tengu archery, which was apparently a skill she did not teach the Yogo 3, seeing as Takamine later taught it to Asase as to not waste his archery skills. Raizenbu gave birth to a daughter, Teruyo, around the time she was mentoring the Yogo 3. The Cataclysm. When the Cataclysm 500 years ago struck, causing monsters corrupted with abyssal power to rampage across Teyvat, Raizenbu was among those who helped combat the monsters. However, the Kitsune Saigu eventually lost her life and disappeared. Out of rage at her own inability to prevent the Fox Envoy's sacrifice, Raizenbu went on a self-imposed exile, leaving Teruyo behind and refusing to emerge before humanity ever again. At some point, presumably around the Cataclysm, Raizenbu and the Kitsune Saigu went to the empty boat of 1,000 Gates. While exploring the ruins under Arayumi, Asase and Kamuna found traces of their presence. Okay. I'm getting a little lost. These are a lot of names and a lot of things that I am previously unfamiliar, but I'm trying to compartmentalize all of this. But let's go back. We're gonna go ahead and go back to A's page, and then who's the next friend? Mikoshi Chiyo. Okay, so we have heard of her. She was mentioned when we learned about Otogi, the Otogi King. Mikoshi Chiyo, the Tiger Bite. Mikoshi Chiyo was also known as Tora Chiyo, and was an Oni and a member of the Mikoshi clan who lived around 500 years ago. She was the biological mother of Iwakura Doke and the adoptive mother of Mikoshi Nagamasa. She was a close ally of the Raiden Shogun A. Okay, let's look at her son then, or daughter. Iwakura Michihiro, born Mikoshi Michihiro, and later given the title Doin, was the eldest son of the Oni Mikoshi Chiyo, the legitimate heir of the Mikoshi clan, and the adoptive brother of Mikoshi Nagamasa. He lived through the Cataclysm 500 years ago, during which Chiyo was corrupted by the Abyss during a battle against a certain creature of sin, and turned her blade on the Raiden Shogun. As one of Beelzebub's most trusted allies, Chiyo's betrayal was a great stain on the Mikoshi name. Michihiro secluded himself in Konda village out of shame until he met Teruyo of the Yogu Tengu, who gave him the name Iwakura to distance himself from his past. He thereafter became the patriarch of the Iwakura clan. He had the famed sword Hakuen Banko Amenoma, and its Kageuchi, spare copy Amenoma Kageuchi, forged by the Amenoma smithy owner at the time. The sword is passed down to each bearer of the In title. Meanwhile, the Kageuchi was gifted to the Simon clan of the Konda village as a token of gratitude from him. Boy, I'm trying to pronounce all these names correctly. Forgive me if I'm stumbling over them. Story. As Mikoshi Michihiro, little is known about Michihiro's early life, besides the fact that he was Chiyo's biological son. At some point in time, Chiyo fostered Nagamasa and adopted him into the Mikoshi clan as Iwakura. During his time in seclusion, Iwakura encountered Teruyo of the Yogu. She gave him his Iwakura name and set up a wager. If he could touch her during their duel, she would let him call his blade the Tengu Victor. He managed to accomplish this feat with a swing so strong, it destroyed both the abandoned temple they dueled in and the blade he used. After refining his swordsmanship style, Michihiro named it the Tengu Sweeper and established his own sword school known as the Iwakura Art. The Kujo clan recruited him as their sword instructor and bestowed upon him the title of Douin. Legacy. At some point, while Michihiro was still alive, the Magu Kenki was built based on his Iwakura art and modeled after him. Oh, okay. However, the combat puppet did not work as intended and was abandoned. And Ako Domeki's crew stole a Magu Kenki puppet during their conflict with the shogunate. The Iwakura art has been passed down to modern times and is still presently practiced. However, after the enactment of the Vision Hunt Decree, many of its practitioners became vagrant Nobushi and Kairagi. During the traveler's journey across Inazuma, they inadvertently caused the destruction of the Iwakura clan. Oh, okay. So let's go back and read about the adopted child of Chiyo, Mikoshi Nagamasa. Nagamasa was one of the Yogu 3 in Inazuma who lived around the time of the Cataclysm 500 years ago. In his youth, he was adopted into the Mikoshi clan by Chiyo and lived with her biological son, Michihiro. Nagamasa took great pride in his adoptive family, and after Chiyo went mad from abyssal corruption and turned her blade on A, he joined the Inazuma shogunate to restore his family's honor. After becoming an inspector, Nagamasa took up bladesmithing at Tatarasuna. There he forged a nagamaki that would come to be known as the Katsuragikiri. Nagamasa! Oh lord, I'm so sorry. I'm probably butchering these beautiful Japanese words. After he slew his Yoriki, Katsuragi, with it. Okay, personality. Nagamasa is said to have been obsessed with justice, especially after Chiyo's betrayal stained the Mikoshi clan's reputation and led Nagamasa to work diligently to restore their honor. His obsession with restoring his clan's honor was such that he would not tolerate any sort of misconduct for his subordinates, as seen when he killed Katsuragi despite his good intentions. In reality, Nagamasa's obsession was simpler that he could not allow himself to die, and he was unwilling to execute Katsuragi. Okay. Story. At some point in Nagamasa's early life, he was fostered by the Oni maiden Chiyo and grew up alongside her biological son Michihiro. He appears to have lived in or around the Mount Yogu area, later going to learn under the Yogu Tengu and becoming one of the Yogu Three alongside Asase Hibiki and Kamuna Haruosuke. After Chiyo was corrupted by the Abyss and betrayed A, during the fight against the dark forces of the Cataclysm, Michihiro secluded himself in Konda village out of shame while Nagamasa left to join the shogunate and restore the Mikoshi name. Okay, as an inspector. After becoming an inspector, Nagamasa went to Tatarasuna with his Yoriki Katsuragi. There, he developed an interest in weaponsmithing and pursuit that the rest of his group, consisting of Vice Armory Officer Miyazaki Nozomu and Kinjiro, believed had a beneficial effect on his temperament. With Katsuragi and Miyazaki's help, Nagamasa forged a nagamaki he named Daitatara Nagamasa. Around the same time, Katsuragi found a puppet inside a hidden place called Shake Pavilion, A's prototype puppet, the entity later known as Scaramouche. Oh. Okay, wait, hold on a second. Is this Scaramouche lore? Because if so, let's backtrack. Because I haven't experienced any of this yet. We're gonna backtrack. Okay, she was a close ally of the Raiden Shogun A. Chiyo is depicted alongside the Raiden Shogun, Sasayuri, and the Kitsune Saigu in Raiden Shogun Nightmare. We saw this. She is the second to disappear from the picnic ground after A recollects their battle against each other. Profile. Chiyo was once a valuable ally of the Raiden Shogun A and campaigned with her against the dark forces that emerged during the Cataclysm. However, she was swallowed whole by a beast of sin, and while inside its stomach was tainted by the darkness. Even though she managed to rip the beast apart and slay it, she was forever changed. She would later turn her blade on A, after which she was defeated and badly injured. Her ultimate fate is unknown. Appearance. She allegedly looked as lovely as the moon, and was so beautiful that the Kitsune Saigu wanted to hide her own face behind a mask. She is also described as petite and dainty. In Raiden Shogun Nightmare, she is depicted with two large horns on her head, red eyes, and long black hair with red highlights. She is wearing her battle garb, a white junihito with red and pink trim and gold interior. When A recollected their battle, Chiyo is shown with glowing red eyes and two glowing red scratches on the left side of her face. Story. Chiyo was a close ally of A and fought against the dark forces. Okay, we already read this. During one particular battle, she was swallowed whole by a beast with a tiger's body and a snake's tail. Okay, while within this beast of sin, she was stained by a deep sin and witnessed her comrades being torn apart by the beast's jaws. She drew her sword against the shogun, but her sword arm and horn were severed. She then fled and disappeared into the forest. With her ultimate fate left unknown, people believe she was slain by either the Tengu, the Shumatsuban, or even the Awakura clan. Others claim that she encountered an Oni-masked sword-bearing doll, likely referring to the Magukenki. Okay. Interesting. Trivia: based on her appearance in Raiden Shogun's character teaser, Chiyo was right-handed. This also means she lost her right arm during her battle against the Shogun. Sometime before Chiyo was swallowed by the beast, she defeated the Otogi King when he challenged her to a wrestling match. Okay, etymology. Her name, Torachiyo, Chiyo the Tiger in Japanese, is likely a reference to the childhood name of the Japanese warlord, Uesugi Kenshin, known as the war god for his military prowess. The Japanese name Chiyo, eternal prosperity, or 1,000 generations, was a common male childhood name for the samurai class, but is nowadays used as a female name. Furthermore, there is a widespread theory in popular history that Kenshin was actually female, although never taken seriously by academic historians. Kenshin is therefore sometimes depicted as a female in popular culture. Oh, that's cool. Alrighty. Next friend on the list. Kitsune Saigu. Kitsune Saigu, Lady Kitsune. The Kitsune Saigu, also known as Lady Saigu and the Hakushin Kitsune, was a prominent historical figure in Inazuma who was worshipped as a kitsune goddess. She was a descendant of the Hakushin clan, was a close ally of A alongside the Oni Chiyo, and served a mentor-like role towards a shrine maiden named Asase Hibiki. During a dark disaster, likely the Cataclysm 500 years ago, the Kitsune Saigu was among those who disappeared. She was consumed by a dark will, and both her body and memories were broken down and turned into filth. The Hakushin Ring Catalyst is narrated from her perspective, and its blueprint is rewarded after completing Sacred Sakura Cleansing Ritual, a series of world quests related to her. Profile: the Kitsune Saigu was one of Hakushin's descendants and dwelt in the Grand Narukami Shrine. Like all kitsune, Saigu had a longer lifespan than most humans, but it is unknown how long she lived before her death. Personality: losing one's memory is no different from losing one's life. It is like death amidst darkness eternal. Kitsune Saigu herself said this. According to Hibiki, the Kitsune Saigu had a sense of humor that was out of line. She had a more solemn side, however, and was particularly concerned about memories. While attempting to comfort Hibiki about Takamine the Mist-Splitter, she says the person you're missing will be lucky enough to become a part of your memories forever. Appearance: the Kitsune Saigu had white hair and fur. As shown in Raiden Shogun's character teaser, her wardrobe consists of the typical Miko priestess. Story: little is known about the Kitsune Saigu's early life. At some point, she won a race against the chieftain of the Yogu Tengu. Saigu believed that Tengu was going easy on her, however, to her slight ire. She also tricked the Bakedanuki Iroi into submitting to the Raiden Shogun. She also secretly learned some of the Bakedanuki's magic. 500 years ago and death. Do not be blinded, do not waver. Keep walking the path that you believe in. The Kitsune Saigu to the Raiden Shogun before their final parting. Around 500 years ago, the Kitsune Saigu became familiar with a certain group of mortals. Included among them were a shrine maiden, Hibiki, an easygoing young man, possibly Kamuna, a kanjo, Hiragi Hiroshi, and a clan who used ingenious techniques to make man-made meteors bloom in the skies. The Naganohara family. A certain dark disaster, likely the Cataclysm, befell the land. To protect Aoroi from it, the Kitsune Saigu tricked him from staying involved by playing a game of hide-and-seek with him. A tasked Kitsune Saigu with protecting Inazuma in her stead when she went to Konria, making it their final parting. Both were aware that tragedy would ensue. Later on, after her final parting with the Raiden Shogun, the Kitsune Saigu disappeared into the deep darkness, never to be seen again. In her dying moments, Kitsune Saigu asked the dark will that gnawed at her to spare her memories. As her body and mind were consumed, her memories were powerful enough that some of it remained unsullied as it settled into the earth as filth, thus creating Hanachiru Sato. Okay, let's look at this really quick. This sounds kind of familiar, actually. Okay, so it's this. This is who that is. All right, I know who we're talking about now. All right, let's go back. Legacy. Around the same time that Kitsune Saigu disappeared and died, Takamine the Mistsplitter disappeared during a battle against the Dark Forces, while Chiyo was consumed by a beast of sin and was corrupted by it, drawing her blade against A only to be defeated and run away. Mikoshi Doke, Chiyo's biological son, secluded himself in Konda village out of shame over his mother's betrayal, while her adoptive son Mikoshi Nagamasa joined the shogunate to restore the Mikoshi clan's honor instead. In the wake of their absences, the Mount Yogu group went their separate ways. The Great Tengu went on a self-imposed exile over her failure to protect the Kitsune Saigu, leaving Teruyo behind. Kamuna left for another country in the fury of his mourning. The Earth Kitsune and the Sky Kitsune turned their forms to stone to await her return. Some of these statues, such as the lit Earth Kitsune statues, can be interacted with using the memento lens. Hibiki took over as leader of the Narukami Shrine, awaiting Takamine's return. Hanachiru Sato, who formed from the remnants of the Kitsune Saigu's memories within the filth that contaminated the land, manifested in order to continue performing the sacred Sakura cleansing ritual. Decades later, when Kamuna returned to Inazuma, she appeared before him and asked him to perform the ritual, initially causing him to mistake her for the real Kitsune Saigu. Despite quickly realizing Hanachiru Sato's true nature, Kamuna performed the ritual and spared her. Okay, let's scroll down to trivia. The Saigu was a big fan of fried tofu. This is most likely a reference to inari zushi, a type of fried tofu that is said to be preferred by foxes. One of Saigu's favorite quotes was, "Bring forth the fried tofu." The kitsune mentioned in Retracing Bolide's Summer Night's water balloon piece was the Kitsune Saigu. Kitsune Saigu is mentioned in the description of the following furnishing. Okay. Etymology. Her name in Japanese means Fox High Priestess. Saigu, Purification Shrine in Japanese, also read as Saiku, refers to the High Priestess of the Ise Grand Shrine, the most sacred Shinto shrine in Japan. Strictly speaking, Saigu originally refers to the residence of the High Priestess, but it later became synonymous with the priestess herself. From the mythological era, Saigu had been chosen from unmarried imperial princesses. This tradition, however, ceased to exist in 1336 because of one of the most catastrophic civil wars of Japan. Wow, which is coincidentally around 500 years before the fall of the last shogunate, which may have inspired the current upheavals in Inazuma. Okay, interesting. The Ise Grand Shrine enshrines the sun goddess, Amaterasu, who is also the ruler of the pantheon and the ancestral goddess of the imperial house, and the agricultural goddess, Toyo-Ukebime? The latter is often equated with another agricultural goddess, Ukanomitama, better known as Inari, whose divine messengers are foxes. Very cool. I'm sorry again if I'm butchering these beautiful sacred names. Okay, let's backtrack. Kitsune Saigu and Yae-Miko. We won't read up on Yae-Miko, obviously, because we will just do that for her own character quest. So we're going to continue on. She also met Morax in Barbados while accompanying Makoto to one of the Seven's occasional reunions in Liyue. All those who dwelled in the nation lived in peace as long as the shogunate's borders were not threatened. At some point after creating Watatsumi Island, the god Orobarashi attacked Yashiori Island with his followers due to having been sentenced to death by Celestia for reading the book Before Sun and Moon, which recorded history that they wanted hidden. A rallied the shogunate forces against the god and his followers. In the ensuing war, Sasayuri was killed, and A killed Orobarashi with the Muso no Hitotachi on the island with such force that it created the Musojin Gorge. Neither A nor Makoto were aware of the true motive behind Orobarashi's attack. During the cataclysm, the threat of the abyss prompted A to take up arms once more alongside Makoto, Chiyo, and Saigu. Chiyo was swallowed by a beast of sin. While she broke out, she was corrupted by its taint and drew her sword against A. In the ensuing fight, A sliced off Chiyo's horns and her sword arm, but did not chase after the corrupted Oni. When A learned that Makoto had gone to Konria alone, she pursued her sister tasking Saigu with defending Inazuma. By the time she had arrived, Makoto was already dying, much to A's horror, although she was able to preserve some of her consciousness. After returning from Conria, A assumed her sister's position in both the shogunate and a member of the Seven. She used the powers of the sacred Sakura to eliminate all of the monsters plaguing Inazuma, bringing peace back once more. The incident left her deeply scarred from erosion. At some point after the cataclysm, A created an experimental puppet as a proof of concept to see if she could escape erosion, who later called himself Kunikuzushi. She had wished to see him to store her gnosis, but Kunikuzushi shed tears upon creation, causing A to believe him to be too gentle for the task. Taking apparent pity on him, she decided to seal his powers and put him in a slumber in the Narukami Shrine. Later, he arose from that slumber and roamed the Inazuman countryside, where he would eventually be discovered by the Fatui and took on the name Scaramouche. She soon had a puppet version of herself created, making sure that it followed her ideals. Satisfied with her work, she gave her gnosis to Miko before removing her consciousness into the Muso Ishin, after she made sure she had a way to get out of it if it was ever required. A year before the game's current events, A was deceived by the Fatui and enacted both the Vision Hunt and Sakugo decrees, shuttering her nation off from the rest of Teyvat. According to Zhongli, the mortal vessel of Morax, she had ordered the Inazuma shogunate to collect all of the visions in the country, where they were laid into the statue of the omnipresent god for reasons unknown. No one, including her people, has since been granted an electrovision. Present day, main articles, Raiden Shogun lore, during the Rite of Dissension, Morax faked his death to see, okay. He guessed that A would learn of his death, which would cause her to accelerate her plans. A appeared to be aware that Morax was still alive and that his story was not over yet. During the Vision Hunt ceremony, the Shogun dragged the traveler into... Okay, this is just recapping the quest. We don't need to read that. So let's go ahead and listen to the voiceover lines and character stories and stuff. All right, trivia. The pinnacle of A's swordsmanship is the Muso no Hitodachi. One slash of no conception. The symbol of ultimate power. The sword skill is said to be only witnessed during divine punishment. According to the in-game archive description for Shibas, A was once allegedly quite fond of the dog breed. Okay. Several aspects regarding Makoto, A, and the Raiden Shogun's identities were hinted at before the Archon quests revealed it. The Raiden Shogun's character teaser and character demo heavily emphasized the imagery of two Raiden Shoguns, which are meant to be Makoto and A. The English name for Vajrata Amethyst Gemstone hinted that the Raiden Shogun seen in Inazuma is a puppet. The real A is inside her weapon. At the time of the reveal, it was the only gemstone that did not derive its name from a Hindu god. Instead, its name comes from Vajra, the weapon wielded by Indra, the Hindu god of rain and thunder. The Shogun puppet and A have recited multiple poems in the character demo and other media. Etymology. In Shinto mythology, Raiden is another name for Raijin, a god of lightning, thunder, and storms. Raiden also means thunder and lightning in both Japanese and Chinese. A is loosely based on Raiden Mei, a character from Hokai Gakuen 2 and Honkai Impact 3rd, other games created by miHoYo. Raiden Mei, Makoto, and A are strikingly similar to each other. Okay, I'm gonna skip that just in case I play Honkai one day. Okay, I don't want to spoil anything. Beelzebub was the name of a Philistine deity and is known in demonology as one of the 7 princes of hell. Many Christian theological sources recognize the name Beelzebub as another name for Satan. The source for the name Beelzebub comes from the Book of Kings in the Hebrew Bible. As such, Baal was a title and honorific meaning owner or lord in antiquity. So far, Beelzebub is the only Archon name that does not appear in the Ars Goetia. Beelzebub as a shogun is most likely inspired by Tokugawa Ieyasu. The founder and first shogun of the shogunate. Okay, or at least the Tokugawa shogunate. The Japanese name for her constellation is Tenkabito-za, seat of the person under the heaven. It means a person who virtually holds the reins of the nation and usually refers to three powerful warlords: Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, of which the last is the only Tenkabito who became a shogun. Although the official decree of Sakuko was issued under the reign of his grandson, there were several precursors of the Sakuko decree during Ieyasu's reign. Like Ieyasu was skilled in swordsmanship. He is said to have mastered the Ichu no Taichi, slash of one, in his later years, the ultimate sword art of the Kashima Shinto school that only a chosen few were allowed to learn, which many have inspired the Hitotachi part of the Muso no Hitotachi. Okay. Ieyasu also patronized two swordsmen and their schools, Yagyu Munenori of the Yagu Shinkake school and Ono Tadaki of the Ito school. The former school may have inspired the swordsman Iwakura Doke in the game. The later school is known for the semi-legendary sword art Musoken, Sword of the Dream, which may have inspired the name of Muso Shinsetsu, True Teachings of the Dream. Okay, the elemental burst of the playable Raiden Shogun, but not Muso in the Muso no Hitotachi during the story and past legends, which has a different kanji. There is a conspiracy theory that Ieyasu had a Kagemusha, a body double, and the Kagemusha took the place of real Ieyasu at some point in history. It is not taken seriously by historians, but it is a popular theme in Japanese historical fictions. This theory may have inspired the in-game lore that A was originally a Kagemusha of Makoto. Okay, that's really cool. A as the god of eternity is likely inspired by the shogun Tokugawa. Oh god. Ieyasu's faith in Pure Land Buddhism. I'm sorry, I'm really trying so hard to say these names. Her title, Plane of Euthymia, is called Pure Land of One Mind, Isen Judo. In the East Asian versions, which refers to the realm of perfect purity and quietude in one's mind, namely a Buddhist version of idealism that all beings arise from mind and thus Buddhas and their meditation realms also reside in one's own mind. Historically, Ieyasu was an avid follower and patron of the Pure Land school, and he adopted the school's slogan, "Abhor the impure land, aspire to the pure land," as his banner sign. Unlike other schools of Buddhism, which are generally anti-dogmatic and embrace impermanence, Pure Land Buddhism emphasizes a strong faith in Amida, the Buddha of infinity. The name Amida comes from the Chinese name, which in turn is the combination of two Sanskrit names, meaning light, and infinite longevity. Both properties of Amida match A's orientation to eternity, especially eternal longevity. Oh, cool. That is really cool. After the Cataclysm, A claimed her body was the most eminent in the world and promised never changing eternity to her people. Similarly, Ieyasu was posthumously defined as Gongen, or a great manifestation of a Buddha as a Shinto god, because he claimed he wanted to be a guardian of the nation even after his mortal life ended. In addition, Ieyasu's slogan, "Abhor the impure land, aspire to the pure land," is alleged to represent his determination to end the cataclysm of the Sengoku period, Warring States period, and build a pure land in this world by bringing peace. The statue of the 1,000-armed, 100-eyed god is most likely a reference to Senju Kanon, a manifestation of the Bodhisattva Kanon Kannon, one of the two main assistants of Amida. In her realm, A meditates in the sitting position of Hanka Fumisage, half-lotus pendant, a variant of the half-lotus position, but not necessarily a foot has to be placed on a thigh. In Buddhist art in Japan, this position is commonly used to depict the Miroku, an object of worship in Pure Land Buddhism that predates worship for Amida. Miroku is said to confine himself in this realm of Pure Land for meditation to achieve enlightenment and bring salvation to all sentient beings. Until the expectant achievement of his enlightenment, he is believed to send his avatars to help this world on behalf of him. Beelzebub's self-confinement in her realm of euthymia and her use of a puppet for the mundane world may be inspired by this belief. A's ultimate sword skill, Muso no Hitotachi, is most likely a reference to the Munen Muso no Uchi, strike of no design, no conception, created by swordsman Miyamoto Musashi, who is often called a sword saint. Okay, Muso is short for Munen Muso. According to Victor Harris, a former keeper of Japanese antiques at the British Museum in London, Munen Muso in Japanese swordsmanship means the ability to act calmly and naturally even in the face of danger. It is the highest accord with existence when a man's word and his actions are spontaneously the same. According to Musashi's The Book of Five Rings, in this method, when the enemy attacks and you decide to attack, hit with your body and hit with your spirit, and hit from the void with your hands, accelerating strongly. This is the no design, no conception cut. This is the most important method of hitting. It is often used. You must train hard to understand it. A's alleged past fondness for Shiba dogs is most likely a reference to Tokugawa, the fifth shogun of the Edo Bakufu. He was nicknamed as the Dog Shogun because of his eagerness to enact animal protection laws. Okay, cool. Now that we have all that, we are finally getting into her character stories. All right. Character details. Since the dawn of life, humankind has always borne an intense yearning for and curiosity about the world. This is the anchor point of their cognition and is the foundation of all reason. The world of the people of Inazuma is also thus. There, thunder, lightning, wind, and rain were primordial facts of life, as well as light and the sea, and the Raiden Shogun. Babes nestling in their mother's arms hear tales of the shogun's slaying of many gods and conquering of other races. When young men and women roam the islands, they see the gorge split asunder by a blade of lightning and the pale, still standing bones of the giant snake. Soldiers take to the battlefield with the glory to the shogun and her everlasting reign upon their lips. The people work in contentment and peace, knowing that the shogun and her loyal tri-commission are there. The great name of the Raiden Shogun has long shaken off the shackles of mere life, becoming the eternal traditional belief of Inazuma. People trust in this great name and its might, believing that their descendants shall witness the same sights, that the same faith will form the foundations of their inner worlds, and that this will pass on from generation to generation. This is the eternal paradise that the almighty Shogun promised her people. Character Story 1, Friendship Level 2. The true name of the Raiden Shogun is Raiden A. In her long road, she has witnessed the price that Inazuma has had to pay for progress over the hundreds and thousands of years. The happiest years of her life had passed her by, and those she once considered friends became her foes. In the end, she even lost the reason for which she had wielded her sword. Where there is progress, there must be loss. A believed that this was the ironclad rule of the world, with time as its merciless enforcer. The greatest and most prosperous nation of men collapsed overnight, and even that most ancient Liyue harbor would say farewell to its Geo-Archon. The winds of parting came whistling in from the outer edge of time. However resounding the Raiden Shogun's name, centuries later, millennia later, someday, Inazuma would lose the protection of its deity. As a warrior, she was wary of all foes, even if that enemy was a crisis as intangible as time's passage. She had to find a countermeasure, a weapon she could use to defeat it in time. Her answer, eternity. Only eternity could freeze all things under the sky, make Inazuma truly deathless. Then, while things are still good, let us have stillness. Let us march towards eternity. Character Story 2, Friendship Level 3. For beings with a perishable form of flesh to pursue eternity, they must first solve the unavoidable problem of lifespan. This limited time troubled A greatly, until one day, when a mysterious technique came before her eyes as if by a stroke of fate. Using such techniques, one could create intricate puppets indistinguishable from true life. In theory, this puppet could perfectly imitate everything about A. It could surpass the limits of her lifespan and defend Inazuma forever. Yet, how could creating a copy of an Archon be a simple affair? A conducted countless experiments to this effect, discarded a great many failed products, and spent an unimaginable amount of time and resources. But at last, by her dogged pursuit of warrior spirit, she was able to create a flawless puppet. The new Raiden Shogun sat there silently, listening to A speak all about her, and even about them. The future of Inazuma was here, inscribed upon a gorgeous blueprint. The automaton had but one question to ask A. There is no turning back from forsaking your form. Do you regret nothing? Your existence is my answer. Then A transferred her consciousness into her blade, and thus was born the plane of Euthymia. Character Story 3, Friendship 4. Before Raiden A became the shogun, she was a samurai responsible for seeing that the previous shogun's orders were carried out. The previous Electro Archon, Raiden Makoto, was no great fighter, and the things A had charge over were mostly matters of warfare and slaughter. However, A also had moments of repose away from battle, sitting with her friends under the sakura trees and playing karuta. Due to her character, A was always the most wooden player. She was never the final victor, nor did she ever have a taste of the prizes that the Kitsune Saigu reserved for the winners. Thus, she poured the effort that she put into swordsmanship into karuta practice, often pestering Makoto or Mikoshi Chiyo to karuta matches, or spending much time by moonlight reading the poetry inscribed on the cards out loud. At last the day came that under the sakura trees, A would defeat opponent after opponent. Even the mighty Tengu would be felled after a hard-fought battle, and thus was she crowned the champion. A let out a victorious whoop at her victory, only to be greeted by the sounds of her friends' laughter. Only then did she realize that she had lost her usual composure entirely before snapping both arms back down and reverting to her usual cool facade. Of course, her friends did not intend to make sport of her. Indeed, they understood her character and the manner in which she had worked ever so hard to come out on top. As for the Kitsune Saigu, oh, how amused she looked as she presented A with some pastries. I said it was a reward, yes, but it was simply some handmade cakes of mine. I didn't think that you would be so concerned about it. A. Well then, enjoy the spoils of your victory to your heart's content. A was hardly one to be greedy for snacks, but as a samurai, she firmly believed that what she lost must be reclaimed. These pastries were more akin to a vindication of her desire to win. But it was not long before the cool demeanor of hers broke into a smile again. The cakes were lovely, just like the taste of victory. As for her clumsy attempts to hide that smile, one could only say that it was an entertaining sight all around for her friends. To this day, A still often remembers that sakura tree. Even though she has not gone to see it in a long time, and even though no one sits under it anymore, she wishes that time might stop forever. Character Story 4, Friendship 5. A still remembers the way in which Makoto greatly loved the scenery of Inazuma, its cuisine, and the stories of its people, and how she loved telling A all about it. Though they both understood the concept of erosion, well, Makoto was unlike A, who worried about the future more often. Instead, Makoto's energies were focused on the present. It is precisely because we know that this scene is but a fleeting shadow that we should enjoy it all the more. Then A could only smile wryly, realizing that she, the Kagemusha, was even more old-fashioned than the real Raiden Shogun. She thought to herself that she must learn to be more leisurely, just like Makoto. Yet the times changed all too quickly, all but catching A off guard. Before she knew it, her hands already held the blade that the dying Raiden Makoto had passed on to her. This day, the Kagemusha was now the true Raiden Shogun, and it was on this day that A truly felt the agony of erosion. As time marched forward inexorably, even this blade, this Sakura, all life on Inazuma would fade before her eyes. This was the foundation of Inazuma, and it was the thing that Raiden Shogun must defend. If you look at it this way, thinking ahead is not meaningless, nor is it vain arrogance. Having resolved herself, her life exceeded its mortal shell, and eternity descended upon the mortal plane. Character Story 5, Friendship 6. One night, Raiden A entered a beautiful dreamscape while meditating. Here there was nothing left between heaven and earth but her and a her that was akin to looking into a mirror. The automaton's voice flowed into her ears like a sigh. The eternity you resolved to establish in your heart has been shaken by the countless wishes of the people. Thus, you have become my enemy. Back when she was creating the puppet, A had considered all the hidden risks involved. She believed that anything was possible, including the worst-case scenario, in which she would too someday become a threat to eternity. But she had to press on. She had to reach eternity. This she would not permit to be stayed by any outside force. The puppet's words were something that she had asked herself long ago. You believe that you are more firmly convicted now than you were yesterday, and that is why you are presently correct. Is that so? Do you presently have some new ideas, or have you, too, fallen victim to inexorable erosion? Their faces were the same, but they spoke of different ideals. The battle with herself, with her past, would come someday, but it was not this day. A knew well that she was not yet ready. Her heart was clear, and she would have remained in that state, but hearing the cries of her people, she had to command her feet to stop. The sky above the mirror was no longer empty, and all about the silent halls she heard the cry of crows. Dawn was coming. The samurai must take up her sword. This dream was ever so real, and it too passed like a shadow. Muso Ishin, Friendship Level 4. A sword that, once passed on, has accompanied A to this day. This sword has had two wielders and has witnessed both time and eternity. It was born from Raiden Makoto's divine might, but it was never once sharpened. It took after its owner, of course, for Makoto was not one for battle. It was but a symbol, a sign of true peace. The day Makoto passed on, it was given into A's hands. The sword was stained with blood then, and as the blade drew its first taste of crimson, the dripping ichor was blown aside by wild winds and blazing thunder. Makoto gave it the name Muso Ishin and desired to have it witness an Inazuma as lovely as a dream and with the noble hearts that dwell in this world. A did not change its name, for she, too, had looked out over that vast scene of beauty, and the sight of it had engendered a stronger, purer dream in her own heart. The aesthetic of lightning is precisely to capture that which is precious amidst fleeting transience. Gnosis, Friendship Level 6. Before she came to dwell in the plane of Euthymia permanently, A was troubled for a time concerning where she might store her Gnosis. She no longer had any need of it, but such an important item could not simply be placed anywhere. She had initially intended to have it modified into an energy supply device, but no matter what she did, her techniques had no effect on the Gnosis at all. And that was when she thought of someone, the cunning and clever Yaemiko. She was not precisely someone to be trusted, but she was in many ways also A's best choice. Upon hearing this request, Miko could not help but joke, "Aren't you afraid that I might just sell this off? You understand the value of a Gnosis. Even if you sold it, I trust that you would have exchanged it for something of equal value, and that is no easy price to pay." With someone of Yaemiko's character, it would be no surprise if she ever sold the Gnosis. Yes, but she would not allow herself to lose out in any such exchange. Such, then, was the tacit agreement between the two old friends. Yaemiko understood A's intent and took the precious Gnosis with a smile. "Well, this is your idea, not mine. Don't end up regretting this now." Alright, let's go ahead and listen to her voice lines.
No salutations needed. My exalted status shall not be disclosed as we travel among the common folk.
Oh.
I acknowledge that you are a person of superior ability. Henceforth, you will be my guard. Worry
you
not.
can guard yourself.
Should any danger arise, I shall dispose of it. Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever. The world remains constant over the centuries, but human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water. Transitory. All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion. I stand before it, alone and unchanging.
That's literally not something to brag
Rainfall
about.
alone does not constitute a storm. Thunder is required. The Winter Shogun approaches.
The Winter Shogun?
Clear skies can do nothing to hide the brilliance of lightning. Divine bolts can strike even in the absence of rain. Do you see that tree? Wait, you understand? So, demonstration is not required. Good. Yawning without covering your mouth. Uncouth. I will pardon your rudeness this time. Good morning to you too. I command the thunder in all corners of the world to cease. Rest well tonight. Thunders roar and lightnings flash. So ephemeral. This is why reaching eternity is desirable. Actually, no. This is why reaching eternity is necessary.
Okay.
Erosion is a terrible thing. This body's purpose is to withstand wear and tear, that the one within might achieve eternity. I declare you my Chamberlain. In other words, according to my judgment, you are useful to the Shogunate and loyal to me.
No. Okay. No. Don't make assumptions. I'm not loyal to you personally. I'm loyal to Inazuma, but
I have
not
nothing
you.
to share with you at this
Dang.
time. But you use elemental energy without the aid of a vision. How is this possible? Please enlighten me.
I don't think I will.
Her body may have perished, but she became the sacred Sakura. This too is a form of eternity.
Is she talking about Makoto?
Kamisato. One of the most distinguished clans in all of Inazuma. Despite Ayato's trickery in regard to the Tri-Commission's affairs, he is nevertheless a loyal subject. His past misdeeds shall be excused.
The entitlement, the loftiness. I hate
subject,
this.
And an accomplished warrior. She is worthy to be called a hero.
A hero?
With an heir of such great promise, the future prosperity of the Kujo clan is assured.
Okay.
Indeed. It was I.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna keep it together until we get to the end of these.
But I also allowed the people of Sangonomiya to continue worshipping it as the Watatsumi Omikami, so that it might enjoy their offerings. Now, Sangonomiya has destroyed the local Narukami shrine and rebels against the shogunate. As the divine priestess representing the Watatsumi Omikami, she must be held accountable. Who?
I don't know who this character is.
Who? Ah, the firework maker. A manufacturer of fleeting illusions, enamored with the realm of fantasy and imagination, but a subject of mine nonetheless. Fireworks were released on Tenryou Commission property? By whom? Her?
I'm not ratting her out. Fuck you.
State your query. To the point. On stormy days, the people of Inazuma chant Kuwabara, Kuwabara, believing that this will protect themselves from being struck by lightning. You need not worry about any storm summoned by my own hand. They will bring you no harm. Lightning storms that occur naturally, however, can be more unpredictable. Foolish question. There are only two kinds of things. Those that must be done, and those that must not. Foolish question. There are only two kinds of foods. Those that must be consumed to nourish the body, and those that harm it. A familiar flavor. Acceptable. Leave it here, and I shall sample it. Consuming this would be physically detrimental. Remove it from my presence.
Okay.
Is today the day of your creation? Return to the city with me. I will read out a speech for you in front of all my attendants. Embarrassing? Huh. Understood. The initial stage of my journey, or shoden, involves learning the 9-way sword slash and the foundations of the art of the polearm. There is no great variation from other traditions at this point. Or rather, it is the other traditions that do not differ from mine. At the intermediate stage of my journey, or Chuden, the art of the sword focuses on the study of various stances and transitions. The art of the polearm, slashes and backslashes. The final stage of my journey, or Kaiden, is the study of the most profound techniques. Unavoidably, these draw heavily on elemental power, rendering them beyond the capabilities of most mortals. Most practitioners of other traditions are unable to ever reach this level.
I don't like the attitude. Like, she's entitled and lofty and cold and distant. I hate it. Wait, A? Oh, wait.
Oh, dear me. That didn't frighten you, did it? After all, you are in the presence of the most supreme and terrifying incarnation of lightning in the whole
Okay,
of
wait.
Tibet.
So those first ones were...
Time for dessert. What? Why not? What do you mean entrees come first? They were only indulging me because I am the Shogun?
Okay, so the first ones were the Shogun, and then these are A. Okay.
Do you wish to know the
All right.
truth about
I
the
understand the
shooting stars at
difference
night?
now.
They are but fleeting moments of luminosity. You used to be one of them? Oh. Are you a Tengu warrior?
What?
Despite serving as my guard during this journey, you need not shield me from danger.
I don't know
The
when we
Shogun's
agreed to be her
constitution is
guard,
rather
dude.
robust, and in the event she does break down, we can simply get a replacement. In an emergency, just send her into the fray. The Inazuman arts of polearm and sword combat, as well as the blade forging process itself, primarily originated with me. Since then, they have branched out and blossomed into a variety of techniques according to each master's individual aptitude. What would you say to another sparring session? If you emerge unscathed again, I'll let you found your own martial arts tradition in Inazuma. The drive to advance and evolve in the martial arts is truly unstoppable.
Okay, so these lines are a lot more amenable than the Shoguns.
Really? So in all this time, no new electrovisions have appeared in the outside world? Well, what I can say on this topic is subject to certain constraints, but...
constraints.
It is not by my will that visions are granted or denied. The key is people's desire, and... well, there's another side to it too.
I'm sure that we won't know, that you're not going to tell us. Great.
That girl. She used to be the kind of person who could easily be swayed with some fried tofu. It's a relief to see how shrewd and resourceful she's now become. Still, I have to admit that I was a little upset to become the target of her scheming myself. I know it was for my own good, but I'm afraid she will mock me the next time we meet. Perhaps I should take the initiative and strike her first. She'll dodge it anyway. Kamisato. One of the most distinguished clans in all of Inazuma. Huh? That's exactly what the Shogun said? Well, Ayaka's also well versed in the art of the sword.
Okay.
I can't deny that I am somewhat culpable in the events that led to him being almost stripped of his vision.
Oh?
But I rather think the Shogun should be the one to extend a formal apology to him. Okay, fine. I'll give it some more thought.
Okay.
He came about as a byproduct of creating the Shogun. Perhaps it's because I feel like I owe him something, but I do not wish to assert control over him.
Okay, Morax.
I had an opportunity to feast with him once, back when I was just a Kagemusha attending a gathering of the gods. So he's made his choice. Be that as it may, I don't believe his story is anywhere near finished yet.
Okay.
So the animal Archon still goes by that name among mortals these days. Truth be told, from the very first moment I met him, I could somehow sense that we were not going to get along.
Oh my gosh, I wonder
Also,
why you don't get
He
along.
sure can drink a lot. I admire her humility. It is a sign of true wisdom. With the power she holds, Buer is capable of doing many things beyond our wildest imaginations. And yet, she uses her power only to right wrongs and to protect. She is a truly gentle god.
Okay, more about A.
The account given in the book, Treasured Tales, is largely an accurate one. At that time, she was preoccupied with various domestic matters within the island, so as her Kagemusha, I assumed her identity and joined the troops dispatched to pacify Watatsumi. After this point, however, the story turns into mere wishful thinking. Back then, I was just a martial artist wrapped up in all the fighting, not a social reformer or a moral leader.
Clearly, but I'm glad that's changing.
Perhaps my pursuit of eternity is nothing more than a form of escapism. In the end, the path I took was like that of a turtle who hides in its shell. Still, turtles have always been a symbol of longevity. Perhaps in order to reach eternity, one has to follow their example.
Well, she had me in the first half.
I'm fearful because of what I witnessed 500 years ago. Her demise and that thing. But if it were you, everyone would be safe. You would have saved the world. Just like I cherish the memories of everything in Inazuma. If you remember me, I'll live forever.
That's exactly what Zhongli was saying. Like, almost word for word. That's really interesting.
Don't try and get me to cook. I can take care of anything else. But not that. Oh, don't listen to the Shogun. Desserts. Cavities are no big deal. You can just replace your teeth. Anyway, I just don't see how desserts can pose a serious obstacle to my pursuit of eternity.
Okay. Interesting. There's a difference between her and the Shogun.
Delicious. I feel much better after that. Thank you. Doesn't look too bad. How did you make it? Allow me to decline. Happy birthday. Let's celebrate together and make it a moment to remember for the whole year until your next birthday celebration, and so on and so forth. Then, you shall have an eternity of happiness. The profoundest of the profound is the Muso no Hitotachi, a sword art without parallel in all the world. With you as my sparring partner, I can perfect that technique even further. Shine down! There is no escape! Illusion shattered! Torn to oblivion! Now you shall perish! Inazuma shines eternal!
Okay.
Take them. I have no need. But a momentary distraction. Transcend all constraints. Erase all threats. Remove all obstacles. Fall back and await my orders. Step aside. The mortal plane, a fleeting dream, detached from the world. The thunder falls silent. What is the situation? Stay close and you will live. The campaign begins.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and look at, I don't think she has any extra outfits. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and read her, or listen to her teapot dialogue and see what we can ascertain from this. Oh, depending on the quest you complete, the dialogue is different. Oh, interesting. Okay. A's dialogue.
Oh, it's you. Perhaps you have come just to see me? It's much livelier here than the plane of pure silence and tranquility that I'm used to. No, not at all. Clamor and commotion are strictly external. My inner being shall remain tranquil as ever. Thank you for your concern. Such lively activities stand in direct contrast to the notion of eternity. I'm afraid I'll have to consider it further. Will you remain here a while longer? With you by my side, though our mouths stay silent, my heart is at peace. Your companionship. This is one change that I shall not contest.
Okay. Friendship level 4 dialogue is coming up.
Yes, I just so happen to have something that I would like to ask you. I would like to know how you make such delicious desserts. I mean, they certainly seem to suit my taste. I see. Though your attempts may fail, you will not give up future attempts because of a temporary setback. By making adjustments along the way, you compile what you've learned and accumulate experience. Is that what you mean? Hope. I would have never expected that trying to make desserts taste better was an expression of hope. But no. The more I think about it, it can't possibly be that simple. Perhaps hope means the desire to satisfy the eater. I see. I'll be sure to remember that. Now that I've benefited from your experience, I'll try to follow your instructions the next time I'm attempting optimizations on the Shogun. Haven't I already mentioned that I cannot make food? However, the advice you gave me will benefit you as well. With a more powerful Shogun, I will be able to protect you from a myriad of dangers even more effectively.
I don't need protection. Okay, level 7 friendship.
Yes. Unsheathe your weapon. Then I will come again once your preparation is complete. I have time. I will use my blade to confirm whether you are out of practice or not. Naturally, the moment that blades are crossed in battle also becomes a kind of eternity. I shall use this moment to feel your inner being. A simple and direct method, yet more clear than any language could convey. It even allows me to verify my own existence. Huh? So you could see through my guise? Oh, I thought my impression was accurate enough. Never mind. I'll be honest with you then. I desire to spar with you. After all, few have ever proved capable of withstanding my blade. It would be a pleasure to train with you. However, I feared that you would be hesitant to strike me, so I used the identity of the Shogun.
I am not gonna be hesitant to strike you. I'm sorry. I'm being so petty and petulant. I can't help it.
Oh, you don't refuse. May I assume you accept then? You should prepare yourself. I certainly won't go easy on you.
Neither will I.
Even such a trivial interaction fills me with motivation. Amazing. Oh, has night fallen already? Then you'd best go have a rest. Good night. May your dreams be calm and peaceful.
Okay, and then the Raiden Shogun doesn't have very much dialogue at all. Just 2.
Since my physical form is here in this realm, I suppose there's no harm in seeing how you've utilized its infinitesimal space. A dojo. So, you pursue distinction in the martial arts. Clearly, the Muso no Hitotachi has sharpened your resolve. Those who strive for perfection are to be commended. This shrine looks somewhat familiar. Is this what it means to reminisce? So be it. The sensation is not a disagreeable one.
Okay. We have a lot to discuss, don't we? Okay, so first things first, I would like to just bring in what Zhongli mentioned about us witnessing shit, and that how we have now heard that same thing, that same sentiment repeated to us by Makoto as well, which I think, as her being the quote-unquote correct representation of eternity, right, and the version of eternity develops into in the second quest, that her understanding of time is relative, and it seems that with the help of some higher power she was able to create this Sakura tree, but maybe she like knew of us or knew us before we even got there. I mean, she didn't say our names, but she said the one who is here to witness. So, and that's what Zhongli mentioned. So that to me is very important, as well as this idea of cycles that we've seen repeated now through many story quests, not just in A's character quests, but in general, the motif of cycles is coming back into play. And I think that's really significant. Also, this theme of twins. A and Makoto are twin, the Traveler's twin. I don't know, there seems to be this concept of cycles, of twins. And I think that a lot of the information we learned in the second quest specifically is going to be important later down the line. There was a lot of concepts introduced that I think are going to have major effects on the plot moving forward. I think also something to mention is the way we got to the plane, like with the way we reached A, literally through time and space. Now, Miko was saying that she had some suspicions of hers confirmed once she engaged or like turned on the portal for us, by using, I guess, her connection to A. I think that whatever it is that she had confirmed is important. She didn't tell us, and I don't know what that portal was. I mean, it seemed that we had to journey through like some kind of time corridor is what it felt like, to reach A. And it makes sense because Miko was saying not only did you have to find the domain or the plane of existence she was in, but you also had to pinpoint the time within that domain. You had to find that specific point in time. And I think that's just that's intense, dude. Like, there's so much to, like, the fact that we succeeded in doing that, oh gosh, there are so many possibilities. There are so many future situations that could apply to. I don't know in what way or how, but I do know that that's significant, because the way in which we used the wishes, our wishes, and essentially the people of Inazuma and their wishes to have the Shogun and the hope and all of that wrapped up into essentially a tool to use to transport ourselves through that corridor, that time corridor, or whatever it was. Because Miko said it was just chaos. There was no reason or rhyme. It was all mixed and jumbled. And navigating it was nearly impossible unless our will was strong enough and we used our wishes or the people's wishes to help us get to A. That's also a reoccurring theme from the original Inazuma quests, where we used the wishes and ambitions of her people to shake her out of her isolation and her current mindset. And I think the fact that the word wishes, ambitions, dreams, and visions have been used kind of interchangeably. They all kind of represent this, they're circling this singular concept. There's no like name to that center concept, but they all kind of mean the same thing, or at least they lend themselves to a similar goal. Whatever that is, I don't know yet. But what I do know is that Lumine can not only, like, I guess, carry their others' wills and wishes, but also apparently use it as a tool. Because when we confronted Raiden, or A, I should say, originally in the Inazuma quests, miHoYo was the one who really, like, established, you think your will alone is enough, and she brought in everyone's, like, wills and wishes, and that's when we, like, were able to prevail in that sequence. But Lumine traveling to A was the first time she, like, really did that on her own. Like, miHoYo was there to tell us how to do it, but she wasn't the one doing it for us. Like, we were the ones in that chaos corridor. We were channeling it and using it as, like, a tool. Like Lumine almost, like, wielded them to get her where she wanted to go, even without full knowledge of, like, Lumine didn't really know, at least I don't think she knew about, like, the time thing yet until we got there, and A was like, it's been centuries and we've been fighting for centuries, and Lumine and Paimon were like, what? So I don't think Lumine knew she was traversing time when she was in that chaos corridor, but she was, and she did it successfully. So I think it's a testament to how strong Lumine is in terms of her will and her desires, and that wielding her own will and other people's desires can be and can manifest as an actual, not weapon, or maybe weapon, I don't know, maybe in the future, but for now, definitely a means of traversal and a tool. That while dreams are ephemeral, right? They're things that aren't quite tangible. Maybe in certain circumstances in this world, they are. That dreams can be made to be things that can be manifested into something tangible, or at least something that can be used. I guess you could say it's a kind of quote unquote magic, but because it's not something Lumine was holding on to physically, but it was enough to, like, I don't know, be able to get her where she needed to go, which means that it has power. You know what I mean? And there's so much to that. There's so much possibility there in the story going forward. There's so many things that, I don't know. I'm just, like, I'm excited to continue on into Sumeru that's coming out soon, because I'm so curious about this idea of wishes and dreams, and how in the land of knowledge what that all means. But anyway, I'm trying not to get off track here. But anyway, I found it really interesting that the concept of dreams and wishes is something that in this quest, at least the second quest, right, in second quest, was proven to us that it's something that can be used. It can be a tool. It can be a weapon, maybe, possibly, I don't know. But that was established, and I think that's really significant. When it comes to Makoto and her relationship with this mysterious Istaroth, I want to know more about what that is. I read before I closed out, because I haven't done the Enka Noimiya thing yet, and I don't want any spoilers for that, so I didn't read on. But that relationship that Makoto has with that higher power is so interesting, and I really want to know more about this primordial stuff that they were talking about, because I'm wondering if does that have connections to the heavenly principles? Like, what's the difference? I think there's a lot of significance to those distinctions between whether those powers are part of the same thing or separate or at odds. I really want to know more about that. So I can't wait to dive into whatever Enka Noimiya is and figure out what all that lore is. But as of what we know right now, or I know right now with Makoto, I think her understanding of eternity and the fact that it allowed her to access the past and the future and kind of exist in both, and literally have this tree seed kind of transcend time in a way, is fascinating. Like, what a fascinating concept. I think whenever writers mess with time and like timelines, it's so easy to mess that up and like things can get messy really quickly because you have to account for everything has to affect itself, right? So if you're messing with things that supposedly happened in the past and those are actually the future, you got to make sure everything, all plot, not holes, but plot strings are all accounting for each other. And that circle is really hard to maintain and keep rolling forward without any plot holes or missing things, not things that are left unsaid for the point of mystery to be discovered later, but literal plot holes where there's like, oh, that doesn't make sense. So while I'm very excited that they've introduced this new idea into Teyvat, that things are malleable, you know, the past and the future are not separate entities all the time. They can be affected, they can be changed, and that fate is the unchanging through line, maybe through the past and future. That's what remains the same, but time shifts around that straight line of fate. Is what I'm kind of getting, is the way they're taking this, the writers are taking this story. I don't know. I mean, I'm curious to find out more, but the idea that the future and the past are interchangeable, or at least have this cycle like sense, is so interesting. And I can't wait to see what they do with it in the future. Again, I'm a little wary because it's really hard to write. It's really hard to write not time traveling, because that's not really what's happening, but you know what I mean. Shifting in memories and cause and effect, butterfly effect, is really hard to account for in timeline plots. So hopefully that's managed well, but this is a really interesting concept, and I'm so excited it was introduced, because there's so much potential for storytelling, and it could mean so many things for so many characters. You know what I mean? The fact that A was unaffected by this apparent memory shift, but everyone else in Inazuma was, is interesting. I don't know if that's because she was not present for when it was the tree appeared, but the fact that everyone in Inazuma just somehow remembered it was always there is crazy. And that I should say not we, but planted that Sakura tree in this other plane of existence, and it mirrored Teyvat, or the world, whatever plane of existence Teyvat exists in, is fascinating. And I'm wondering how that works, because I understand the concept of A planted that seed, but it was in the past in Teyvat when that was planted, but she planted it not in Teyvat, but in this plane of existence that's not Teyvat. So either it mirrored Teyvat, or there's some kind of, I don't know. I don't know. There's so much I don't know or don't fully understand, and maybe they'll explain it, or maybe it'll just kind of always be an enigma that's, not fully explained, and we can just kind of guess at the reasons. I'm not sure, but I'm so fascinated about that. And I'm keeping this in the theory section just because it's like, it's not necessarily about how I feel about A personally, but we'll get to that. But there's just so many lore bits that were dropped in that second quest specifically that's just like blown my mind. A lot of the situation that happened with Makoto and the Conria thing, it was said in the quest that she couldn't ignore, no Archon actually could ignore what was going on in Conria. So that could have a lot of meanings. And it's up to us, I guess, to interpret how we want to take that information, right? I think there's probably different meanings for different Archons. I can imagine that, there's such different beings. Even Makoto just was so different than Zhongli and Venci. So I think it'll be interesting if we ever get like individual reasons as to why each Archon was called to Conria, because when we first learned about it, I think it was Dane, one of Dane's first quests, all the way back in Mondstadt, like when we first met Dane, I think. And he was mentioning that the gods, the Archons, attacked Conria. And I remember being so shocked when I heard that, because obviously the idea of Venti, Zhongli, and now I guess Makoto attacking a city of possibly innocent people. I'm sure something was going on with Conria, because we've heard so much about like the monsters coming from Conria, or like these machines of death that they created, but there's no way an entire civilization is guilty of the same crimes. You know what I mean? Like, obviously there were innocents involved. So I don't know, like, I remember being concerned that we would somehow learn that Venti, Zhongli, and Makoto now were responsible for, like, mass murdering innocent people in Conria, but we don't know. You know, like, we don't know what or who they were attacking. Even if they did go to Conria, we don't know what forces they were battling against. If they were, like, we just don't know. And I think we still don't know. Even though Makoto went, the fact that she went instead of her sister, even though her sister was the one who handled all the fighting, is very significant, I feel. And especially since Makoto seemed, at least I think, she seemed to be able to quote unquote read the future. Her ability, her understanding of eternity lends to her this knowledge of, you know, the past and the present and the future. And I think her going in her sister's stead is was very deliberate. And I don't know why, but I would just love to know. I would like to know what she went to Conria to do, because it does say that the Archons were called and couldn't ignore what was going on in Conria. But does that mean that they were called, they couldn't ignore it because they were having to fight them? They were protecting Conria? I don't know. Like, there's so many different directions you can go with the vagueness of that statement. And again, it could be different for each Archon, especially since Makoto is someone, or it seems like she was someone who very greatly cherished humanity. Her gaze upon them was divine and full of joy and hope, is what A said. And I can't imagine a being like that who loves humanity would engage in needless slaughter of a civilization. So I don't know. We'll see. I in the future, answers shall be slowly revealed, I'm assuming. But, you know, even Zhongli, who definitely values humanity, he doesn't maybe understand them on like a fundamental level, but he does value them and he does protect them. Venti values humanity and is adamant on protecting their right to choose. The illusion of choice is something that he wants to shatter. He doesn't want it to be an illusion. He wants it to actually be something that humans will always have the right to do, that he's not going to interfere with that in any way, shape, or form. So I'm wondering what his take on the whole Conria thing is too. We don't know, but I think Makoto going instead of her sister is important, and we should remember that moving forward. And especially since Makoto, I think, knew the future, or at least experienced it in some way because of her knowledge of eternity, that all carries a lot of weight and has a lot of significance. And I will I will keep that in mind because we're getting a lot of contradicting information. We got Dane's side of it. We have very vague and unhelpful small bits of information that we've gotten from Zhongli. Nothing really from Venti, and A doesn't know anything, but we got some kind of perspective on things from Makoto, and this like we sort of did, but really nothing substantial and nothing to really build any opinions on. So yeah, super interested about everything going on there. Heavenly principles were mentioned again. Erosion was mentioned again. Two big concepts within Teyvat, it seems, along with now, I guess, time and space being a huge deciding factor in the timeline of Teyvat, because the Sakura tree that was planted, planted in the chaos realm, or the plane of existence she created within her sister's consciousness, compared to Teyvat, the tree, even though it was planted in the past, is what A said helped her to cleanse the land, to cleanse Inazuma of the remaining monsters and end the darkness, right, is what was said. So that tree is fundamental in Inazuma's in its survival through whatever the calamity was. So it's really, it had power, not just the carrying on Makoto's will or her desire for A to grow. It has more meaning than just that. It had genuine, actual, literal power that A used. So I don't know. I have so many questions. This idea of like this tree, the sea, like a physical thing with like roots, that the roots are actual ley lines themselves, is very interesting. And the fact that this tree transcended time and space, but still has a clearly very grounded effect on Teyvat is, again, something I think is really significant. And moving forward, I'm just going to keep in mind, because I don't know. I just think that a physical seed, a physical thing that was planted in a place that wasn't physical, or at least to our knowledge, appeared in Teyvat, had power that was able to use, and then had contained memories of people. I don't know if the souls, or I'm assuming they're memories, not the souls, but the memories of these people are somewhat sentient, even purified from corruption, and that these roots reach all over Inazuma. I'm assuming those roots are the Sakura tree roots, right? So I don't know. There's so much. There's so much to process and to think about, but I think that kind of wraps up my theory section. Again, no answers here, but I just think there's so many concepts that were introduced in a second quest that are just genuinely fundamental to the story moving forward. And we should keep all those ideas and concepts and motifs in mind, because I think it'll lend a lot to understanding the future of Teyvat. Okay, now my personal thoughts on A. This is a tough one. I think for me, I am neutral on her. I think I respect the direction in which she's chosen to pursue eternity now, and also honor her people as much as they seem to honor her. Like, it's now a two-way street, which I think is the progress I wanted to see, and that I hoped she would come to, like the development I hoped that she would go through. Because, even though obviously I understand in much better detail now, like what she's been through, and that, grief is something that has just as detrimental effects on mortals as it does gods. It's inescapable, and there's no everyone experiences it differently. And I am usually a very sympathetic person, and I do sympathize with her loss, but it's just hard for me to let go. Like, she did harm people, okay? And it's just hard for me to reconcile that. And I know a lot of the worst offenses was the Shogun, but the Shogun is still, as she said in her own words, you are me. And I know she said that after, proving herself to the Shogun's puppet you know, at the end of their battle, their last battle. But she also said that the Shogun represented who she used to be, her past, how she viewed things. The puppet even said that I am your pain. I carry it with me, your grief, your will to remain unchanged. You know, the Shogun might have, you know, executed Kazuha's friend, might have attacked Toma, might have, you know, done all these things that were the most despicable parts of, you know, when we were the most angry I had gotten, the Shogun was the one who was doing those things, aside from when we confronted A, and I had my issues with that. But while it still is the Shogun is still a product of A, and A still allowed the Shogun to have, you know, total control, tacit approval of everything, and that's on her. You know what I mean? Because it's a puppet. It doesn't have critical thinking skills, at least in the same regards that, like, you know, A does, or we do, you know, people do. So while the puppet is sentient, it only does what it's programmed to do. The vision holders that were affected by, like, the Vision Hunt Decree were the minority group, and that the majority of people only really had to deal with the Sakuko Decree of, like, having everything shut down and all that stuff, and that they weren't persecuted like the vision holders were. But for the most part, it doesn't matter if a group is a minority or not. The level of the crime is still the same. It doesn't matter if it was one person affected. It's still, these people had their ambitions literally ripped from them, and it affected them intensely. And there was internal spiritual collapse within themselves. They lost who they were as people. And to our knowledge, that is something that can't be remedied. Sure, they can have people in their lives support them and try to, I don't know, give them a safe place to try and heal from that. But it's something that can't be undone. And that's a big deal. Like, those people will suffer for the rest of their lives for the crime of just having a vision, for being somebody who had hope and wanted to manifest their will into the world and change things and affect people. And while I know Raiden, or I should say A, right now, at the end of all things, understands that importance and values it and wishes to protect that in her people and encourage it, and wants to work alongside her people to bring Inazuma into a brighter future, which is all great development. And I respect that, and that deserves respect. It still doesn't change that those people will never be the same, and that we only spoke to 3 of those people. There was an entire community of vision holders who were affected by this. And, you know, all the things that characters like Kujo-Sara did in the Shogun's name, all the people of the resistance, all those men who died simply protecting either vision holders or just fighting because it was wrong. The Vision Hunt Decree was wrong. Where's their consolation? And I understand that there's an old cultural divide between the people of Watatsumi and the people under the Shogun's rule. But, you know, Kokomi never gave off the impression that she was doing this out of petulance, or that she was fighting the Shogun's forces because it was because of an old war, an old wound in their societies. No, she said clearly that what's happened to the people with visions is wrong. And it is. And she's doing something, she's fighting against it because it's just wrong. And that those people deserve protection. Those people deserve to be safe in Inazuma. So I don't think there was enough development given to the resistance in the quests. I wish we were able to explore them a little more. But people like Kazuha and Goro and Kokomi, I think they had every right to be as upset as they were and to fight as aggressively as they did against the Shogun. And the fact that Kujo-Sara was called a hero, and I'm not crapping on Kujo-Sara because she has a whole separate story. Like the point of her character is that she had no faith in her own critical thinking, and she put all of her faith into a person. And there's a lesson to be learned from that. You have to think for yourself. Even if you trust or are loyal to somebody, you still have to think for yourself, or your own ideals or principles will be compromised, right? So I'm not like shitting on Kujo-Sara, but I'm saying that the things that she did in the name of the Shogun, those are still like, those are a big deal. And I think there's a lot of wounds that need to be healed, not just within Inazuma City and like the Shogun's own people, but between her and the people of Watatsumi. There's just a lot to be done. There's a lot of progress to be made. And while there was a lot of personal progress we witnessed with A, which is, again, I respect and I think is good, there's just a lot moving forward that I think A needs to answer for. Again, I know the Shogun was the one physically in charge, but the Shogun is under A. So it's all, A really is still responsible. There's no escaping that. She is responsible for the Shogun. She's responsible for letting everything that happened. I understand the Fatui were in there and doing their bullshit. But, they were only able to succeed because of A's negligence and inability to properly lead. And again, that's developed, and we've seen her come, full circle and say, I don't agree with how I was. It was not the right way to go about things. It was naive and it was harmful, and I don't want to be that way anymore. And again, that's totally amazing. I respect that we've come here. But I think in terms of personal opinion, or like how I personally feel about A, I don't have that same warmth that I have with Zhongli or even Venti. It's just not there for me. And it's not like a fault on her character. This is purely biased. This is not a subjective analysis of her character, because again, she's made so much headway, and I understand how people could really sympathize with that journey and fall in love with this character and that journey. I understand that completely, and that's totally valid because it was a lot, and it took a lot of bravery for A to make those steps, even though she should have been making those steps, and she was, and she did. It still took a lot, and again, that deserves respect and acknowledgement. But I think I'll never feel that same fondness for her, and I don't know why. Maybe it's just because she feels even like I get her voice lines as the Raiden Shogun's voice lines, the puppet's voice lines are different than A's, obviously. I remember being like, what the fuck? What is this attitude? But obviously when it's A speaking, she's very different, a very different person. So that's great. But I don't know. She just, there's this kind of slight coldness to her. Not evil or, malicious. It's just she's kind of distant and a little cold. And I don't know. I don't think I vibe with that. You know what I mean? I don't vibe with it. She definitely is fond of us, like especially in the dialogue in the teapot. She does feel very close with the traveler, and she does express that, and she expresses to how we're calming presence to be around, and that's great. And I can see how a lot of people really feel close to this character, and that's wonderful. I'm not saying that sarcastically. I'm being genuine and sincere. But for me, I think I can't let go. I can't let go. I will always remember those people that suffered so intensely because of her misjudgment and her lack of leadership in the beginning of the Archon quests. Obviously, she is not that way anymore. And there's definitely resolve to remedy those mistakes, right? She doesn't want to continue that way, and she made it very clear multiple times that, you know, she was ashamed of how she went about things, and it was immature and naive and harmful, and she wants to be better, not just for herself. I don't even think for herself at all. I think she wants to be better for her people. There's a selflessness to her now that I really respect. Not once was she asking us for forgiveness, and I think I kind of respect that too, honestly. Like, she's not even concerned about forgiveness or, you know, to alleviate her own personal guilt. That's not her goal in trying to be better. She doesn't want to be better because she doesn't want to feel guilty. She wants to be better because the people are most important to her, and, you know, bringing Inazuma into a future that's better than what it currently is her goal, and that alleviating whatever guilt she feels or pressures she personally feels, that's not her goal. You know what I mean? And I think that selflessness is something that I very, very much respect, and I'm glad to see that, you know, all that that progress, and that selflessness was always there, I think. But when her sister was alive, it was selflessness to protect her sister. And then when her sister and all her friends died, she felt like there was nothing left to protect. And she obviously came to understand that that's not true. You know, Inazuma is hers to protect and lead and guide and cherish, right? And she came to that conclusion by the end of her second quest. But yeah, all my original grievances with her definitely have been like on paper have definitely been solved, but I don't know, emotions are messy, right? And unfortunately, I am not usually one to forget. And while I don't hold her in the same intensely negative regard I did previously, I definitely understand her better, and I'm grateful that I was able to read all of that lore and understand the scope of things out, not just within as a person, but just like everything that was going on in Inazuma around her. Like, she definitely was a cog in the machine, especially in the past. Like, that was the point, right? That's why she was so bad at leading, is because that was never her job. It was never her goal. It was never her ambition to do that. So it makes a lot of sense that she was kind of like bad at being a leader, because she was never meant to be. That was Makoto's thing, and she never gave real mental energy into considering anything else other than I'm the tool, I'm the weapon, she's the thinker, she's the leader, she's the idealist, she's the dreamer. And it was cool to see that kind of shift and her say, you know, I'm never gonna be like her, but I want to strive to, you know, honor her memory. Because that was another grievance I had too, with the little that I knew about Makoto, or at least this sister, because I didn't really know much about like any of her sister's personality or anything, but I did know that the previous Archon had existed, and I figured it wasn't something the previous Archon didn't want this future for Inazuma, and everything that A was doing in the Inazuma quests, I felt like definitely was tarnishing the legacy of her sister. And A came to realize that, and again, like I said, like a million times already, she's proven that she has full understanding of her mistakes and that she does not wish to repeat them. Even if she is can be misguided sometimes, like her whole thing of wanting to fight against that puppet for centuries and just be like, well, Miko and the humans can handle it. Like, there wasn't a lot of foresight that went into that, but it wasn't as like egregious as obviously her past mistakes, because she was somewhat already enlightened. She was fighting for this new version of herself, essentially, fighting her old self so her new self could prevail, right? But we had the whole thing with time warping and that she did fight for years, but we were able to, the Traveler was able to pinpoint the end of her fight with her past self, with the puppet, and able to solve all that. So that's good that Inazuma wasn't negatively affected once again by Raiden's chosen exile to fight until she, I guess, was worthy to step back into Inazuma as a leader. I think there's sometimes she's just misguided, which isn't a crime, you know, especially since she seems to be very naive about certain things. But she has like good intentions now, and I think that's what counts. Like, that's what matters. And I can respect that. I think it'll take me a long time to, I don't even know if I can forgive her, dudes. Like, I want to, and I, like, she's made so much progress already. But I don't know. It's hard for me to let go of, and it didn't even happen to the Traveler. I just feel so intensely for the people who were stripped of their ambitions or like wrongly prosecuted, and again, like all the people who died in the fighting, and yeah, there's a lot to heal. But I think for me personally, that's a big part of what's still, I'm being stubborn about it, and also I just think on like just like a personal level, like she's comes across very distant or cold. She definitely is like, she warms up, you know, when you have high friendship with her, and I definitely acknowledge that for sure. But I don't know, I think it's just a personal thing. I don't think I'll ever like really love her, not the same way, not the fondness I have for Zhongli or Venti. I respect her journey, and I do want to see her continue to do better. You know, she's doing better. She's honoring her people and honoring her sister, and that's all I had wanted. You know, everything that I hoped, all the personal development I wanted to see from her happened. So I can say that I'm happy to have seen that. She's a very complex character, and that's fantastic. You know what I mean? Like, from an objective standpoint, definitely see why so many people feel so strongly about her. It's hard not to, even though I don't love her. I definitely feel very strongly about her and was very invested in her story. Even if I was stubborn about things, I do still genuinely and sincerely acknowledge her growth. So I'm happy to see it, and I hope to see more of that in the future. Her relationship with Yamiko is nice. This kind of dichotomy of these two personalities that both of them dislike vulnerability, and they kind of they hide behind different kind of masks to avoid vulnerability, and it's fun to see those two play off of each other. Definitely deep care between those two. Definitely understand why everyone ships them. They're very cute. I think her relationship with the commissions is going to be interesting, because we did see a little bit of political drama going on in her first quest, character quest, with the Kujo clan, and who was going to be assigned to be the head of the commission and all that stuff. So I hope we get some closure with that, or some progress at least, because there's still so much to be done, and I didn't expect all of Inazuma's problems to be solved in 2 character quests, but I'm glad that we've made, at least has made genuine progress in her personal outlook, and that I really can't wait to see how that outlook benefits Inazuma and Inazuma's people. But there are a lot of wounds to be healed. Has made her own healing journey. She started her own healing journey, which is great, you know, but there is a lot of wounds to be healed outside of herself, and I think she's determined to address those things, and that's all I could hope for. That's all I could hope for. So in conclusion, I'm glad we got what we got. I think both quests were important. The first one, I was a little confused as to why. I was very thirsty to get some real substantial change. But I think the first quest was important to establish, or at least for A to see, to just leave her isolation and to just see Inazuma for the first time in centuries. That was necessary. Like, we needed that in order for her to jumpstart her introspection that affects her in the second quest. So, while I think the first quest felt trivial at the time, after the second quest, I see why that was important and why the Traveler was the one that had to be the one to show it to her. You know, we were, because my question was like, why hasn't she done this on her own? Like, why isn't this something that's already been done? Why are we chaperoning her around? Like, I felt I was impatient for change and for wrongs to be righted, and waltzing around Inazuma trying, Dango milk felt almost like an insult to that intensity or that impatience I felt. But it was necessary for her to experience Inazuma, because in the second quest, we wouldn't have gotten the second quest and the way where she was mentally in that second quest. That would have never happened without us literally forcing her, taking her by the hand and literally spoon feeding her all the change, and like literally showing her everything that was different and explaining to her how necessary it was that she acknowledge those changes. So yeah, I think that was important. I think both were important. Even if I felt impatient in that first quest, I think that first quest was still necessary. So both quests I felt like were pretty well done. I don't really have any complaints. I think there was a lot of profound statements being made. There was a lot of lore that was, drip fed to us. A lot of concepts that made some reappearances and I think will occur again in the future. And while I can't say that she's my favorite and that I love her and I feel very fond of her and that I probably will continue to not really vibe with her, I understand her. I believe that I do genuinely understand her. Thank you so much for making it to the end of the video. If you did, as always, I very much appreciate you spending your time with me. I am so sorry this took so long to come out, but the past few weeks, I have been taking extra shifts at work and really pushing myself because I'm trying to finish. I have like one more part as of right now. I have one more part to buy for my PC before I can like turn it on. I have everything else and it's taken me months to buy and save. So I've been really trying to make some extra money. Unfortunately, pushing myself to take extra shifts at work has exhausted me mentally, and it's hard for me to get my creative juices running when I'm mentally exhausted. So I'm sorry it's taken so long. I didn't want to rush or like push myself to make something that I'd later not be proud of. And plus, this is like a really important character, and these quests are literally so fundamental to the story moving forward, and I just wanted to spend time on it and give Raiden the character quest video she deserved, right? So I wanted to explain myself and really go into detail because she had so much lore. I had to record it in a bunch of parts. But yes, I should be returning to my regular update schedule after this video. So you can expect regular uploads each week. Again, it's just this pushing to get extra shifts really took it out of me. And 2 5-hour videos in a row was a lot. It was a lot. Even though I'm happy to do it when I am editing and recording, it does just take time. So I'm so appreciative of your patience. You guys have always been so kind about that, and you're always reminding me to look after myself, and I'm very grateful that you guys are looking out for me. I appreciate that. It means a lot. But I'm so happy I finally got this out. again, schedule should be returning to normal as usual after this. So you can look forward to that. There should be no further delays because we're not going to be doing 2 acts per video anymore. Thank you again for being so patient. I hope it was worth it. I hope you enjoyed. Please let me know what you think down in the comments. I know so many people have so many opinions on Raiden, and I would love to hear your opinions. Again, keep it civil. You guys are good about that though. I know Raiden can be very polarizing. Some people really love her, some people feel neutral, and some people don't like her. But whatever your opinion is, voice it. I would love to hear it. Just remember to be respectful of other people and other people's opinions. My Discord link is down in the description. My Patreon link is down there. All my socials are down there. If you want regular like updates on videos and stuff, my Discord is the place to look. Even if you don't want to engage, that's totally fine. You want to lurk and just get notifications, that's fine too. Or if you want to say hi, the easiest way to get a hold of me is through the Discord. You can welcome to at me or send me a message. I'd be happy to chat. The community too is fantastic. We all just are there to chill and hang out and talk about whatever. Subaru, Fontaine is coming soon. I can't believe it. I can't believe we're at 3.5 already. But yes, anyway, sorry, getting off track. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one.